Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here. Lisa Levinson is going to start today's ceremony.
Well, thank you, Silas. And it is my absolute honor to begin the day. As Silas mentioned, my name is Lisa Levinson. I am the campaigns director for In Defense of Animals and also a co-founder of the Interfaith Vegan Coalition. It's my pleasure to be here today. So I thought we'd start today with a couple little stretches. So first, let's take a nice deep breath together, breathing in and breathing out. And one more time. And as we breathe, we are stretching internally. So we're taking a nice deep breath, breathing in and breathing out. And then from here, we're going to tilt our head to one side. And as you do, stretch one side of the neck and then look down and turn your head to face that direction. And then look straight ahead and look up. And as you do, stretch in a slightly different angle. And then bring your head back to the center and all the way up so that the crown of your head is facing the sky or the ceiling. And then we'll do the other side. Stretching the neck, looking down, looking straight, and then looking up to stretch a different side of the neck. Looking straight, reaching the head and the crown all the way up. And then turn to one side. Return to the center and then turn to look the other direction. And return to the center. So now we're bringing some vitality to our upper body, which is going to be very engaged today as we begin the journey of our vegan convergence of the peoples. So now I'd like to invite you on a little journey. We're going to take a morning walk together, a bit of a hike in our minds. So again, we'll take a nice deep breath. And as you do, exhale and then close your eyes for a moment and imagine as your breath comes back to its normal pace that you are walking on a path in nature. And as you do, you feel your feet on the earth. With each step, you sense the ground, Mother Earth supporting you and your walk. And as great teachers have said, each step that we walk is one of peace. Peace with every step. So imagine that you are walking on a beautiful path. And as you do, you begin to climb. And you climb up and up and up. And you are at the top of a beautiful mountain overlooking this gorgeous view. And you know that there's a beautiful valley beneath you, fertile and lush and green. Beautiful valley with all sorts of living beings, animals of every shape and size. And perhaps there's also some people there that are bringing the land, doing some veganic farming. So all beings there have sustenance. And you know that after this valley, there's another mountain. And that's what we're going to be doing today, all together as a community. So imagine that this community of people that we are here with at the Vegan Convergence of the Peoples is with you. They've hiked up this mountain. They're going to go hiking down into the valley and then up another mountain. And each mountain represents a glorious day that we have together of this weekend of programming. So we're midway right now and we have a beautiful view. So take it in and just enjoy all of the learning, the wisdom, the camaraderie that you've gained so far, and be excited and nourished because there's yet another day, and that is our second mountain to climb. So I invite all of you to know that you are on a beautiful hike today in our mind with our journey of vegan advocacy. And at the end of the hike is the promised land, the land of the vegan world that we are all co-creating during this weekend together. We see the promised land of the vegan world 2026. May that be our vision. May that be our motivation. And may that be our peace of mind for the weekend and for this journey that we're on together. So from here, I'd like you to just come back to your breath, knowing that we're on this hike and journey together as our theme this weekend. And let's breathe in together and exhale together. And let's do one more. And as we breathe, we know we're going to continue this journey today. So enjoy every step with peace, harmony, love, and community. Now, if your eyes are closed, begin to slowly blink them open. And just know in your heart that your heart is full of gratitude, as is mine, for this opportunity to be together on this journey towards a wonderful, compassionate vegan world. May compassion encircle the earth for all beings everywhere. Thank you so much. Thank you, Silas. Enjoy this wonderful day, everyone, together.
Thank you, Lisa, as always.
My pleasure.
So we begin today with Dr. Nandita Shah, who founded Sharan in India, Sanctuary for Health and Reconnection with Animals and Nature. I consider it to be the sister organization for climate healers. It came at it from a health angle, whereas we started it from an environmental angle. So Dr. Shah is going to talk about health action equals climate action. Please take it away.
Hello, can you see me?
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Sailesh Rao. And thank you, all of you at Climate Healers, for having me here. I just want to say a little bit more about myself. I began this journey many years ago, and it was only because I grew up as a vegetarian and I realized one day that consuming dairy and eggs was not as compassionate as I thought it was all this while. And when I realized that, I knew I had to change. And so I stopped milk and dairy and eggs. And as a doctor, I had grown up thinking that we were meant to be omnivores. And I thought it was normal that people were omnivores. And I was just not eating animal products because of the compassionate reasons. But then I began to see differences in my state of health. And I started seeing medical journals and other journals talking about how this lifestyle was actually healthy. And I read several books. I started with John McDougall's book, and unfortunately, Dr. John McDougall passed away just recently. And then Dr. Neil Barnard's book about reversing diabetes, and Dean Ornish's books about heart disease and hypertension, and other books. And I was just amazed that what I was doing for ethical reasons was actually the very best thing that could be done for health as well. And until that time, I had toyed with the idea of starting an animal sanctuary, a rescued animal sanctuary, and an organic farm, because I thought that that was the only way of living compassionately. But then I realized that my credentials or my skills were as a doctor, and that I could help animals more by helping people prevent and reverse diseases by leaving animal products. And so my goal was at that time that I should help one person or inspire one person to shift to a plant-based diet, at least one person every day. And that grew. And now I'm sure we're inspiring a lot more people as an organization every single day with so many different events every day. So Sharan stands for Sanctuary for Health and Reconnection to Animals and Nature. And that's because I realized that I was disconnected when I lived in Mumbai from animals and nature. And when I moved to Auroville, which is in nature, where I live now, I moved into a little house, and the very same day a cat moved in with me, and I started observing the cat, other animals in nature, and I started recognizing that animals in nature know how to be well. How is it that we don't? And what can I do to help people make lifestyle changes in order that they can be well again? And I started doing this with food because I think that the uh, biggest reason that people don't change is because they feel that they may be deprived of something. So I always used to serve as wonderful food as I could, so that people would actually say that this is the best food I've ever eaten. And that's how Sharan grew. Now, today's talk is about health action equals climate action. And I do believe that if we can switch to a plant-based diet for health, and if we can inspire other people, because many people are not interested in animals or other living beings or even the other human beings, but they are interested in themselves, and people are getting sicker day by day. And if so, if we can inspire them to make lifestyle changes so that they get well, I realize that as they get well, they make the connection, and then they start talking about animals as well. Like when I started, one of my friends who was, or a couple, they both are doctors, and they switched to plant-based diet. And then my friend said that, everything changed for her because she started rescuing insects from the swimming pool. Insects that she would want to shoo away or stay away before from. And now she was, everything changed. So our state of mind is connected to what we eat, because as long as we're eating animals, we have to justify eating them. And so we can't make the connection. So I'm going to start my presentation. I already told you about Sharan. And I just want to start with what is the logic of a plant-based lifestyle? And I'm sure that many of you know about this, so I'm going to go really fast through this. But it's good from the health point of view to explain to other people. Like, I believe that all animals eat by instinct. And that's why cows eat grass, because instinctively they're attracted to grass, and lions to meat. And human beings, we aren't connected to our instincts. But if we were to just connect to our instincts right now, like imagine if you were on a farm or an orchard and you see fruits and vegetables ripe and ready, what do you feel like doing? Instinctively, we feel like picking them. This is our food. But if you see a chicken walk by, or a goat, or a cow, our mouth doesn't water, and that's just because it's not our food. Who would salivate if they saw a chicken walk by? Maybe a fox or a dog, because a fox or a dog can pounce on the chicken, tear it apart, eat it whole. That means skin, bones, beak, claws, everything, and eat it raw. But we can't. But sometimes people do salivate when they see something like this, and that's just because of our conditioning. But if we were to go back to our instincts, then we would eat foods that we could eat, or that we would be attracted to eat in the raw form. And if you look at it physiologically or anatomically, then you can see that there are big differences between carnivores and herbivores. And we'll just look at a few, like if you look at the teeth of a carnivore, and then if you look at the teeth of herbivores, and then if you look at the teeth of true omnivores, and now if you look at our own teeth and compare it to true omnivores, then we can see that we're not even true omnivores, because we don't have canines that can pounce on an animal, tear it apart, and eat it whole and even raw. And as a vegetarian in a country where there's so many vegetarians, and there used to be more before than there are now, I realized that vegetarians and non-vegetarians get exactly the same diseases, and that's because milk and meat have the same properties. And when I say milk, I mean everything that's made from dairy as well. And that's because logically, every animal produces milk only for their young. And it's the same with cows. And every baby loves their mother's milk, just as every animal loves its mother's milk. But when we first give any baby cow's milk, the baby instinctively knows that this is not the right food. And the baby instinctively refuses it. But as we keep feeding it with, new ways of making it attractive by adding sugar and cocoa and other additives, the baby becomes addicted to this new form of food. Now, actually, if we want to heal, we need high quality spare parts, which nature has provided to us with all the different fruits and vegetables covering all the colors of the rainbow. And if we were to eat a rainbow every single day, it would be difficult to get sick. And, unfortunately, manufacturers of food products know this. They know that we're instinctively attracted to colors, and they manipulate us by advertising. These colors are seen in India, but you see this everywhere in the world in different forms. And this is because we're attracted to colors. So manufacturers think that if they make all the different colors of the rainbow, we are going to pick one package of each when we go shopping, and we're going to try everything. And actually, that does happen to a lot of people. So I always say that if you want to know what to eat and what not to eat, and if you want to go to your instincts in order to eat, then make a list of everything that's advertised, and don't eat that, because no one's going to spend money advertising what is already instinctive. And that's why we don't see advertisements for carrots and cucumbers or apples and oranges. But we definitely need to be told again and again that we need milk for whatever, calcium, and we need meat, and so on and so forth. every animal lives and eats according to its niche. And that's why we need everything that is on the planet in order to balance. The whole is in balance, but when we separate different parts of it, the balance breaks down. And this is what we have done over a period of time. So there's symbiosis everywhere, symbiosis within the body, symbiosis outside the body. The human body actually contains trillions of microorganisms. That means 10 times more than our own cells are the number of microorganisms living within us and on top of us, on our skin and on our body. And we are all living in symbiosis. That means that experiments have been done where you put a human being in absolutely, in a place which is absolutely sanitized, and the human being cannot survive. We survive because of all these other little microorganisms. And so we also live in symbiosis, which is why antibiotics are so harmful and should not be used except in emergencies. And that's also why after taking antibiotics, you don't feel good. Often, doctors give us probiotics after antibiotics, and probiotics are actually microorganisms. But it's not that easy to solve the problem of antibiotics just by taking probiotics, because the microorganisms within our body, within our gut, our microbiome is actually different colonies of different types of bacteria that are in perfect balance. And when we just take probiotics of certain bacteria, we're still not in balance. Actually, long-term taking probiotics can harm our microbial flora. Now, all those microorganisms survive in our gut on fiber. And only plants contain fiber. There's no fiber in animal products. But there's also less or no fiber if the plant foods are refined, like fruit juice or sugar or oil or white rice or white flour or even peeling vegetables and fruits that we can't peel with our bare hands. These are, we should try and eat everything as whole as possible so that we have the fiber. And the fiber has several functions in our body. The fiber cleans our digestive tract. It actually acts like a broom. And stool is made up of fiber. And then the fiber is the food for the microbiome. But the fiber also holds on to extra fat and sugar and doesn't allow our blood sugars to go up or doesn't allow us to get high blood pressure. So the human body also contains different systems that work in perfect harmony so that we don't even recognize that they're working. Like our respiratory system, our musculoskeletal system, our digestive system, our circulatory system, our neuroendocrine system, all working in perfect harmony all the time without our knowledge. And the balance in our body and the balance outside our body, if everything was whole and in balance, we wouldn't have the problems that we're facing today. But we're upsetting the balance within our body and we're upsetting the balance within our home, which is our planet. And we all depend on each other. Like, for example, a world without bees would be a world with very few plants. Or a world without plants and animals would be a world without food. Or, a world without human beings could be something quite different. But each and every animal has its niche. And when we upset the balance, we're upsetting everything. So we are all connected. All of us human beings, all of us animals, plants, every living creature, and even non-living creatures, we're connected. Like imagine an atom is made up of electrons and protons and neutrons working together, moving together in perfect harmony in order to keep the balance of the atom. And these atoms together make up molecules, and molecules make up cells, and cells make up all those systems in our body. And all of us, but all living creatures and non-living creatures make up another living creature, which is our planet. And today's, like, our convergence is about there is a planet B. And I like that positivity, because sometimes I don't feel as positive about it all, but there is a planet B, but we have to work for it. Our planet is also just a fraction of the universe. It's a living being, a creature who has a similar history to ours. The earth is getting older and declining, and we can slow down that decline a lot if we take care. Like whatever happens to the earth actually happens to us too. In the past, the earth suffered from acute diseases, floods and droughts and fires and pests, and we suffered from acute diseases, and most humans, you know, succumb to acute diseases, but we've overcome that today. And today, or largely overcome that, because we can't say we've overcome that because we just saw the pandemic. But today, the problem is toxicity. And the toxicity is outside us, which means the plastic and the chemicals and the garbage and the pollution is causing toxicity to the planet. We are burning down forests in order to raise animals for food that we package into these plastic things and refrigerate. And the earth's circulation is damaged, the earth's lungs are damaged, as we saw just the slide before. The circulation is damaged because, the waterways are blocked and are getting narrower, and some are even bloating because the water can't be absorbed because there's plastic everywhere. And the earth, which used to break down the toxins, cannot break down the toxins at the rate at which we're throwing it upon her. So these are photographs that I took close to the area where I live, where people are just dumping plastic into the environment because there's actually no other place for it to go. I mean, it has to, if we keep producing this plastic, it has to go somewhere. And the earth cannot take all this garbage and these toxins, and nor can our bodies. So her kidneys cannot filter and excrete these toxins. And this makes the earth suffer from a cancer. What is a cancer? A cancer is an overgrowth of undifferentiated cells to the detriment of the whole organism. And actually, we are the cancer on the planet in a way, and the animals that we are raising for food. Like right now, humans occupy a certain percentage of the planet, livestock a much bigger percentage, and wild animals there's hardly any space for them left. Now, this toxicity also causes disease in our bodies, like hormonal problems. Chemicals are hormone disruptors. Today, we have so many hormonal problems like breast cancer and prostate enlargement, and of course, diabetes is a hormonal problem, and so is hypothyroidism or hyperthyroidism, or cancers are also caused by toxicity. Chemicals are carcinogens, and there are other toxic factors too. Actually, animal products are toxic to our body as well. And, we often think that we need more protein, but the truth is that if we live in balance, if we live by consuming only the foods that we need to consume, which are whole plants, then we don't even need plant-based protein powders. We don't need anything more. Excess protein is causing toxicity. Excess protein causes kidney disease. Excess protein causes cancer. Protein is the food for growth and repair. Cancer is a growth, and excess protein is connected. Of course, everyone knows that in kidney disease, protein is restricted because protein, and especially animal protein, is toxic to kidneys. Hypertension too, it's the fat here. It's the fat from processed plants as well as animals. Animal foods are full of fats. You boil any animal product, milk included, and you get fat on top. And heart disease, and only animal products contain cholesterol. There's no cholesterol in plants. So this toxicity causes all these diseases, diabetes and infertility, which is a hormonal problem, and autoimmune diseases that we are facing today, and obesity. And the good news is, even dementia, and the good news is that these diseases can be prevented and reversed with exactly the same changes that can protect our planet. Isn't that amazing? Which is why health action is equal to climate action. So like our own body, the earth has a lot of reserves. It has a lot of self-healing mechanisms. And so do we. Like, we have 2 kidneys, we can do with one. We have 2 lungs, we could do with just part of one. We have a huge liver, and we could do with just part of it. Until our arteries are 70% blocked, we don't face challenges, but we manage to go beyond all our reserves and get sick these days. So these reserves are not limited either in our body or on the planet. And so it's time that we all take action. I'm going to skip this just for the interest of time, but this is a video about a couple who bought 300 acres of land that were just rice fields that had been left to do nothing. They were just barren land. And nature regenerated it into a forest, so much so that animals came back. Wild animals like elephants and tigers and all of that. This was in India. Now, today, we have the current population on our planet is over 8 billion. And that sounds like a lot. It truly is, because, we are out of balance. It's a planet out of balance. But to add to that, we are raising and slaughtering 92 billion land animals every year for food. Sorry. So this is more than 10 times the number of human beings. We're raising animals to feed them, which is madness. And these are slaughtered every year for food. Now, the living beings occupying the earth, 60% are livestock, 36% human beings, and 4% wildlife. That it should just be the other way around. 60% should be left to wildlife. And so there's a lot of changes that we have to do by stopping eating animals. because this is making us sick, but it's also giving the planet a fever. The temperatures are rising everywhere, every year. So the test for symbiosis is, whatever I'm doing, is this beneficial for me and everyone else on the planet? Does it harm anyone else or anything? And of course, eating animals harms not just us, but the animals and the planet, which is why we need to change as fast as we possibly can as a species. We have no choice but to reconnect. And there's one more issue that's coming up, and that's stress, anxiety, and depression. Like there's so much of it because, I think it's very like when we see what's happening in the world, it's overwhelming. We don't know what to do. And we often don't know what we are doing. And the only thing I can say is that we experience emotions through hormones. Hormones, like when we're stressed, we produce adrenaline and cortisol. And when we're happy, we produce serotonin and dopamine. And all these 92 billion land animals, and I don't even know how to count the sea animals, but all these billions of animals that we are harming, they have emotions just like we do, and they produce the same hormones. So when we consume animals, we are consuming their stress hormones. And this is raising levels of stress on our planet. And it's almost become a vicious cycle because when we're stressed, we go for comfort foods, and comfort foods make us sicker, and it just goes on. So we really have to step out of this cycle. If you think of all these animals, and just imagine what it feels like to be in their place. Imagine that these animals are going into our food system and making people stressed and depressed and anxious. And I'm seeing these patients every day. And, every year it's becoming harder to heal people because because they are more stressed and they go back to comfort foods, and the society that we live in is advertising these foods. So it's kind of like a vicious cycle. But when people step out of that cycle, people have noticed changes, and they remark about these changes, like they experience clarity of mind. They're more relaxed, and many of you here must be plant-based, and you may have experienced this too. More relaxed and grounded, and more secure, more self-confidence and contentment. Imagine if everyone could feel this way, and they can. Dr. Neil Nedley has written a book, Depression: The Way Out, and another book about healing diseases and called Proof Positive. And he actually conducts 14-day retreats, helping people shift out of depression through a plant-based diet. And I think that's just so amazing. And I can imagine it to be true because we conduct 21-day retreats, and our goal in those 21-day retreats is to help people shift out of any disease that they have. We do all the tests in the beginning and all the tests at the end. And during the retreat, as they get better, we cut down medications. I just came back from the June 21-day retreat, where we have only about 34 people in each retreat. And we saw that there was one participant who was on 29 doses of different medications. She went out on just 4. There was one participant who was on 3 medications for diabetes, 2 doses of each. That means 6 doses of medication per day. And he was off those medications, all 6 of them, in the very first week of our 21-day retreat. We had people who lost up to, I'm just converting it into pounds, but who lost up to 6.5 kilos, say around 12 pounds in just 21 days effortlessly by shifting to the right diet. And the reason the right diet helps us lose weight is because if we cut out all the added fat, automatically we lose weight. If we add fiber to everything, we feel full faster. And if we cut out the growth hormones found mainly in dairy, but also in animal products, automatically we start losing weight. And so just a shift to a whole food plant-based diet helps us lose weight. Now, Dr. Albert Schweitzer said that until he extends the circle of his compassion to all living beings, man will himself not be free. And this was said so many years ago, but it's so true today that if we can step out of this paradigm that we are in and make this paradigm shift so that we actually can heal both ourselves and the planet, things can be so amazing and we would have our planet be. Actually, all religions are one in spirit because all religions are basically a philosophy of life that we have now converted into rituals. And the philosophy is a philosophy of love, loving every single being on the planet. And actually, we don't have a way out because we are a part of the one. So, I mean, they are a part of us too, actually. And if we can love ourselves and love everyone else, we'll be there. And forgiveness and gratitude and responsibility. And if we can help people have and live all these values, we'll already be in the place that we want to be. I'm just trying to admit this person. Okay. And sacrifice, ethics, true sharing and compassion, a higher force. A religion is a belief in a higher force and that there are other realms. And I actually grew up not in a atheistic family, but I was sort of agnostic because I didn't know, I didn't have proof. But having grown up, I'm seeing evidence of this all the time. And I truly believe in the law of karma, and we are seeing it, right? As we hurt other living beings, our health is harmed as well. So religion is basically a philosophy of life that encompasses all of these things. And if we live according to any religion, we can have our planet be. So Sharon recommends no animal products. Sharon actually has a 5-point plan that everything we eat should be plant-based, whole, organic, and that vitamins B12 and D should be checked and supplemented. And obviously, this is just our nutritional plan. That doesn't mean that we don't consider other lifestyle factors like rest at the right time and plenty of water and fresh air and sunshine and an attitude of love and gratitude and so on. But Sharon recommends no animal products because it's not our food, because instinctively we're not attracted to it. It contains excess fat and cholesterol, which makes us sick. There's no fiber in animal products, and We need fiber not just for our own bodies, but for our microbiome, as we saw. The excess proteins actually cause more harm than good. Of course, animal products have spread pandemics, and we've seen that in the recent past. They're ecologically harmful because the livestock take up so much of the earth, land, and water and resources. Of course, it's bad for the animals. It's psychologically harmful, as we saw, and spiritually, it doesn't fit. So, what we offer to help people switch to a plant-based lifestyle, and we have a team of doctors and nutritionists and facilitators who offer all these things. We have a website that I'll take you through very quickly shortly, and a YouTube channel with information on different health aspects. Like we have a talk on diabetes and hypertension, but we also have loads of testimonials so that you can see evidence that this can be reversed. And then we have publications under our resources section where you can get free publications. There's a recipe book and a Sharan Healthy Living book, which are really good and helpful. And then we have health talks and cooking classes and online consultations by our team of doctors and nutritionists to help anyone, anywhere in the world get well. And we have these retreats. We have the 21-day retreat. These are in India. But we've had so many people coming from all over the world for our retreats every year. And I do believe that what we offer is world class, and it's even at a cost that is worthwhile, whether you come from the US or from India, because if you convert it to US dollars, you'll find that it's reasonable. And we also have training programs for consultations and for doctors and nutritionists, and a facilitator training program for talks and cooking classes, people who want to help people. These are a few images of our 21-day health retreat and some of the food that we serve there. We always serve a rainbow every day. And I believe that by making one choice of what we eat, we can stop water pollution, increase forests, and feed every living being and heal the planet. And we are at a crisis point where we can choose which way we want to go. The major cause of climate change is on our plate, and we can change it right now. So I want to thank you for listening. I'm going to stop my share, and I'd be happy to take questions now, if that's a good time. Does anyone have any questions?
Yeah, there's a question that came in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
So would you like to address the the effect of toxic thinking on the planet?
Yeah. So, what I'd like to say is that when we look at anything, we think about what is the cause of it. So let me explain this a little more. If someone has, say, hypertension or diabetes or any disease, and that includes toxic thinking, if someone has any disease, medicines never cure. We've already seen that. Like someone takes medicine for diabetes, and over a period of time, the medicines spiral upwards. Someone takes medicine for hypertension, and it's the same. And the only way that we can cure something is understand the cause of it and remove it. So if we are helping people reverse any disease, we are thinking, what is the cause of that disease? For example, when we have diabetes and we go to the doctor tells us to cut down sugar and cut down carbohydrates. And nobody gets well that way because sugar is not the cause of diabetes. High blood sugar is the result of diabetes, and medicines and conventional medical thinking only works on removing symptoms. But we are going to remove the problem, which means understanding the cause and removing it. And so, if we have to remove toxic thinking, we have to understand the cause of toxic thinking and removing it. And I think that one of the main problems of our time is the excess, excess of choice in everything, whether it's food or shopping or, everything is in excess. And there's too much choice, so people don't even know what they want. And that's why they're never happy. Like before, you could be happy if you got all your needs met, but now needs is taken for granted by most people. And we are looking for something that we don't know what we're looking for, and that's the cause of toxic thinking. So if we can address the cause, like in our 21-day health retreat, we also have a counselor and we address the psychological causes of disease, because I believe that most diseases also have psychological causes. And somehow we're trapped in this planet where, and this paradigm, and it takes effort to step out of it. But once you step out of it, you see things so clearly that you can't get back into it.
Right.
You know? Does that answer that question to some extent?
Yeah, I think the question was probably about.
Okay, I got an answer, and
Yeah.
that's yes. Okay,
Thank you.
so
Yes.
that's
Yeah.
good. Okay, I haven't been looking at the chat while I was speaking because you can't see the chat then. So
No,
if
don't
there
worry about it.
are other questions.
Yeah. The other question was about, I think she withdrew the question.
Okay.
It was about vegetables, needing bees.
Vegetables needing bees. Okay.
Yeah, bees, and having to raise bees just to go and pollinate vegetable crops and so on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There are, when we do monocultures.
Yes. Yes, and monoculture is also something which is like a cancer, right? Because
Right.
it's too much of one out of proportion and you lose the whole balance. If plants live in non-monoculture and polyculture, like in a forest, you don't need pesticides, you don't need herbicides, because the no one predator can multiply, because there's so many different plants that
Right.
each predator has its own niche and thing. So it's the balance, it's the niche, it's the all these creatures together that are
Right.
somebody's raising a hand. Dakota,
Dakota?
would you like to speak
Yeah.
or type your
I think they
question?
will. Yeah.
Sorry, it took me a minute to get unmuted. Uh, I've been having technical problems. I just wanted to thank you so much for your presentation. I'm so thrilled about it because I've been, having these kind of thoughts and saying these kinds of things in my work in Western medicine in America and as a nurse. But everybody thinks I'm crazy, and it's like, oh my gosh, it's so refreshing to hear the healthy thoughts. And I love your analogy about the earth and how her lungs are failing and the arteries are clogged and she has a fever, and just that we're like the cancer, for our poor planet. Anyway, you've just given me so many great things to think about and to look into with your organization, and I'm excited about that. And just thank you for all your work and for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dakota. Amit, did you have a question?
Amit, you're muted.
Yeah, I didn't have the permission. Just wanted to thank you from the bottom of my heart
Okay.
for everything that you do. I've been so beneficial from all the Sharan classes that I have taken by Sharan facilitators, Raji, Vinita, and all of them. I mean, I am being loved more by my family ever since I've attended Sharan sessions.
Oh, that's so lovely. And yes, I know. I mean, like every time I see those events that they do, it blows my mind because they're so passionate and they speak so much from their heart and they actually inspire people. And just for the others, I wanted to let you know that many of our events, even though they are happening at India times, which are your night times in the US, you can get the recordings. So if it's something that interests you, please do look into the different events on our website. And that brings me to one thing that I forgot. So if no one has any more questions, then I'm going to share my our website for a moment,
Sure.
just to let people know what there is. Okay, so I'm just going to open it and share. And I'm there to answer questions first. So if you have any, just let me know. So I want to tell you that like we do have consultations and we have doctor consultations and nutritionist consultations, and we have a counselor. And all our consultants are totally 100% whole food plant-based. I mean, nobody could be 100% whole food. Maybe they have a little bit of non-whole food here and there, but 90% whole food, 100% plant-based, and they always try to be organic. And so uh, they've themselves seen the immense benefits. They've seen it in so many of their patients. And I have to say that some of the doctors, they could be earning so much more elsewhere, but they are committed because of their ethics. And I really appreciate that. We have over 600 recipes on our website just for you to view and try out. And some of them are really, actually, all of them are really amazing. And then we have these whole sets of events that you can join. So we have like long-term group events that are online, and we also have um, cooking classes and book readings and all kinds of things to help. And the best part of doing an event in a group is that you're speaking to other people who have seen the benefits. And so that's very inspiring as well. And we have an FAQ section. Don't miss that. We have a lot of information here. And we also have the resources section that I spoke to you about earlier. And there, what is important for you is the publication section, because you can download some free publications as well. Okay, so you can get a free copy and so on. So that's it. I just want to mention, and I won't go into it, I do want to mention our YouTube channel that you can go to just from our homepage. And as I told you, we have so many things there that it's good to view it by playlists. You can go to our Facebook and Instagram and YouTube from here. I'm going to stop the share and go back to questions because I saw some hands go up.
Yeah, below.
Thank you so very much for your insight, Dr. Shah. I particularly was interested in what you said about what I understood to be that mental health can be an issue in regards to disease. And I haven't heard much of that in the past, but certainly as we improve our mental state, then we more likely are less likely to pursue unhealthy behaviors in regards to food. And so I just wanted to make that comment. And again, thank you for all that you are sharing. This is so helpful to me. Thank you, Dr. Shah.
Thank you, Willow.
Thank you, Willow. We have one more hand raised, but we are running out of time. Is it
Okay.
quick, Kigundu? You're on.
We're not hearing you.
We're not hearing you. We don't hear you. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Shah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for having me here, and wish you all the best for the rest of the day today.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Dhruv, are you ready? Yeah.
Yes, I am. Yes, I'm here. Hi, everyone.
Okay. Welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Dhruv Gupta is going to talk about the Informed Voter Project and how raising awareness among citizenry is so important for us to create this movement. Thank you so much for being here, and take it away.
Okay, just checking that everybody can hear me. Okay, great. So yeah, hi, everyone, and thank you so much, Dr. Rao. Yeah, it's great. It's great to be here with all of you. Yeah. So before I begin, please know that I stutter or stammer, so I will repeat sounds while I'm speaking and also get stuck on some sounds. Don't worry, I'm completely fine. And if you need some clarification, please just send a message in the chat or to the host. I think since I think chat's sort of disabled for participants. And yeah, I'll take questions at the end of the talk. Yeah, so Dr. Salish Rao asked me to give this talk related to my voluntary work in the context of the general election in India that took place earlier this year. And I'll share some findings and also shed light on the process of ordinary people working together to build a healthy democracy. Yeah, so but first, just a quick introduction about myself. I live in Mumbai. I work on climate and social action in Mumbai, and also with some NGOs in villages nearby the city. I've been vegan since 2016. Whole foods plant-based since 2020. And since last year, I began as well learning how to forage in the forest. So yeah, that's my new sort of food, I guess, interest. Yeah. So the work I'm going to be talking about today is with the Informed Voter Project, which is basically a nonprofit civil society organization that began in 2019 by an Ashoka fellow named Vivek Gilani. So one of our key activities is to hold elected representatives accountable to the promises they make, while they're campaigning. So before the election in India this year, we attempted to conduct a promise versus performance assessment of the government for the past 5 years. since the general election in India happens every 5 years. So yeah, so I will share my screen, and I'm going to actually just like share some Instagram posts that we had made that kind of like convey the work in a simple fashion, I believe. So yes, let me just share my screen. Second. Okay. Okay, I think you can see my screen. Can someone just give me a thumbs up if you
Yes, we
can?
can see it. Yeah.
Okay, awesome. Okay, thank you. Yeah, so I'll just open this post. Yes. Yeah, so like I was saying, basically we analyzed the performance against promises made in the government's election manifesto in 2019. We like looked at about 100 promises in 7 key categories. And yeah, these are the results that you can see here, sort of all of those promises. And I'll share a bit more as well. So yeah, so as like there's so much controversy about which news source to trust. We primarily use the government's own data. So yeah, so this is a kind of like the data that we used in order of priority. The Lok Sabha, which you can see is number 1, is like the House of Representatives in the U.S., and the Rajya Sabha right next to it, where it says Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, is like the Senate in the U.S. So it's just like our two sort of parliamentary bodies. Yeah, so basically the government's own data primarily. So it's sort of like not, yeah, it's hard to say that it's yeah, well, fake news sort of so to speak. I'm not going to go into all the findings because yeah, you can visit the website, visit our social media channels and learn more. But I thought I'll just touch on the well, actually, I mean, since like this is a food and environment related forum, I thought I might just like touch on our agriculture and environmental findings, which I believe are the next two. So yeah, this is basically the some of, well, yeah, our findings for the agriculture and farmers welfare promises. I'll just read this here just briefly. So yeah, we found a series of non-starter schemes, much lower investments towards improving farm productivity than promised, and inadequate coverage by some welfare schemes such as this one, Pradhan Mantri Kisan Samman Nidhi Yojana, and environmental promise as well. So renewable energy capacity and solar reliance promises were kept, whereas waste management, groundwater recharge, clean air, and forest protection promises were broken. Yeah, so that's just sort of a, I guess, example of some of the findings that we found based on the research. Now, I kind of like don't sort of want this talk to kind of to turn into a political debate. So I do want to share like I do want to share a bit about the process we went through, and also the courage and the resolve of ordinary people, ordinary citizens, to evaluate the performance of their government, to in some ways you can say hold their government accountable or shine some light on yeah, like yeah, what is the government doing? How are they performing? So yeah, so a bit about that process. I co-led a fully voluntary team, about 11 people, to kind of do this promise versus performance research. As many people were also working full time. We had, late night calls. We built very elaborate spreadsheets to track our work. This is an example of one of those spreadsheets. And we sort of, yeah, so basically so if you can see somewhat, yeah, but yeah, so basically just a lot of like meticulous work, and things that we tracked. We also built this website, informedvoterproject.org, somewhat in May, actually. We like found that like this work is really, really compelling. So we kind of like created this new website to sort of help people track these promises. And in fact, this website is actually inspired by a US-based website called politifact.com. So for example, like here you see the government's promise tracker, and you have these bars like promises kept, halfway, promises broken. And this is a PolitiFact's website, which is also a very nice website, so as you can see here, it's the same sort of structure. And you can, so compromise broken with these bars. And you can scroll down and kind of click on a promise and sort of see more information and sources and stuff. And we kind of like build the same sort of infrastructure or like web-based infrastructure where you can click on a promise and then read more about the conclusion, the evaluation, and also see the sources. So yeah, I just wanted to share that. So I mean, just sort of I guess a clarification, like we've kind of like not built out the web infrastructure for each individual promise in every category yet, but you can review the performance against each promise in these 3 reports that are on the homepage as well. So right here, we're under reports, and then we have the reports and the raw data, etc. And more articles. So as an aside, if anybody needs a website, you're feel free to contact me. I kind of like offer that work, making websites and kind of like giving advice for strategy and marketing for free, for social movements and people who work in them. So yeah, it's not a sales pitch. It's just an offer to help people. Required. So yes, we've gone through that. So I just wanted to now just this kind of like is in some ways like an open invitation. So basically, I just thought I share that work, and like Dr. Rao sort of invited me here as well to like I think as we can see, like it's not sort of like directly vegan related or specifically food related. It's more sort of broad about policies and progressive policies and stuff. So I kind of thought like this forum can be a space, if we'd like, to explore these questions, where we can share our views. So a few questions that open questions to the floor, which is just that like, so what does it mean to be a vigilant citizen? How can we all get involved? And is there something stopping us, internally or externally? At times there's fear of reprisal if you're in certain places. So yeah, so these are open questions to everyone here. I am open as well to like answer any questions and kind of go into more detail if you like about Informed Voter Project, a specific categories of promises or anything else. Yeah, so I'll stop there. We have like quite a bit of time, I understand. So yeah, we can the floor is kind of open then to those open questions or more questions about Informed Voter Project.
Thank you, Dhruv. Tell me, how did you get involved in this? What was the motivation for you to start something like this?
Yeah, so I mean, just to clarify, like I didn't kind of start the Informed Voter Project. It began in 2009, and I joined the team. And by the way, as well, it's a fully voluntary team. It like kind of like comes comes together sort of like before elections, to kind of like do the sort of evaluation work. So yeah, 2013, 14 or so. I like so at that time, I'd actually kind of like just moved back to India. Um, I just sort of like felt like want, I like wanted to contribute to the country in some way and sort of understand more about what was happening. Yeah, and kind of see how I can help. Yeah, so I kind of just like met someone at a co-working space that I was working at in 2014 or so, and then he connected me to somebody else who's working on yeah this. So it just sort of happened organically, but my motivation was just to give back and learn more. Yeah.
Now, I was struck by what you were doing, because if we did that for the UN and all the environmental promises that nations have made, okay, they'll get a zero. I mean, but no one is holding them accountable at the moment. And I thought it was so important for us to hold leaders accountable for what their promises that they're making and that they just fail to keep. And so are you saying that you would be open to creating a website like that for
Sure.
UN promises?
Absolutely. So like there's in fact I think a site already called climateactiontracker.org, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
It sort of kind of like looks at the Paris Agreement commitments and perhaps even later commitments as well, COP21, COP22 for 4 different countries. And then you can kind of like click on each country's performance and see like where they are, what their commitments
Right.
and the pathway to sort of 1.5 or 2. I think it's called Climate Action Tracker, but I can check. But yeah, so basically if it doesn't exist, I'm ha happy to kind of help work on that project.
Yeah, it's not just climate, you see, because climate is like the solar promises that were kept by the BJP. Renewable energy promises were kept, right? Because you can actually grow the economy by doing that. So because economic growth is the main thing that they're focusing on. All the rest, it's just window dressing, right? So, but holding them to account for that, that's the thing. Because they make promises in the biodiversity conventions, and none of them have been kept. No one is tracking it. So it's as if, it just doesn't happen. The wild animals are dying off and no one really seems to care. And so this is why I see that we as citizens need to hold them accountable for what they are promising and pretending to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know if there is a tracker like that, because Climate Action Tracker, I don't follow that much, because the climate system has been rigged already. The way you measure things has been rigged. And so they are just trying to do things within the context of how they measure it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hariharan?
Hey, Drew, thanks very much. I enjoyed your I enjoyed your presentation. I'm a very big fan of data and statistics, and I was thinking in my mind something like this, which really tracks the data, tracks the data. My objective and goal is to deliver this to at a per person level, right? If I can say open an app and then look at what this means to me as an individual person, what this means to me. This is my per capita income. This is where I live. And this is where, okay, well, what has the government done to me, like from where I live? Like, can a data model can be built like that so that everybody can track, right? Like if somebody lives in a particular zip code in this level, okay, my government has promised in their election manifesto this is the first year, and this is what I see. Second year, this is what I see. Third year, this is what I see. See, data can never lie, right? That's why I see politics. I'm not interested in the ideologies because I mean, ideology is important, but still, right? I believe all political parties wants to grab power. That's their job profile. So they say what they want to say. I mean, I don't care about that at that level. I care about what they actually do, what it actually translates to any single person, and can we do that? That's the question. The answer is, with the amount of data we have, with all the modeling techniques that we have, the data that is put out, and so many social media tracker engines like Twitter and everything that is out there, this model can be built, but it requires a lot of effort, a lot of contribution from everybody. But once this can be achieved, right? This model can be even translated to many countries, like say for example, right? What's the service delivery of this particular county or particular municipality to me? And if I walk around, drive around, I see so many potholes, I can keep recording it, right? I can, okay, in this 1 kilometer stretch, I see 2 potholes and it's not fixed for 3 months. And like the way in Google Maps, the people give feedback about the traffic on the road, there is an object on the road, there is a cop on the road, and all that is happening. So that kind of data, real-time data feed from the people, and you build models to compare with what the government has promised and what it is delivering. So this would be the real tracker, right? People can, and you can score it. You can score, this government scored like probably 10 out. I mean, like 5 out. I mean, nobody's going to go 9, 8 or something. We can, I mean, even 4 out of 10 or whatever. We can assign weightage, score, all this are a possibility. And I would be interested in involving in such kind of project. I really think this will be very useful for the people in the future. As like India is a country of like, today it's like 350. I'm very conservative. Today it's 350 to 400 million people who are in middle class, educated, have access to smartphone in their hand. I know I'm very conservative, but the good news is in the next 10 years, by 2035, this population would be 800 to 850 million educated people who know what this is. And they are that, see, the reason is this all takes a lot of time to build out, and a lot of mind power and all that is needed. And this is easily scalable to any country. See, the human aspirations are same across the world for anybody. So can this be translated into another totally new country with a different government system, like a communist or socialist or whatnot? Can this be translated? Yes, it can be translated, as human aspirations are same. And I mean, that's a very long shot. I'm just saying this is a need every citizen of the world needs. And especially when government is a big part of our daily existence, when they take 40% of our income in various forms of taxes, then tracking the government, because in the social media world, there is no way to track. Everybody is lying everywhere. There is no way to track, like a real tracking system with 100% data purity, if it can be achieved, will help everybody. So yeah, I would be in touch. I don't know how to get your name, but I will be in touch with you. I don't know if my question is, are you thinking in those lines? I mean, I don't know if I made
Thank you for
myself
that.
clear.
Yeah.
My question is, are you thinking in those lines? Thank you. Sorry, it is a long lecture.
No
No,
problem.
it's all good. Yeah, for sure. I think we are thinking about, well, so basically, yes, I think that, tracking, so like, yeah, so tracking the performance of your government and also elected representatives is translatable across countries. like I kind of like shared the example as well of politifact.com, which is kind of like a similar. I mean, we like based our based our website like yeah like on their site as well. So for sure, you know, it is translatable. Um, I think there are some barriers though, like in some countries, like you were saying, potentially, you know, regimes that are more sort of controlling and yeah. So there kind of like could be fear as well in people's minds to kind of do this work and expose themselves to possible retaliation. So anyway, but yes,
See, achieving this
wanna
for
share.
India like account for 20% of the world's population. So even achieving this for India is a
Yeah,
huge
absolutely.
deal. And yeah, it's a huge deal. I mean, I'm just
Right.
saying, world is like long shot, so like a moon shot. But even see, this is like a signals network. Like this in network engineering, the in computer science, the signals that are put out by it can come from, I mean, you can build applications, but I'm just saying even at the operating system level, signals are a main part of main part of building any apps for the operating system. So like that a government can be an operating system, and you can build signals around it so that the
Absolutely.
signals can be tracked, verified, monitored, and without see, this is like nobody can hack it, built in a way nobody can hack it. It really reflects what is happening on the ground. Like if in this particular county, like I see 100 potholes during my winter season, in another county, the same government, there is only 70, compared, everything remains same, then really tells what's the services delivery. See, what India lacks, in my view, is the services delivery of the government to the people, abysmally very poor, right? I mean, that's my opinion. Probably you can contradict me. So that when people, there is a huge promise of India becoming this and that, but on the ground, without this changing, right? Without there, I mean, there is no, in my mind, I would be very critical. There is no hope that the service delivery to the people should improve. Even the government doesn't have any way of knowing this. I believe the government depends on the bureaucrats to give them the data, and they are going to cook up the data they want. So an external system built around these principles would help anybody, even the government, even the people. Yeah, leave the people. I mean, even the government officials and the government leadership. Thank you.
Basically, you're asking about feedback and making sure that the feedback is with data as opposed to opinions. Yeah,
Yes, exactly. Building a feedback system
right,
with utmost honesty to records,
right,
because if that is hacked, then that's it. That's the problem. We build system and gets hacked. Like we thought social media, like Twitter and Facebook and all the things will be a good feedback system, but that's again hacked. People hack those things,
right.
and because they build algorithms to hack it. So it, the challenge is to build a system without which is ubiquitous and not like
It's a
doesn't have
not-for-profit. It has to be an open source,
it's very
service.
tough.
Yeah,
It's very tough. So the DN, when designing those platforms, the design thinking should be like that. I mean, you don't need to start writing code or anything, but just thinking what should be the philosophy around this. Why are we even
right.
building? What's the
Sure.
philosophy? Why should we do it?
Dhruv can
So
respond, please.
Thank
yeah,
you.
yeah. Just to just to kind of share also like yeah. So I mean that's also why like we like relied on the government's own data primarily to kind of like yeah to evaluate the performance because if you kind of like use some news articles or something like they could say they're biased and stuff like that. So it's yeah. So that was the first thing, and secondly also like I kind of like I mentioned on the homepage like the data is fully transparent with links to the reports, you know, par parliamentary reports and everything. So yeah, so keeping it open source also I think is critical, like we were saying.
Right.
Um, just want to say as well, if you are based in India, you're kind of welcome to volunteer as well if you'd like at the Informed Voter Project. Just feel free to reach out to me. My email address is in the chat box. Yeah.
Thank you, Dhruv. Abraham? And thank you, Hariharan, for that. You're okay.
I have a question about special reports which are being given each year to the governments about climate, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. And I wonder how far that can be checked from the data, because these have been written by outstanding scientists, and you could check probably what they have written themselves in articles, but then what comes out in the reports is maybe very different from what the original were finding, because the governments are very controlling. They don't want to have certain information out. So I wonder if you can help in seeing what is accurate and what is not accurate, or how well it is done, because it depends. The policy of all the governments is dominated by these reports, but the outcome might be not very good.
Right. There is a lot of censoring that goes on in the IPCC reports and all in the compiled reports, because it's basically it's an intergovernmental panel on climate change, or intergovernmental panel on biodiversity loss. So the governments are saying, no, don't say that, don't say that. So every government has a veto power over what gets into the report. So scientists have been complaining, that their work has been distorted. So it's helping to unravel that and show that. This is what Abraham is talking about.
Yes, absolutely. We had found as well, I mean, like I was saying, so like lots of our sort of analysis is based on the government's own data. And of course, the government's own data is going to be could be biased as well towards the government's, performance. So I mean, looking at sort of like third-party reports as well that are credible. So like from say international organizations, and like so like some of the labor information that we were or labor data that we analyzed was actually from the International Labor Organization and stuff like that. So third party credible as far as possible, like a compilation or collection of people, researchers and stuff from other countries also that are also doing the same work and academic work as well. But yeah, it's difficult definitely to know what could be biased and skewed towards a certain point of view. So
it would be very good to publish, if you get results, to publish them, let's say the New York Times, to see how honest or dishonest the system is.
Yeah.
But
Thank you.
Dhruv, on that note, related to this discussion, is it possible to create a generative AI engine that would sift through the data and assess what it thinks are the facts?
I'm not sure, but we can think about it and experiment.
Because that will replace, having manually to go through these things manually for yourself, and then relying on one source as the reliable source, and let AI figure out what it thinks is really going on.
Yeah. And at the same time as well, like could AI itself be biased based on who coded it?
Based on who coded it, yeah. But it's so that's where the honesty and the openness has to come in. It has to be an open source code.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But you write for that.
Because in science, they want to be honest, and they are generally pretty good at it in articles. But in these reports, it's maybe a different issue.
Right. So when it comes to every individual, I tend to make the assumption that any individual who's trying to do academic research, they're trying to be honest in their own little field, but they narrow down their questions so they don't get into the political side of it, right? So they narrow down their questions. So you get the sin of omission as opposed to commission. They're not deliberately trying to lie. They're just looking at something narrowly, right? So this is how, for instance, the protein myth is propagated. Because you keep saying meat has protein, which is true. We just forgot to tell people that plants also have protein.
Right.
That's how the myth was created, right? So it's a sin of omission in science textbooks and everywhere.
If we can make it more clear,
Right.
that would be very helpful. I think people can see it.
Right. I mean, especially when there are spreadsheets and databases with all the amino acid content of every food, and you can see immediately that there's protein in everything, and that in fact all amino acids are in everything. Right? That data is there, except people don't. Then it's not given to them. In the same way, there is a lot of data in the climate science literature. If you look at it and piece it together, you will immediately see that animal agriculture is the leading cause, but no one is telling you that.
Yeah.
And so as a systems engineer, I try to do the work of an AI engine, right? Trying to figure out where the real truth is. And I based it on this kind of assumption that everyone is trying to be honest, but they're honest in their own limited sense.
Right.
So it's the job of a systems person to put it together. So similar to the job of an AI to put it together.
Right. Yeah. Wonderful work.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you have any AI experts within your volunteer team?
I'm not sure, but yeah, I can check. I can ask around and see if that's possible. I've like taken a note of that.
Yeah,
So
wonderful. Good.
Yeah.
Dakota?
Hi, yes, I was just thinking I can't seem to get into the chat. It's disabled on my phone. But anyway, when you're talking about the protein myth, it just made me think about another piece of the sin of omission, in my opinion, is that we even need to worry about protein. It's in every food source. And so it's just not even something we need to worry about, but everybody's worried about it now because of the, misleading kind of things. That's
Right.
all.
Yeah. Yeah, this whole business of looking for alternate proteins and to me, the whole discourse around alternate protein is such a distraction from what is really going on. Deepak?
You're on. Okay.
Yeah, you're on. Oh,
You're on mute still.
Yeah, sorry for the video. It's not, the lighting is not great, but yeah, same thing. I think I was thinking about how climate scientists don't take in the land use that goes into animal agriculture is kind of the same. Yeah, so as you said, they just stay in the little world instead of taking the full systems approach. Yeah, and I think AI can definitely help put that together. So I'm definitely excited. Yes, AI will replace many of the menial jobs, but it will also give us the freedom, as we were discussing yesterday about um, give us the freedom basically. We won't have to think about that. So I just want to say, and for me as well, I think chat is disabled, so we can text or whatever. And thank you, Dhruv, for the work you're doing.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
thank you, Deepak. Lisa? Lisa Burke.
Am I unmuted?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Yeah, so this is so exciting and interesting. Thank you for this work. I'm going to take advantage of having a couple people who understand AI better than I do. Is it possible that when people are programming AI that the concept of compassion can actually be programmed in as a bias?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
sure.
I just was wondering, because if it's sort of like when you understand that, scientists, for instance, are inadvertently omitting certain information into their reports, and they don't want to see themselves as being dishonest or bad people, but still, there's a bias away from people waking up, really. So
Right.
I just wondered if, there should be trainings for people that are writing the programs for AI, so that it leans, if there's ever a question, into compassion being there. But the other thing is, do you have competitors? Because what you're talking about, I was thinking about like Wikipedia, which I used to depend on, but then I realized that Wikipedia has a bias. Oftentimes, they call people conspiracy theorists and things like that in the first sentence of their bios and things like that. I find very disappointing. But I'm wondering, like, is it possible that something like this would be sort of something that is an accolade for people? I mean, for organizations, so that it got big enough and had enough of a credibility and a good reputation that it would be almost like a badge of honor, that your organization, or or your database actually gives them a sort of a good grade or something like that.
Yeah, you're like kind of saying, wait, sorry, so would you like my mind just kind of like rephrasing your question, or
Yeah,
asking me to
well, so is your site going to expand to the point where people actually refer to it? Like
Yeah,
if it was published in a journal, or it had that kind, it was an actual accolade for people to be referred to, or
yeah,
to get sanctioned by your by your work.
sure. So yeah, so I mean, we like during during the election season as well, like we actually kind of like held press conferences, like three press conferences, I believe. So yeah, so like we like yeah, so essentially like quite a few newspapers sort of covered like our work as well.
Okay.
Yeah, and kind of referred back to it. So in some ways also we kind of got that credibility. Yeah. So yeah, for sure. I think sort of a combination, and like if the government also kind of like recognize it as well, and then and like we were saying, kind of use it as a feedback loop, that would be like would be amazing. That like that like future politicians and parties would kind of look at the performance of the current party and say, okay, so they did this and we can do this better. That's our like our goal, in fact, as well. So
Okay,
yeah.
that's what, yeah, I was wondering that, because it could be like the gold standard or something of legitimacy, and rather than each person needing to hear about it and then go to the site like myself, I'll use your site for sure, but it's because I'm constantly trying to figure out what to believe and what not to believe. But yeah, if you know, it's Climate Action Project, right? Is that what it's called?
Micah.
Informed
Oh,
voter,
right.
voter project, informed voter
Okay.
project.
Yeah. Okay. I've got that too. I just read something that I put down earlier. Well, thank you so much. It's fascinating. I could talk about this for a long time. I just think it's so fascinating and very, very courageous. So thank you.
Yeah. Thank you,
Thank you.
Lisa.
Yeah.
Sai Praneeth.
You're on mute still.
Okay. Firstly, before I ask question, to answer Lisa's question, first of all, I'm no AI expert, but we use ChatGPT for our internal projects. So I work with a ChatGPT expert, and what she did was, so for example, if you say ChatGPT like behave like Dr. Sailesh Rao and give a description of Dr. Sailesh Rao's work and all, so ChatGPT and ask questions to it, so it will start behaving, answering like Dr. Sailesh Rao, right? And you could
Okay.
also say, give a description of Dr. Dhruv, and then, ask some questions related to that. So, in fact, she has her own wo- dentist or orthopedic, different types of doctors within ChatGPT. So she's given a detailed profile of the person she wants to interact with, and she answers questions to ChatGPT. So, I'm not saying this is a perfect solution, but it's a hack which is there in ChatGPT. So it's worth trying. It's not so hard. You can go to Climate Healers and copy the introduction of Dr. Sailesh and try to ask some questions to ChatGPT and see if it answers like Dr. Sailesh. And to my question, and I would like to Dr. Sailesh Rao to address the cow in the room. The question I had about the Vegan World 2026 from data, since we've been talking about data.
Right.
A couple of years back, you mentioned about the hockey stick, right? In the past, we had so many hockey sticks where change comes suddenly, internet being one of them.
Right. Right.
But what is the current trajectory of
Right.
veganism like? Because COVID has happened, but I don't see any change in any measurable change, any meaningful change in terms of data in the
Right.
vegan transition. So,
Well, yeah, it's
and
depend.
also to have more, can we extend the deadlines for 2026? Seems unrealistic, honestly. Can we? I mean, everyone would love to have the deadline, but I mean, see a vegan world by the deadline. Is it
Yeah.
realistically possible in 2 years?
The signals from nature are just as I expected. It's probably getting stronger. So it's saying 2026 is your time. Okay. So, and it's up to us whether we have the capacity to listen to the signals from nature and respond accurately. Right. And that's where we are. What we are seeing is, I was originally thinking that the number of vegans who say they're vegan would go up exponentially like that. But what seems to be happening is that there are a lot of people putting their foot in, taking it out, putting their foot in, taking it out. So there's a lot of experimentation, and the zeitgeist has become that everyone knows that eating plants is good for you, good for the planet, good for the animals. And that awareness has grown. Okay. So it's no longer a mystery to people that going vegan is good for you, good for the planet, and good for the animals. And so in that sense, I'm sort of waiting to see. This is why the meat industry is so scared of the movement. Not because the vegan movement, number of vegans is growing exponentially. No, it's because lots of people are trying. And you're seeing it in the way in which plant-based milk is being consumed. It's not by vegans. I mean, a lot of people are consuming plant-based milk, even though they're not vegan, because they know. They know it has to happen, right? And they're wondering when will my neighbor do it? When will my neighbor proclaim as a vegan, right? This is why I focus on making vegan normal. and acting as if a vegan world is already happening. It's a foregone conclusion that the world is going to be vegan in my mind. Okay. So when we make that kind of positioning of the movement, it'll become a reality faster. Okay? It'll help those who are in the closet, who are putting their foot in the movement and getting it out. Those who are, trying it out and waiting for their neighbors to come, because this is where system justification comes into play. Right? People know that they're being abused by the system, but they're saying, well, this is the only thing I know, so I'll just stick with it. Okay. So it's creating these other alternatives. And that's where our work as engineers has to, we have to sort of tell people, okay, how would you do this in a vegan world? How would you live in a vegan world? If we as a species don't get our act together, everything is going to die around us, and then we are going to die too. So I'm saying, we have to get our act together, but we have to get our act together and be confident that that's the future. If we keep saying, I don't know if it's going to happen, I don't know if it's going to happen, where is the data, and challenging people that this is not going to happen, we are going to be working for the meat industry, the meat and dairy industry. And I say, don't do that. Don't work for them. Stay on our side and have that confidence that this is going to happen. And that has its own amplification. That has its own feedback signal that comes back, right?
The conference is lost. I feel personally that after COVID, people seem to have not learned their lesson.
Yeah.
That's where I lost the confidence on.
Right. COVID was probably even, engineered for getting lots of people to take all kinds of things that they don't want to do. It'd be very hard for you to get people to take mRNA vaccines and otherwise, right? So the system is desperately trying to cling to its existence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But what's your prediction? Like 2026, 2 years is a short timeline. Like, do you think it's really possible to see a vegan world by 2026?
See, when I tell the story of my promise to my granddaughter, right? And that happened because she realized that we're on track to kill almost all the wild animals by 2026. That's where the number came from, 2026.
Yeah.
And it is incredibly, unintelligent of a species to go and kill all its neighbors and then say, oh, wow, how can I live like this? It's incredibly unintelligent of that species to do that. So we have to wake up by 2026 for sure. But my granddaughter also came to me after she talked to her parents after I made the promise to her. And she talked to her parents, and her parents basically told her, what did you make your grandpa promise you? Do you know how hard it is? So she came to me the next day and she said, Grandpa, I hear that you have a tough job. Okay? And I said, yeah, I have a tough job. She said, you don't have to do it by the time I'm 16. You can do it by the time I'm 17. Yeah. She thought that was a big concession she was making. She was only 5 at that time. So she's given me time till 2027, but I still think that we need to get it done by 2026. Okay? And create this whole system around it. And there are people working on it, right? So I'm not an expert on sociocracy. I'm not an expert on other ways of doing things, but there are people working on it. So have faith. So that's all because we tend to look for confirmation for whatever our bias is. So we are all biased. So in that sense, we are all in the same boat. We have 4 minutes and there are 3 people with questions now. But thank you for initiating this major discussion.
Yeah.
Nancy?
Hi, thank you. Fascinating discussion. I don't know if I wanted to mention that I studied this like DNA in school, and before DNA was discovered to be what it was, people thought that protein was it's like the staff of life, and because they saw that there are so many proteins in our bodies, like the 20 pairs that we know of, that make over 10,000 proteins through our bodies and so much function. So they thought protein. So that's probably where the protein myth started, and it's like we get humanity on these locomotives going, 1,000 miles an hour, and then we like can't get off. And so we end up with all these outdated theories. And the other theory that I have is we know that something like 70 to 80% of all pharmaceuticals are for farmed animals and fish. And I think that the one industry that would probably never recover would be the pharmaceutical industry. And we also know they have massive government lobbies. So that's a conclusion that, I've come to, that it really has to do with that. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Erica? Erica, and are you able to unmute? Okay, there you are.
Sorry.
Oh, it's Julian.
Yeah, my mother's out doing some prayers. She just stepped away a little bit. Yeah, so it's a very good thing. I want to address, I think, Lisa's question about this AI, because this AI could be done without speciesism, sexism, or racism, because it doesn't, if you just have, it has a beating heart, and if you can monitor the heart of the animal in the nature somehow with the little chip, obviously everyone will be taken care of. If it's, veterinarians could be sent, or we don't need to have voting anymore. This is crazy. Why are they voting for people who are not even, like Musk said, he wasn't want anybody on Mars even who's not a vegan. A thoughtful vegan is what we need. All the people in this room that are thoughtful vegans, we should be leaders of the world. We don't need to have this voting system anymore, right? So that idea I was gonna say about yeah, what about this so AI could be made right, so that it could be so the voting system it doesn't need to exist. It's actually, and ChatGPT, as somebody said, I think Mr. Shah was saying that they were still using, it is confirmed that almost 50 to 70% of the world would agree if we could come up with a better system for currencies, and which is a very environmental credits for people who get paid to stay where they belong. If they don't go out and travel around so much, or if they do travel, stay in a country for a good amount of time and do environmental activities, then actually you wouldn't need to have any kind of a currency, because all the schools have been teaching the wrong things. How to exploit, disturb, and disrupt natural ecosystems and natural things. And the best ecosystem is just to grow a crop and dig a home in the ground so you don't need air conditioning or heating. It's as simple, all of that. So thank you for what you're saying here. And I appreciate both of you, Dr. Rao and Mr. Drew. Yeah, thanks again. And yeah, I'll
thank you. Thank you, Julian.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Deepak, can we please make it quick? So then we have Charities. Charity is going to show us about art and how art can help us with this. Oh, did you mute again? Sorry for the security measures. Yeah.
I wasn't able to search on my video. Anyways, so as we were talking about AI, I actually tried to see if ChatGPT is a speech, if it has speciesism, and when I asked for can you give me some recipes for dog, it's no, it's against my ethical policies or whatever. Yeah. There's actually a vegan AI. I don't know if everyone knows about it. It's called Veg3, veg3.ai.
Can you, what is the name again?
Veg, like VEG,
3. Okay.
.ai.
Wedge3.ai.
Yeah. And also, like, I had a quick question about like carbon credits, since we are talking about data and stuff. So, like, is it a total scam, or like, is there any way for it to be legit? Because once the emissions are in the atmosphere, then, as we know,
Right.
it's going to stay there for centuries.
Yeah, there is a social cost of carbon estimate that even governments have come up with these estimates, and they range anywhere from $60 to $200 or $300 per ton of CO2. It's a lot, and that's the social cost of carbon. So I say if you use that metric, then it's probably going to be fine, because it will force you to reduce carbon emissions. Yeah.
And I know we are over time, so I'm going to ask you this quickly about the 2026. Is it like all of the wild animals will be extinct, or just the ones on land?
No, it's a combination of, basically a statistical survey done on representative species. Some on land, some in fresh water, some in the air, some in salt water. So it's a combination of all species. And if you look at the individual breakdowns, I mean, some are going faster than the others. So it's a mess. I'm saying, why are we even looking at, oh, gee, how much time do I have? So do it now. Right?
Yeah.
It's like saying, how long will Hitler take to kill all the Jews? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
So how much time do I have to stop this guy? No, you do it. Try to do it now as quickly as possible. So anyway, that's my. I think we should be shocked that they're going down that fast and taking action, drastic and frantic action.
It's exponential, as you say, I guess.
Right, it is. So Charity will be on next. So thank you so much, Dhruv, for this and for initiating this wonderful conversation.
Thanks. It's been great to be here.
Yeah. Charity Khan, it's a recording artist, mother and teacher, and band leader of Charity and the Jam Band and the Invisible Bee. And she has released an album, and she's going to talk to us about it and probably play from it too, right, Charity? Awesome. Take it away.
Thank you, Sailesh. Hi, everybody. So it's interesting to follow on the heels of what was just being spoken of. How do we hold all that in our hearts? What Sailesh was reporting about, the 2026 species extinction. And I'm just, the phrase that you just said, that we need to take drastic and frantic action is really resonating with me right now. And what I wanted to share with you today, in the face of we need to take drastic and frantic action, I think sometimes it might seem, why are we talking about art? Why are we talking about music? Why are we talking about these more frivolous things when the world is burning? And my encouragement to everyone today, and I'll be showing some examples of how this has worked for me as a climate activist and a vegan and an animal liberation activist. In order for me to stay active and stay engaged and stay sane-ish and aware and awake and be able to keep compassion at the front of my actions, for me, creativity has been a healer and a salve and a place to channel a lot of that grief and anger and frustration and overwhelm and nihilism or potential nihilism. So I kind of want to talk about just this as a practice to support our activism. So for me, I'm a musician, singer, songwriter, recording artist, performer. I do some visual art. So that tends to be, that's my medium of expression. But I know that everyone on this call, and my belief is every person, every human being in the world has an artistic heart, and there's some form of creativity that is yours and yours alone. And it's possible to channel that and practice that in order to both help us psychologically through this time period that we're living, and as an offering to others for their process. You know, art has the capacity to take us into that liminal space, that emotional space, that mysterious space where the heart opens, and sometimes messages that aren't able to get through intellectually, cognitively, executive function wise. You know, we receive messages from outside and inside when we're in this space of art, whether we're observing and receiving it or whether we're creating it. And so this is just an encouragement partly to think about, are there ways to access that in your own life? I wanted to show a little example of something I saw the other day. I was at a vegan restaurant, and it's an amazing vegan restaurant called O Burrito in Coimbra in Portugal. Maybe some of you have been there. They have the best burritos ever. And let me just share my screen for a minute, because I was sitting at the table and I just looked up at the wall next to me and saw this drawing. And somebody had just created this, obviously somebody who has skill with drawing or just loves to draw. And they just created this little picture of adorable animals, you know, celebrating and hanging out, and taped it to the wall. And to me, this is exactly what I'm talking about, is use your love, your compassion, your inspiration, your talent, your hobby to create, and then put it out there in the world. And that way we're all contributing to this movement in a way that is in addition to the science and the activism and all these other important layers, the advocating, the legislation. So I'm guessing there is at least, you know, half of you out there could sit down and draw something just as adorable as this and hang it on a wall somewhere. And who knows who might be inspired by it. So that's one thing. And then I just wanted to share with you some examples of how I, as an artist myself, have taken my vegan passion, my climate, my care for the climate, and that passion, and turned it into music, and then collaborated with other artists to make videos that might have some effect somewhere in the world. And you know, this is another thing I've learned as an activist, which I'm sure a lot of you have connected with this teaching as well, which is to let go of attachment to outcome, right? So I make this music, I make the videos, I put it out there in the world. I hope people hear it. I hope it inspires them to change and shift and eat differently and behave differently. That's my hope, my intention, but I don't know, and I can't force it, and I can let go of that. So there's also just an aspect of the kind of offering of art that has a very freeing and psychologically healing effect on the mind and the heart, is this put it out there and let go of the outcome. Because we don't know what's going to happen. And as Sailesh was just saying, you know, he's living in the space of, we're going to have a vegan world. So we don't know, but we can have that intention in our heart, and we can create activism and art to support that. So I think I'll just start out with a song from, so I recently released, I have 9 children's albums. I create music both for children and for grownups. My kids' music is really joyful and exuberant and fun and dancey and festive. And then my adult music is where I put sort of my more pain and grief and some of my, activism energy. But my last kids album, I decided to really go for it and write an entire album of vegan songs for kids. So here is the cover, just so to give you a sense. And I'm wondering if you can see the cover. There it is. So it was a labor of love. It was a challenge because I really wanted to get messages across to children and parents and educators and really any human being who's open. But I wanted to do it in a way that felt inclusive and non-judgmental. And also, since children are, kind of the target audience, in a way that didn't feel scary or like making this feel like an impossible task. I wanted it to feel welcoming and warm and loving and all that. So let's just start out with a little listen. And I want to invite you to, if you have been sitting for a long period of time, please feel free to get up and move your body. The screens are off, so no one's going to see you. What's the phrase? Dance like nobody's looking. I'm just going to share my computer audio and go to Spotify and play the first song from the album, which is called We Love Animals. So you'll get a feel here for how I'm trying to teach and share, but in a joyful energy to sort of inspire.
Oh, if you care about animals and you love them and adore them and you want to be kind, don't eat them anymore. You can get all your protein and nutrients from plants and you feel so good. You want to sing and shout and dance. We love animals, so we eat plants instead. We love animals, it's kind and we want to spread it. You can make plants into any kind of food, even milk, cheese, butter, eggs, and meat substitutes. So your favorite meals don't have to disappear. You'll just learn how to make them from a recipe, my dear. We love animals, so we eat plants instead. We love animals, it's kind and we want to spread it. We eat grains, beans, and legumes. We eat a tempeh, seitan, and tofu. We eat so many vegetables, so many fruits. We eat nuts, seeds, herbs, and spices too. But may we all remember to say thank you for this incredible abundance of plant food. Oh, it puts me in a really super awesome good mood. Let's do the plant dance to the plant groove. For the land, sea, air, and climate. So next time you're wondering what to put on your plate, choose peace, not harm, choose love, don't wait. Does this resonate? Hey, let's celebrate. We love animals, so we eat plants instead. We love animals, from our toes up to our heads. We love animals, it's kind and we're gonna spread it. We love animals, so we eat plants instead.
So I hope some of you got your wiggles out and danced. So that's just an example of as an artist and an activist and somebody who deeply cares about the future of this planet and the animals and the children and all the beings, I have to channel that anxiety somewhere, And so if you have an art form or even a hobby, just please start writing music, start singing, start sharing it with your friends. And that's just that's the first song on the album. There's 14 songs. I go into all sorts of topics. So you can check that out later. I'm not going to obviously play the whole album today. It's called The Vegan Album, and the artist is Charity and the Jam Band. And I can put it in the chat, or somebody can put it in the chat for me too. So I talk about issues like speciesism as well. I introduce that to kids. I talk about climate change, and I also make things silly. I have a song called Making Cookies from Plants, and it's just kind of a crazy, wild dance song. So using the deep ethical, drive to change the world and channeling that through art, maybe it changes some people's minds. They go vegan, they change their ways. But at the very least, it keeps me going so that I can continue to be an activist. It brings me joy. And that, I think, is something that gets lost in this movement, is we have to not only care for ourselves, like there's a big thing about self-care, right? How to take care of ourselves, get them, the massage, do all that. We need to experience joy to balance out the grief. There is Joanna Macy, I'm sure a lot of you know of her teachings, where she talks about, first, we ground in our grief, actually. We allow ourselves to experience that. We feel it. Probably a lot of you have had that experience of coming to grips with what's really happening and having some really hard weeks, months, years. And then we also experience our gratitude for what is here and what we have had and what is possible. So we kind of balance out this grief with this gratitude and this joy. And in that place, we can wake up and we can move forward and we can continue to act. So I want to show you another example of how this manifested for me in the real world. And the album that I created just before the vegan album was called Creatures and Critters. And I'll just show you the album cover for that, because I'm showing you the album covers because this is another example of using art to express myself. So I, go on the computer and draw in Illustrator, and I get to create a little artwork of cute animals. It makes me feel better. And on this album, which was all about animals and caring for animals, I rewrote the children's, if you're from the United States, you know the children's song, the ancient children's song, Old MacDonald Had a Farm. And as a vegan, that's a hard song for me, right? And I'm sure for you. And I thought, why not reframe that? Let's rewrite the song and make it about a sanctuary farm, and have the intention in the song, wait, maybe all farms could be sanctuary farms someday. So I wrote the song, recorded it, put it on the record, and then I ended up collaborating with this fabulous videographer, Tony Segal from Silver Reaction Media. Some of you may know him. He does a lot of work in the vegan space. And he wanted to make a video for the song. We went to Charlie's Acres, which is a beautiful animal sanctuary in Northern California. And we filmed with the animals. We included them in our little band, you'll see. And he also had footage from many other animal sanctuaries in Northern and Central California. And he put it together all in a really fabulous video. And somehow this video went crazy viral. I think it has 14 million views or something, which hasn't happened for any of my other music. So there was something about it. And it may have even been that people were searching for the other song, right? The other Old MacDonald Had a Farm. But maybe they found this one, and maybe they listened, and maybe something changed in their heart. You never know. So again, it's one of the things that keeps me going, is letting go of attachment to outcome, but continuing to create and offer those creations to the world so that there's a possibility of shifting the world through art. So I am going to, I believe, hang on a second. If I just share my screen, hang on a second. I just want to share the video and the sound. There we go. So this is the video for Old MacDonald Had a Sanctuary Farm, and I really hope you enjoy it.
Old MacDonald had a sanctuary farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm lived her animal friends, E-I-E-I-O. Oh, she saved one here, she rescued one there, protected and took care of them, made a safe haven. Old MacDonald had a sanctuary farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm there lived a cow, E-I-E-I-O, with a moo-moo here and a moo-moo there, here a moo, there a moo, everywhere a moo-moo. Old MacDonald had a sanctuary farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm there lived a pig, E-I-E-I-O, with an oink-oink here and an oink-oink there, here an oink, there an oink, everywhere an oink-oink. Old MacDonald had a sanctuary farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm there lived a goat, E-I-E-I-O, with a meh here and a meh there, here a meh, there a meh, everywhere a meh. Old MacDonald had a sanctuary farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm there lived a chicken, E-I-E-I-O, with a cluck cluck here and a cluck cluck there, here a cluck, there a cluck, everywhere a cluck cluck. Old MacDonald had a sanctuary farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm there lived a sheep, E-I-E-I-O, with a baa here and a baa there, here a baa, there a baa, everywhere a baa. Old MacDonald had a sanctuary farm, E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm there lived a turkey, E-I-E-I-O, with a gobble gobble here and a gobble gobble there, here a gobble, there a gobble, everywhere a gobble gobble. Old MacDonald had a sanctuary farm, E-I-E-I-O. Old Mac's farm is a magical place where the animals had plenty of air, light, and space. They are healthy and happy and safe and warm, and no one's gonna eat them or cause them any harm. They're free to love each other and run and play just like people wanna. We're really the same. Hey, maybe all farms could be this way. Maybe all farms could be sanctuary farms someday. There's a happy duck going quack, quack, quack. There's a happy dog going bow, wow, wow. There's a happy horse going neigh. There's a happy cat going meow. There's a happy donkey going ee-haw, ee-haw. There's a happy rabbit going nibble, nibble, nibble. There's a happy rabbit going nibble, nibble, nibble. With a nibble, nibble here and a nibble, nibble there. Here a nibble, there a nibble, everywhere a nibble, nibble. Hee-haw here and a hee-haw there. Here a hee, there a haw, everywhere a hee-haw. Meow here and a neigh there. A bow wow here and a quack, quack there. And a gobble, gobble here and a baa there. And a cluck, cluck here and a meh there. And an oink, oink here and a moo, moo there. Here a moo, there a moo, everywhere a moo, moo. Old MacDonald had a sanctuary farm, E-I-E-I-O.
So again, that was a song from one of my albums. The video, which I think is brilliantly done, was by Tony Segal from Silver Reaction Media. So it was a really powerful and wonderful collaboration that we got to share and do that. And again, just using art to maybe change the world and at the very least, bring joy into not only our own hearts, but those sanctuaries. We're really happy to be part of it. and the families that were part of it. So I hope while I'm talking, while I'm showing you these examples, that the wheels are turning in your own mind, your own heart. What could I do? How could I share my gifts, whether you work with children, whether you have a group of friends that you go out to vegan restaurants with sometimes, wherever it is, how can you share your gifts in a way that bring you more joy to support your activism and to support your continued awakening on this path? So to that end, I'd love to show you another example. And this one is a video that was a very, very collaborative effort. Most of you probably know about the plant-based treaty. I know Anita's been on before, and the Animal Save movement and all the incredible work that those organizations do. So when I found out about the plant-based treaty, I just thought it was such a brilliant idea and such a positive and affirming and proactive way to communicate about the issues, and also to get cities, businesses, individuals to actually sign on, make an actual handwritten, I sign my name commitment to start the shift toward plant-based. So I fell in love with plant-based treaty, and usually when that happens to me, a song comes. And I wrote this song for plant-based treaty and sent it to them, and I said, do you guys want this? Do you want to use this in your marketing? Do you want to make a video? It's yours. Do what you want with it. And a team of their fabulous activists, Mariana and a bunch of different people, came together and made a video for the song that included chapters, plant-based treaty chapters from all around the world. And that in and of itself was such a heartening experience, because this can be an isolating path. Isolating, can feel alone. That's why events like this are so important, where we can come together and realize, oh, we're not the only ones thinking this way. And being able to do art and make art with other people also breaks through that isolation. So I wanted to share this video with you. And what I wanted to do with this song was, again, I wanted to inspire, but I also really wanted to educate people about what the plant-based treaty is, because as we know, music is powerful, right? We get lyrics and melodies stuck in our head. We call it an earworm. And so there's so much music out there that is, amazing, maybe music, but is it saying something that we definitely want to be remembering and setting intentions around? So why not write music that has these kinds of intentions for kindness, compassion? And, in my work with children, that's a big thing, because I'm thinking if they're singing these songs over and over again, they should be about good stuff. And in the plant-based treaty, I was trying to also just create a hooky song that people would learn about the plant-based treaty when they listen to it, and maybe it would get stuck in their head. Maybe they'd enjoy it enough to watch it a couple times, and then they'd remember, wait a minute, maybe I do want to go sign onto that plant-based treaty. So people have, as we know, we all have different doors, right? We all came to this climate awareness, to this veganism through different avenues and different doors. We never know what somebody's door is going to be. So again, all the more reason to be creative and put it out there, because you never know. So here is, I will share the plant-based treaty video with you all. Let's find it here. Oh, looks like it's under my, hang on a sec. There we go. Are you able to hear?
We got a plant-based treaty. Won't you sign on the dotted line? We're gonna eat the plant-based treaty. Demand number one, relinquish. Stop the problem from happening. No new land use change, ecosystem degradation, or deforestation for animal agriculture. Demand number two, redirect. Eliminate the driving forces behind the problem. Actively promote and transition to plant-based food and food systems. Demand number three, restore. Rewild and reforest the earth. Regenerate key ecosystems to heal the problem while mitigating climate change and building resilience. We got a plant-based treaty. Won't you sign on the dotted line? We're gonna eat plants, we're gonna plant trees. It is time to realign. We need diet change, not climate change. It's time to rearrange our priorities and endorse the plant-based treaty. We have the solutions in our grasp, available and ready. We just need to make it happen, and that's where you come in. Let's make a promise, a pledge of power, an agreement and alliance. We'll cooperate and collaborate. We'll commit right here, right now. We got a plant-based treaty. Won't you sign on the dotted line? We're gonna eat plants, we're gonna plant trees. It is time to realign. We need diet change, not climate change. It's time to rearrange our priorities. We got a plant-based treaty. Won't you sign on the dotted line? We're gonna eat plants, we're gonna plant trees. It is time to realign. We need diet change, not climate change. It's time to rearrange our priorities and endorse the plant-based treaty.
Yeah, so there's just another example of, getting inspired as someone who cares and using what I've got to create something, collaborating with other people. Didn't they make an awesome video out of that? It's so good. Thank you, Plant-Based Treaty team, for everything you did. We had so much fun working together. So education, using your voice, using your creativity. I mean, we don't have time for you not to. This is what I'm here to implore you. We need every tool in the toolbox right now, right? And I believe one of those tools is art and joy and celebration, and just things that make our hearts burst and bring us happiness and peace and all of that. So I'm hoping your wheels are turning, and I have a few more things to share with you, but then I do want to leave a little time at the end, or if anybody's, like, oh my God, I had an inspiration, like you want to do this, you want to write a song, you want to write a poem. So if the wheels are turning, let them turn, get your journals out. What could you do? What could you do with your art that would help your own heart and share something with the world? So I think it'd be fun to do another song from my vegan album to, again, show you an example of, I think this is always a challenge as activists, to find that line between we want to be supportive, but there's an urgency, right? Like, we know, I love, if any of you know Pema Chodron, she always used to, one of her sayings is, you've got to meditate like your hair is on fire. And, I learned that 20 years ago when I started meditation practice, but it really spoke to me. It was like, yeah, this is urgent. Waking up is urgent. And so on the one hand, we have this urgency, And on the other hand, we have, this desire to not cause harm. That's the whole thing that we're working toward, whether it's for animals or the earth or the planet. I mean, if our activism and our voices and our methods involve hurting other people, we have to look at that too. So we're balancing all this nuanced stuff, right? So anything that can kind of help us get the word out, keep ourselves sane while we're doing it, and enjoy ourselves in the process, I think is really good. So to that end, I'm going to play you the song that kind of ended up being one of my favorite songs on the album. It's very silly. Again, the song is for kids, but I really try to make all my music for people, because we all have our inner kid that needs to make art and express themselves and get out there and be silly and be barefoot and whatever, sit under trees and play with rocks for hours, right? Like that is part of what humanity needs to get back to. If we're going to do this, if we're going to save this thing, we've got to connect with that inner child and that inner, deep connection, interbeing, a sense of interbeing, before we lost that sense of interbeing. So yes, it's kids' music, but I really hope you'll just have your inner kid come into the room and enjoy this. And actually, I know, pretty sure you all love cookies. So maybe it's not too far of a reach. And you'll see how in the song I go from sort of, oh, how are cookies made? Let's, talk about the ingredients. Then we have this kind of crazy meltdown breakdown where there's kind of a bridge where I list off a whole bunch of different cookies and just getting everyone psyched. It's the sugar craze a little bit. And then in the last verse, I testify. I say, here's how I feel, and I'm telling you straight. I don't want to eat animals or anything they make. From the bounty of the gardens and the bushes and the trees, we can have everything we need, basically. So I put these lines into the songs where I am expressing to these children or grown-ups, whoever's listening, this is how I feel. This is my value. This matters so deeply to me that I made a song about it and I recorded it and I'm singing it with you. And I think that's powerful in and of itself too, right? If we can find ways to express these beautiful, gorgeous, loving intentions in ways that are, that people can receive, then we go a long way toward helping the shift that's already happening. We just help tip it a little further. So let's hear making cookies from plants. And again, please get up and dance if you need to move your body, because it's good for us. And we need to stay healthy. We need to stay healthy if we are going to save the world. All right, making cookies from plants. Here it comes.
You get the sugar from the cane or the coconut. You get the chocolate chips from the cacao bean. You get the walnuts and the cashews from the little nut tree. You get the flour from the wheat or something gluten-free. You get the oil from the fat of those chubby veggies. Coconut, avocado, sunflower, pretty please. We're making cookies and plants. I do a little dance, we're making cookies from plants. Do a little cookie dance, we're making cookies from plants. Come on and take a little chance, we're making harmless, human, compassionate, deliciously insane cookies. We'll make a homemade egg from a little ground flax. And then the mama hen doesn't even have to feel sad. And make her own yummy milk from seeds, legumes, nuts, or grains. And then the mama cow can keep her milk for her baby. And then the cows and the chickens can get back to their lives while we bake cookies that will blow our minds. Making cookies from plants. I do a little dance for making cookies from plants. Do a little cookie dance for making cookies from plants. Come on and take a little chance. We're making harmless, human, compassionate, deliciously insane cookies. Do the cookie Cookie, 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 cookie. Oatmeal raisin, chocolate chip, fortune sugar, peanut butter, chocolate dip, gingerbread sandwich, shortbread too, molasses, lippy pies, snickerdoodle-doo, ginger snap, wafer, cookie like a guess, macaron, crinkle and spritz. So little cookies, so little time. When we make them from fast, we'll be feeling fine. How's that for a cookie rhyme? So here's how I feel, now I'm telling you straight. I don't wanna eat animals or anything they make. So from the bounty of the gardens and the bushes and the trees, and the sun and the rain, soil, air, and seeds. Oh, we're growing up food for all the people to eat. Yeah, we're growing up fruits and veggies, you see. We're growing up food for everybody. Picking growing up plants for every cookie. Making cookies from plants. I do a little dance for making cookies from plants. Do a little cookie dance for making cookies from plants. Come on and take a little chance for making harvest. Humane, compassionate, deliciously insane
All right. Lost you guys for a second there. So that's just an example. You know, this is what I do. This is my art. This is my way of expressing myself. I work with, you know, mostly with children. The plant-based treaty song was with my grown-up band, The Invisible Bee. But it really, really, really helps keep me sane and helps keep me in the game. So I just am curious if anybody has had any thoughts while we were here in this session about ways that you might, in a new way, create something, offer it to the world. And, you know, people could either put that in the chat so we can inspire each other. I'm not sure what the restrictions are on the chat. Maybe we have just the co-hosts are able to chat. Am I right?
No, the people are able to chat to the co-hosts. We had some problem in the last V-COP18. We had lots of problems with the chat being misused.
Yes.
So anyway.
I remember that. Yeah. So if people want to chat to the co-host, so I guess I would receive it and I could share it out, or if people want to raise their hand and share. And I also just want to say, you know, if anybody out there, I'm just realizing this as I'm, you know, sitting here, like this collaborative energy, that whole album of songs doesn't have any videos yet. So if anybody loves making videos and wants to collaborate with me, let's make some awesome videos for these vegan songs that can be for kids or for anybody. Because as we know, a video really takes the music up to the next level. And you know, and a hard thing for artists is to get their work out there. And it's really, really a time where the world needs art and the world needs this kind of you know, poetry and music and everything. And while I'm waiting to see if there are any hands, I just want to read one thing, which is from Arthur O'Shaughnessy, the poem Ode. And it's actually a 9-stanza poem. You've all heard part of it. Maybe some of you know all of it. We are the music makers, and we are the dreamers of dreams, wandering by lone sea breakers and sitting by desolate streams, world losers and world forsakers, on whom the pale moon gleams. Yet we are the movers and shakers of the world forever, it seems. That gives me chills and it makes me want to change the world. And that's a poem. I'm almost feeling teary right now. This is our time, people. This is our time. Let's make art. Let's do it all. Let's collaborate. Let's bring the joy, the love, and let's change the world together. We can only do it together.
Absolutely. Beautiful, Charity. Tammy?
Hi, beautiful Charity. Sorry, I think I have my phone on.
Just so the host knows, I wasn't able to, it said my chat was disabled. So just so you know, it wasn't working for me. It might be working for other people.
Okay.
Thank you.
Rebecca will take a look at it, I'm sure.
Great. Thank you, Charity, for being such a beautiful inspiration. And later on today, I'm doing a presentation on grief mapping and how we can move through grief quicker with the felt sense of it, and then moving from that to compassion to creative action. And I'm feeling really inspired from your music and your energy. And I think it's so easy. I know I've hit many roadblocks in my life, like when I'm writing a book and it's like, the world doesn't need another book and I'm not really saying anything new and blah, blah. And I think that's that kind of like thing that can happen to many of us. We think that, getting out there and doing certain types of activism are more important than others, but we're absolutely right. If we could stay grounded in our creative joy and then work from there, we're so much more effective. And it's so valuable. And it's a certain type of self-love and self-care that must be cultivated. Because if we get up in the morning and the first thing we do is turn on our computer, instead of honoring that we're this beautiful living organism in this gorgeous world, and then ask, how may I be of service today and how can I create? And then come from that place. It's just such a different energetics, So, as one of the Million Being Grandmothers, it's been such an honor to get to know you in our community and in this community. And I'm sure you're honoring so many people in your tour and in your trip in Europe, with your music and your gifts and just your beautiful presence. It's really easy to tell you come from joy and love. So thank you for reminding and really reinforcing that art is such a powerful, powerful tool, because I was abandoning the visual art I was doing, and now I feel reignited with that. So thank you very much.
Yay, Tammy. So good to connect. And I feel so lucky to have, found you, this whole group. Another thing that keeps us going, right, is just our communities that care. And something you said is like resonating so hard for me. I mean, it is the same systems that are destroying the planet that want to tell us that art and creativity and playfulness and children and childlikeness are not important, and that we need to forsake everything for profit and productivity. It's
Right.
those same systems. So it can be an act too of joyful rebellion against that other energy and of extracting ourselves from participating. Every time we get into that creative, playful, childlike space, we've extracted ourselves from participating into the systems that it's so hard to avoid participating in. So just a beautiful, this is the revolt. This is the rebellion.
Right.
Yeah.
And there's
Thanks,
so many
Tammy.
abilities in that place. I was just doing a little meditation with my partner, and I'll end here. I know other people want to share, and thank you for everything. But just how we sometimes back ourselves against the wall. And it's really hard to be our full creative selves when we do that. And just to let, when you mentioned Pema Chodron, I love her. And sorry, I'm getting a little teary because I always do around you because you're so open-hearted. And I feel like my heart can lie next to yours. But it's like she says, we always need to be letting ourselves off the hook. And we can't let other people off the hook if we don't let ourselves off the hook and say, okay, I'm going back into the center where this light beam is shining, and I'm pulling myself off that sticky wall, and I get to be my beautiful self just by an intention of stepping back into the center of my being. And that other stuff isn't real anyways. All the stuff I just took on, or the things I said that weren't of value, I can be creative in this center, and I can reset at any time, any moment of any day. And thank you. Yeah, thank you. Namaste, vegan.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Tammy. Dakota?
Hi, yeah, I just thank you so much, Charity. That was beautiful and amazing, and I just love the happiness. the songs are amazing. And I love the thing you shared with the drawing and at the restaurant. And it just made me think that's a great way to just like, I don't know, take some doodle that just is like a great message like that and just take the, you know, I mean, I could do that all the time. I just never thought of something like that. And it's like good for me, you know, to do it is because it makes me happy just looking at the one you shared. And so what a great idea. And just thank you for everything today. My wheels are still turning, but that's gonna be a fun way for me to do stuff, start drawing. Thank you.
Yay. Yay. I feel a lot of really positive psyched energy coming from you, Dakota, around that you made me smile a lot there. Yay. I mean, this is like this is what it is right here. Keep this joy going and share your drawings. We want to see them.
Right.
Tell us how to find them. I just want to share also that someone shared, oh, I see, I'm getting direct messages. Okay. Yeah. So someone wanted to share that this person is inspired to create comedy or satire as a great way to playfully get the message across. By being kind but lighthearted shows the world how cool it is being a vegan. It's so much more than gloom and can be a truly joyful experience. So that was another person's inspiration. I'm seeing if anybody else wrote something they want me to share. Thank you, everybody who's giving me such nice feedback. Thank you. And that's really sweet. Oh, I wanted to also just say, somebody's asking, how many instruments do I play? How long does it take to make one song? Script to screen, lyrics and composition. I mean, anywhere from, you know, the song comes out all at once in 3 minutes to there's a song on this last album, the last song that, you know, went through many changes and was sort of being created over a period of 10 years. So it just depends. And, you know, some songs are simple with a very little bit of instrumentation. Some are, you know, the whole band, and we spent hours in the studio. But to me, it's like, this is my art form. So I spend that extra time. But what I'd love for people to take away is that it doesn't have to take, you know, you don't have to be like, oh, I have to quit my job and become a professional musician. It's just like, make it, you know, enjoy it, make it, and share it. Yeah.
Beautiful.
So other hands, yeah.
Amit.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I went to our library in Scotland, where every Thursday they have a session for little children. They all come in prams and buggies and all. They hold the fingers of their parents and sit around in a circle where the librarians sing songs for them. And they sing the traditional song, Old MacDonald's has a farm and all the animals. And then I was so disturbed every Thursday I used to listen to them. And then in the last one, I heard your song, your version of the song. And next day I went to them, I approached them and I told them, okay, let's listen to this song. I wrote the song to them on paper, and it was taking a long time for me. My hands were also shaking because it was so why don't you play it to us? I played it to them and they said, this is a lovely song. I mean, we also agree that we shouldn't teach little children, like 6 months babies to 2.5 years, I think is what they taken. And they said, yeah, this is a great initiative. We would like to take this forward. So it's such a catchy tune that you made. Your voice is, I'm deeply in love with your voice. It's amazing. My daughters love your songs as well. So they also started to play in the house parties and all. And they also do the silly dance. I didn't know about the cookie song, but now we'll play that one as well. Thank you for making these
Yeah.
songs.
Oh my gosh. Thank you for making my day with that. And please tell your daughters hi for me. And
They're
yeah,
out at the
check out the
park.
whole,
I wanted to see
yeah.
them to see you live on this call. They see you in the videos, but yeah, you like this.
Yeah. You know, maybe we could do, because I perform for children all the time, maybe through Climate Healers one time we could do a little Zoom family gathering where we do music over the Zoom for all the people with young children.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Brilliant idea. Yeah.
Reach out anytime. We're all friends. Let's find each other. And thank you so much for telling me all that.
Thank you, Amit. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
And it's amazing how one simple action, like going to a librarian and saying, hey, why don't we play this song? It changes people's minds.
Yeah.
Sai, Praneeth?
Hi. Just wanted to say thank you to you. Like I resonated with all the points you said. It was just spot on. Everything, all the insights and thoughts you mentioned, like how art can help this movement. So thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'm so
And
glad.
also
And
thanks for sharing those doodles. Like actually, I develop games. So that made me think like, why can't we make a game around those art like doodles which you shared? So thanks for sharing those.
yeah, go for it. Weren't they cute? They were just so adorable. Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm. Thank you, Sai.
Deepak? Are you able to unmute yet?
While we're waiting for that, I just want to let everybody know I did put the link to my website in the chat. I put the link to the vegan album on Spotify. You can also just find it if you search. I'll put this to artist. My kid's artist name is Charity, and the jam band. Yeah. So there you go.
Here you go, Deepak. You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Hey, Charity, it's like a beautiful
Hi.
name. First, Charity itself just says it all.
Aw. I'll tell my mom and dad that you said so.
Yeah, and
I guess I
loved all
had to do
the
this work. Say again?
You were destined. Yeah. You were destined to do this work, I guess.
I guess so.
And I loved all of the songs.
Great. Well, it would really help the movement if you guys put that album on your Spotify and you follow the artist, follow Charity and the Jam Band, and then people listen to it, and then it gets in the algorithm, and then it gets out there, and then maybe the music can make people go vegan and find V-COP and, yeah.
Yeah. Reach people through the heart, right? So far, we've been focusing on the mind too much. The heart is much, much faster. Thank you, Charity.
Thank you
for
so
your
much,
work.
everybody, for your attention and for your compassion. And let's do this.
Let's do this. And next, we have Jain Yoga and Nonviolence, the Vegan Studies Initiative from the Arihanta Institute, with co-founder Dr. Christopher Jane Miller.
Thank you.
Dr. Miller will talk to us about this amazing new program that they've created at the Arihanta Institute.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rao, and sorry to cut you off there. I appreciate so much the opportunity to be here with you all, having attended some previous conferences of yours, and really appreciate the wonderful work that you and everyone here are doing with regard to climate change, veganism, animal advocacy, and everything else, of course. So I really enjoyed this very interdisciplinary approach to climate change here at this V-COP18. And I'm specifically coming from Arihanta Institute. Sometimes I say the other AI, because the shorthand for Arihanta Institute is AI. We are not artificial intelligence. We are real humans with, we hope, some intelligence to share with you. And so here we are. And I would like to begin by just telling you a little bit about myself, my background, and my approach. As Charity had said, my door to veganism. And that was through Jain philosophy and yoga philosophy. So in my early spiritual search in my 20s, I was studying the Jain tradition for the first time in school. And during this time, I was reflecting on the principle of ahimsa as I was writing an essay for my undergraduate college course. And what happened is a spider crawled across the wall on top of right above my computer screen. I had one of those old desktops in college. And my initial reaction was, oh, there's this big spider in my room. I crumpled up a newspaper, a magazine, whatever was there. And I went back and I went to hit the spider. And right before I hit the spider, I stopped and I went, wait a minute, I'm reflecting on the principle of ahimsa, nonviolence. This creature wants to live. This little guy wants to go on in life. And so what I did is I stopped and I realized in that moment that simply reflecting on these philosophical principles and ethical principles of non-harming and non-violence through the study of these religious traditions and these philosophical traditions could actually transform the way I viewed the world and the way I viewed my relationship to other sentient beings. And so, of course, I did what everyone else does in that instance. I took the spider out in a little cup outside. I was living at my grandfather's house at the time when I was in undergraduate school, and I let it go, right? And I can say I just returned from a camping trip here in Switzerland. I'm based out of Switzerland, out of Zurich, and we've just come back from this camping trip. And a couple of things were really interesting about that. Once again, I found myself rescuing more little critters that were crawling into the tent and, you know, taking the extra time. And it always has me back reflecting on these initial moments of what that was like. And it was through Jain philosophy and through yoga philosophy that I would eventually myself become vegetarian and then vegan, as so many people do. So way back in the day, 2012, maybe not too long ago, over a decade ago, I went into a yoga teacher training. And in this yoga teacher training, we were encouraged to be specifically vegetarian. This is a very common thing in yoga trainings and ashrams and places like this, that you're encouraged to become vegetarian. And I did that. And of course, we did that according to Patanjali's ethical principle in the Yoga Sutra, a spiritual text some of you may be familiar with, of ahimsa, nonviolence, which in fact has its roots primarily in the Jain tradition, in the ancient Jain tradition. And it is, of course, shared by Buddhist, Hindu, and other traditions as well. And what that got me to do is reflect on my choices of what I was eating and why I was eating it. And so suddenly I found myself no longer eating meat, right, for the first time in a major way. And that was really inspiring for me, that once again, studying these traditions, I was changing the way I was behaving. And it really opened up my worldview that animals, once again, want to live. So this time had passed. I had been thinking about this, but I hadn't really made the connection between what I'm eating and the initial insights I had when I was studying nonviolence and non-harming. Now, I became vegetarian for quite a long time as a result of this teacher training. And then I went and I became a university professor. And part of my job was to teach not only yoga studies, but also to teach Jain studies. And I'm going to tell you more about the Jain tradition in this particular lecture. And when I was doing that, I was preparing a course here in Switzerland in the summer of 2019. And I'm about to celebrate my 5-year vegan anniversary because of this moment. But I was preparing a course on Jain philosophy. I was vegetarian at the time. I had been enjoying Swiss cheese, Swiss chocolate, all these things, not thinking about it. And all of a sudden, there was a group of Jain vegans in the UK who were running this Give Up Dairy campaign for a very special and auspicious time of year that happens around August and September each year, called Paryushan and Dashlakshan. And this is the time of year when Jains reflect on their past harms that they've caused in life. They make promises to not continue those harms in the future, to do their best to burn away any karma that has accrued as a result of harming other living beings. And the Jain vegans in the UK did this very special promotional campaign. And they said, hey, you know, we're Jains, we're already lacto-vegetarian. All we have to do is give up dairy and we're vegan. And it struck me as I was starting to teach Jain studies at that time, that if I was going to teach this tradition and the yoga tradition with any amount of kind of credibility from the ethical and philosophical perspective, that I myself needed to go with this community and make this change. And it was on August 5th of 2019 that I just did it cold tofurkey, let's say. I became vegan August 5th. And again, it's coming up. My 5-year anniversary is coming up. I'm very happy that I did that. And I have to thank for that my deep study of the Jain tradition. So that was my door, so to speak, into this world of veganism. And I now realize, as I know all of you do, I've been listening since the beginning of the presentations today and listening to the conversations, we all know that there are so many manifold reasons why we should go vegan. We all know we have different motivations for doing it, but we're all here because we know how vitally important it is for the climate and for climate change, and of course for the animals and everything else that we know it's important for. So what I'm going to do here is give you a glimpse into Jain yoga specifically, the practice of Jain yoga, what that means, nonviolence, ahimsa, and then talk a little bit about the Vegan Studies Initiative at Arihanta Institute. So once again, thank you for having me here, and I will now begin the presentation. So there's a couple of primary things, a few primary things I'm going to cover for you here and take you through, and I think this will all make sense when we get to the end, how this all connects together. I'm going to talk to you about the ancient Vedic sacrifice. And if you don't know what that is, you will, again, by the end of this presentation, know what I'm talking about. Then I'm going to show you how Jains reinterpreted that sacrifice through two stories of Harikesha and Jayagosha that are found in an ancient Jain text known as the Uttara Dhyana Sutra. So for those of you who are spiritually inclined vegans, I think you'll really enjoy this presentation. And then I'll tell you how this connects to how we've decided to create at Arihanta Institute a vegan studies initiative and what that encompasses and how you might be involved in that initiative. So, ancient Vedic sacrifice. Many of us have probably heard of the Vedas. The Hindu tradition, the contemporary Hindu tradition today is rooted in these Vedas, although it's gone through a lot of change. First and foremost, like most Hindus are now against animal slaughter. They're not for animal slaughter in the ways that they were slaughtered in some of these ancient texts. But there was this ancient Vedic sacrificial tradition that existed in ancient India, and Jains were opposed to it. What this particular sacrificial tradition entailed was the offering, as you see in the first picture here, of substances into a sacred fire. And those offerings were made, various sacred substances, ghee, rice, all kinds of things poured in there, and were brought up to the heavens, okay? And then what's up in the heavens? The gods. And what the gods did was shower them with reward, with wealth, with land, cattle, sons as they wanted, all the things that they perceived as comprising the good life, so to speak. And this, of course, entailed a lot of desire for things that people really wanted to have, right? They really wanted to have all of these things. And it also included, importantly, often the sacrifice of animals, okay? So of non-human animals, first humans even, potentially, but we're looking here at animals in particular, non-human animals.
Dr. Miller, your slides are a little magnified. So
are they?
You just see the logo.
Oh, you just see the logo. You know what I'll do? I'm going to back out of here and I'm going to share it the old-fashioned way.
Okay.
Okay? Yeah, well, thanks for letting me know. This is good early on. Okay. So here I'm going to share these the way that I think we'll all be able to see them. I just have to open it back up. Okay. How's that? Is that better?
Yes, that's much better. Yeah.
Okay, and I'm going to share it as a slideshow. Let's see how that works. It's still okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. Okay, so here we go. Apologies for that. So you didn't miss much because all the pictures are on that first slide. Okay. So this is the slide that I was on right here. Fire sacrifices were made to the gods. You see them doing that in that first picture there. And in various ways, animals were sacrificed. And there are manifold ways this could happen. There was a horse sacrifice that you see, for example, in that middle picture that would be done by royalty to kind of claim land where the horse roamed, and then the horse would be sacrificed. And there are other things that you see in the picture on the right where you see a goat being slaughtered. And these things happened in the periphery and also within the context of these Vedic sacrifices, okay? Now, once again, I want to reiterate that Hindus today in general are not doing this. I mean, it happens in small pockets of society still, but in general, Hindus are against this now. And I think that's in large part thanks to a couple of primary factors. One is that people within the tradition, the Vedic tradition, rejected this awful practice, much in the same way that people within vegans today reject animal slaughter. Okay, so they push back against it. Activism, advocacy. And so too did other religious traditions, including that of the Buddhists, who we probably know about, and the Jains, right? The Jains rejected both these fire sacrifices to the gods as well as the accompanying animal sacrifices that often took place. And what Jains did, and what I want to show you here, is they created their own yoga system along with other yogis who are within the Vedic tradition itself. They internalized this sacrifice within themselves. And you find this in multiple sources and stories. I'll tell you a couple of them here, where the sacrifice goes from being an external sacrifice that you do to fulfill your desires and to get things and involve killing animals, to something you do to yourself in order to burn away the egotistical tendencies within you that would cause you to even want to harm an animal or to have things in excess that you don't need. Okay, now all of these teachings that I'm going to show you were grounded in the teachings of a spiritual teacher, Mahavira, who was a contemporary of the Buddha. So I'm going to tell you about the founding father, you could say, of the tradition, and that is Mahavira. So Mahavira was meditating with his eyes open. You see him here. He looks very much like an image of the Buddha, if you don't know who he is. He's meditating, and I found this so profound when I first read Jain texts. He's meditating with his eyes open, not closed. There's nothing wrong with closed-eyed meditation. I do it. I'm sure many of you do it. But what struck me is that before all of that, he was meditating with his eyes open and looking at the world around him. And he looked at the plants. He looked at the animals. He looked at the elements. He looked at everything around him, all of nature, all of existence. And he had this fundamental insight that nothing wants to experience pain, and everything can essentially experience pain at all levels. And so he sees this kind of sentience in everything that is around him. And as a result of that, he feels deep compassion for all forms of life. He recognizes, and this story recognizes, the human capacity to really feel compassion for all forms of life, human and non-human. And he says in one part of the text, quote, "A wise person should not act harmfully towards earth, water, fire, wind, plants, and animals." Basically all that exists, and animals, that includes humans as well. So nothing wants to experience pain, and the spiritual path fundamentally requires ahimsa. And this is where the notion of ahimsa, nonviolence or non-harming, comes from within this Jain tradition. Now, Mahavira was known as a Jinna, and what he was doing was he was conquering himself. Jinna means conqueror in Sanskrit. And what he was doing was he was conquering himself. He wasn't conquering the world around him, although he had a great influence on the world around him. He wasn't trying to conquer the external world. He was trying to conquer, once again, his own internal egotistical impulses that would cause him to create harm on anything around him. And he was therefore called a Jinna, a conqueror, and his name, Mahavira, in fact means the great warrior. He was born actually into the warrior caste, but he internalized that fight within himself and eventually perfected this principle of ahimsa and achieved eventually omniscience and eventually liberation from the world of suffering that we all share, that we're all born into, and that which the Jain tradition says we all have the opportunity to be free from. And that is our goal, is to perfect nonviolence so that nothing around us has to suffer. And when everything around us is liberated from our own impulses to cause suffering, to hurt things, we ourselves then become liberated. And I found this to be a beautiful message of what the spiritual life entails. And I take it to heart all the way to this day. Now, Mahavira said, also in the same text, it's the text known as the Acharanga Sutra, it's the oldest text we have in the Jain tradition. He said, "All beings are fond of life, like pleasure, hate pain, shun destruction, like life, and they long to live." And I love this. He says, "To all, life is dear." So life is dear to all. Nothing wants to experience pain. Therefore, the spiritual path requires us to really help each other out and to be compassionate, actively compassionate, and avoid causing harm to other living beings. Now, following his omniscience, while he's still here and he's teaching just as much as the Buddha did after the Buddha achieved enlightenment, he goes on himself to teach and give these spiritual teachings to others, right? So Mahavira is a contemporary of the Buddha, and he goes and he gives these teachings to others. And the thing I really want you to notice about this beautiful picture that you see here is that Mahavira is sitting at the center. He's facing the 4 directions. He projects himself in 4 directions according to this religious text. And he is now at the center where the Vedic sacrifice used to take place in these religious ceremonies. And what do you see on the perimeter around him, surrounding him? You see not only humans receiving his wisdom and teachings, but you very nicely see portrayed here what happened in the text. You see animals besides humans peering in, listening, and actually receiving the teachings themselves. Okay, so Mahavira actually gave this sermon at a Vedic sacrifice. He went and he convinced 3 Brahmin priests, the ones who would have been creating these sacrifices, to convert to his way of being in the world, aimed at ahimsa, which required that the animals become part of the spiritual community, so to speak. And they attended this in what's known as this image that you see here, which is called the Samavasarana. So this place where he's giving these religious teachings replaces the fire and the violence that would have gone on around him or around the Brahmin and Vedic priests, and it invites all forms of life into this process of eventual liberation from the world of suffering. Okay, so what this really all points to is that within the Jain tradition is that Jain yoga, this will later become what's called Jain yoga, the practice of Jain yoga, is the internalization of this sacrifice within oneself, the burning away of the impurities within oneself to purify yourself to escape the world of suffering. Now, many of us have probably heard of yoga. I mean, we all know what yoga is, right? We think of asana, we think of postures, we might think about meditation and breath. These are all parts of yoga. In the Jain tradition, the foundation of yoga, as it is in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra as well, and many other Hindu traditions and Buddhist traditions, ahimsa is the first and paramount practice of yoga that you undertake. So you could say that all vegans are essentially practicing ahimsa. We know that, right? And in some ways, they are very much Jain. So when Jains see vegans from the outside, I can tell you this being within the community, that they look out, they see vegans, and they really look up to you, and they really look up to us. They see their own principles reflected in the practice of veganism itself. For them, that is the practice, the Jain way of life. That is the way that we should be in the world. So there are 2 stories I want to show you here that really illustrate this well. So after Mahavira, you will have many people who carry on this Jain tradition in various ways, right? And later in other texts, we hear stories about these wandering monks and ascetics, and even nuns as well, who are carrying forward this tradition. And the 2 stories I'm going to tell you are the story of Harikesha and Vijayagosha. And let me start here with Harikesha to show you how this internalization of the sacrifice works and how it relates to not harming animals. So Harikesha was a Jain ascetic who, during his begging, his alms seeking, because he doesn't own anything, he's wandering around trying to achieve liberation, encounters a group of Brahmin priests who are preparing a Vedic sacrifice. And this Vedic sacrifice, of course, is going to entail all the things I just showed you, and could also entail, as the text shows, animal sacrifice. And instead of helping him, instead of feeding him something, these Brahmins persecute and abuse Harikesha. They're not nice to him. They tease him. They treat him in a really awful way. But Harikesha, being a yogin, remained calm and composed. He didn't let the abuse push him away, and I know all of you as animal advocates and vegan advocates experience various forms probably of hate, persecution, and other things. This happens all the time in the vegan community, right? Harikesha, through his yoga practices and his other yoga practices, like remember I mentioned there's pranayama, there's breath control practices, posture, and meditation, was very composed. He remained calm and composed throughout this. You could say he did a lot of self-care on the outside of this moment that he's having right here, right? So he was mentally prepared for this. And as he's being attacked, there's this sort of avatar movement. You remember the old movie Avatar, where nature kind of comes at the end and strikes back against the bad guys who are destroying the planet. Well, these tree spirits, the yakshas, as you see in the bullet point down at the bottom of the slide there, witness this confrontation. They see Harikesha being attacked, but they also recognize Harikesha's virtue, that he is a nonviolent person. And as a result, they intervene to protect him from those who are persecuting him, from those who are harming him, who are hurting him. And the Brahmin priests who are performing this Vedic sacrifice are, of course, extremely impressed. I've included some images here in the slide from a manuscript, a Jain manuscript, illustrating how Harikesha was being teased and then eventually, however, being asked to teach the Brahmins, because they're like, whoa, the tree spirits just came and saved you. You must be something special, right? So now's Harikesha's moment. So it's like the vegan advocate out on the street. It's like, aha, here's my moment where I can kind of really try to teach people the right way, right? We need to respect other forms of life. And Harikesha then explains the true sacrifice to these Brahmin priests. He says, "Oh, Brahmanas," these are the priests performing the sacrifice, "why do you tend the fire, that sacrificial fire? That external purity which you seek for, the external things that they're aiming to attain by offering to the gods, is not the right thing." And then he says this, "The sacrifice should involve doing no injury to living beings." So he's calling them out for being egotistical, selfish, and for harming animals. And the text has a much longer story and all the things he says they shouldn't be doing. But one of the primary things you see here is he tells them, do no injury to living beings in your sacrifice. Confused then, the Brahmins in the text ask him, "Where is your fire? Where is your fireplace? Your sacrificial ladle?" All the tools and implements you would use to perform one of these Vedic sacrifices. They want to know, Harikesha, where is yours? Where is the dried cow dung? This is used as fuel to light the Vedic sacrifice. What kinds of oblations do you offer to the fire? And then Harikesha very famously responds in this story, quote, "Penance is my fire, life my fireplace, right conduct is my sacrificial ladle. The body, my body, the dry cow dung, it's the fuel for the fire. Karma is the fuel. All the bad things I've done in the past, I'm going to burn them away now. Self-control, right conduct, and tranquility are the oblations." So all the spiritual struggles that we have when we have to control ourselves become the oblations, praised by the sages, which I offer. So he's saying his body is now the site of the sacrifice. And that sacrifice requires him to conduct himself in such a way that he's going to perfect nonviolence and non-harming. And it doesn't mean necessarily that it's going to be easy. Although with all the wonderful vegan things we have to eat, vegan food now, it's much easier today, right? But imagine being a wandering ascetic and trying to perfect nonviolence. He's saying that those struggles to do that and to fight his compulsion to be violent towards other living beings, that's his sacrifice. And of course, as you purify yourself in these traditions, it no longer becomes a sacrifice. It becomes your second nature, just as it does for a vegan to not eat anything from animals, right? Or to eat animals. So he's cultivated that kind of conduct within himself. And in purifying himself internally, he has become a great spiritual teacher who then goes on to convert Brahmins to his path. The second story I want to briefly tell you is the story of Jayagosha. It's in the same text, the Uttaradhyayana Sutra. And this is another wandering ascetic monk who's trying to achieve liberation by burning away his karma. He's a yogin. And he has just completed a fast. I'm sure many of you have fasted before. Hindus fast, Buddhists fast. There's all kinds of fasting. Jains, of course, fast as well, and yogis fast. So he's completed a fast, which is a form of austerity to purify oneself spiritually. And he seeks alms, just as we saw in the previous story of Harikesha, from a Brahmin priest. And this Brahmin priest's name is Vijayagosha instead of Jayagosha. And he's, guess what, doing the same thing. He's performing a Vedic sacrifice. Vijayagosha, like Harikesha's Brahmin priest, refuses to give him any food. He's like, no, I'm not giving you any food. And then Jayagosha says to the Brahmins there, he's like, okay, I don't need your food. But he says, you do not know what is most essential in the Vedas, nor in sacrifices, nor in the heavenly bodies, nor in duties. And the Sanskrit word there for that, or in Prakrit, it's Dhamma or Dharma. And it's referring to the fact that they really have no clue about what religious truth is in the sacrificial tradition. Okay, so you can see once again another manuscript here, Jain manuscript illustrating this story where you see the Brahmin priests around the fire, and then we're going to see, as we see in the next picture below that, we're going to see Vijayagosha or Jayagosha teaching Vijayagosha the right way to perform sacrifice. Jayagosha continues. He says, the binding of animals to the sacrificial pole. All the Vedas and sacrifices, being causes of evil karma, cannot save the evildoer, for his works, and the word there is karman or karma, are very powerful. So what he's calling out was this Vedic practice of, as we saw in one of the first slides, binding animals to a pole and slaughtering them as an act of religious conduct or religious practice. He's calling this out, saying this is not right, and everything that is entailed with it, the Vedas, the sacrifices, and all the other things you do are just evil. Stop it, right? The Brahmin then, Vijayagosha, admits to the yogi Jayagosha. He says, wow, you are a sacrificer of sacrifices. So you've essentially sacrificed the sacrifice within yourself. And you can see then, you can see below Jayagosha giving the teachings to the other Brahmin priests. Okay, so he joins Jayagosha's ascetic order and follows the path of nonviolence. And once again, the internalization of that fire inside of himself as a sacrifice of himself and of his egotistical tendencies. They actually had rituals in the Vedic tradition where if you wanted to become a yogi or a yogin, what you would do is kind of breathe in the fire into your own body ritually. You wouldn't actually do it, right? But you'd be in front of the fire for the last time, and you would breathe it in symbolically as if you are internalizing that fire. And then you'd walk out into the forest and you'd perform all of these austerities like you're being described here, which were forms of yoga to achieve liberation grounded in non-violence. So the lessons from these stories and others in the Jain tradition from Harikesha and Jayagosha are as follows, okay? As a summary, the spiritual life involves adopting an attitude of non-harming and by extension, in many cases, compassion, active compassion, even rescuing animals in some cases. The spiritual life involves sacrificing our egotistical, culturally conditioned tendency to harm animals in any way. And one of the core things you have to do in yoga and in Jain yoga and in many forms of yoga is untie all of your cultural conditionings. And what is one of the major cultural conditionings we all know we've been indoctrinated into? Carnism, all these various ways of describing speciesism and the ways that we have been trained to see animals. We are to untrain ourselves from those by listening, for example, perhaps to Charity's wonderful songs, right? Imagine if you're a child growing up listening to that music, how profoundly different you would think. Your conditioning would be pure, right? But most of us were not. So we have to kind of come to that through this kind of spiritual practice or by listening to songs like that, right? And finally, what we do to animals will come back to us in manifold ways. And we know that today because of climate change, human health, social justice. We've seen all of this already in these talks today, right? We've seen all of these issues. What we do to animals, non-human animals, will come back and harm us in the future. And it is right now. And according to the Jain tradition, we will just be reborn again until we figure it out. And we're being reborn and reborn and reborn until we finally figure out that we need to clean up our act. Okay. So as I kind of bring us to the second part of this presentation here, which is shorter than what I just told you, I will just want to say that it's in this spirit that we bring this Vegan Studies Initiative, the VSI, that we have launched at Arihanta Institute, this educational initiative. Now, Arihanta Institute, I should say a little bit more about what we are. We're an online nonprofit educational platform. We teach Jain philosophy, history, and anthropology, much in the way that you've seen me tell these stories here. We go really deep into detail. We teach Jain yoga, and we also even have a vegan studies concentration in our master's degree program that I will share with you in just a moment. And we teach all these things because they're all aligned with the principles of ahimsa and compassion. And so veganism, and I can say that all of our full-time faculty, even though it's not a requirement, and some of our staff as well, are vegan, okay? We teach this because it is aligned with these Jain principles. And we've brought this into our curriculum to share globally and publicly in our remotely available online offerings that I'll show you right now. And again, I'm not trying to sell you anything. I'm going to show you free stuff and close to free stuff because we are a nonprofit educational institute that really wants to share and spread the message and awareness of veganism, of compassion and nonviolence. And so I invite you to participate in any way that you are able to do so. So the Vegan Studies Initiative is an online program that is focused on promoting and enacting veganism as an expression of multi-species nonviolence. The mission of this initiative is to educate, empower, and connect everyone passionate about reimagining and co-creating a world in which our values and actions converge, right? We know as vegans that our values and actions are converging in what we're doing. And we knew that before, when we had various forms of cognitive dissonance, that they were not. And we all, I'll repeat it again, I love how Charity said this in the previous presentation, we all came in through different doors and we have different visions for how this could take place. And that's why it's important to consider what Professor Jonathan Dickstein, who's the academic head of the Vegan Studies Initiative, said, is that we're all aiming for what he calls a unifying vegan horizon. We all have the goal on the horizon of becoming vegan, or transforming the world to becoming vegan, I should say, as this conference is so much focused on, right? And V-COP and all this is. We all share this common goal. We will all come to it in different ways. My door, and the door that we teach through Arihanta Institute, is through the Jain tradition, is through Jain yoga, through compassion. But these principles of non-harming and compassion overlap wonderfully with those of other vegans, of course, right? And so what we try to do is create a really robust, open space for community and study of veganism, of critical animal studies, and of Jain philosophy in a space that welcomes many worldviews. And this is a practice within the Jain tradition of welcoming many worldviews so that everyone's voice is heard and we share, nevertheless, a unifying vegan horizon. And I'll conclude here by showing you 3 brief ways you can join us if this calls to you. First, we offer a free Voices in Vegan Studies speakers series. You can even take a screenshot if you want, voices.arihantainstitute.org, where we feature speakers from both within and outside the Jain tradition to share various aspects of vegan studies, critical animal studies, Jain philosophy, even practitioners and advocates. You see, we recently had Ed Winters, Earthling Ed, come talk, for example, on our website, but then we also have scholars. Cheryl Abate from University of Nevada, Las Vegas just gave a talk. And upcoming on August 19th, we have Manisha Dekka, who's my colleague, who's actually still here in Zurich, but is from University of Victoria, BC. So you can take a look at that schedule. You can see we have a very diverse group of scholars and practitioners who are coming to share various aspects of how to be a good advocate, problematizing things within the vegan world and how we can be better vegans, and giving all their different perspectives, how we can treat animals better, how we can cultivate compassion. And this is, again, once again, it's a free speaker series that you are welcome to join and register for free on our website at any time. The other thing that we offer are certificate courses that are both live and self-paced. Professor Jonathan Dickstein and I recently taught Jainism, Veganism, and Engaged Religion. It was a wonderful online course, 4-week course. And we also have another course coming up, Debunking the Myth of Sustainable and Humane Animal Agriculture with Vasile Stănescu. I'm just showing you a few examples of what these courses are like. But it's a really community-oriented course where we're online, we're learning together. You have lots of learning materials from experts in vegan studies who really focus on specific topics of vegan interest. And I point this one out, Debunking the Myth of Sustainable and Humane Animal Agriculture, because it really speaks to what the topic of this conference is, which is climate change, right? What Professor Stănescu is going to do is walk you through the various ways that the animal agriculture industry greenwashes and humane washes environmental impact, in addition to many other things. Okay, so this is really relevant to what it is that we're concerned with here with regard to climate change. And finally, we also have a master's degree program for which scholarships are available. Again, once again, the goal is really to democratize these studies. where you can get a Master of Arts in Engaged Jain Studies online with our collaborator, Claremont School of Theology in California. And what's really cool about this, and why I share this with you here, is that you can get a concentration in both both of these: veganism, animals, and ecology. So this is the vegan studies aspect, or yoga studies. So you can study both of these things with us and go through all the topics that I've been talking about today in great detail. I'll leave you here. We do have this course coming up, Debunking the Myth of Sustainable and Humane Animal Agriculture. Our course fees are extremely low. Again, we are a nonprofit. We want to get the knowledge out. We do have website maintenance fees and all kinds of things that we do have to pay. But the point here is that we've had a very generous donor who has provided the opportunity for people to take this course for almost free. So there's a coupon scholarship code here if you want to take this course. There's a QR code to the website there you can take a screenshot of if you want. And I'm inviting you into this space because we really want you to take this course. So if anybody is absolutely can't afford to take a course, just reach out to me and I will be happy to provide you, if I can, with a scholarship to take one of our courses. I think I'm going to leave it there. I've really enjoyed. I don't want to keep rambling on, but I just want to thank you all for being who you are, for creating a wonderful end to my Sunday here in Switzerland, listening to all the various speakers who have come and shared so much of their expertise and everything with us all. And I'd open it up for questions if anybody has any particular questions. Thank you, Dr. Rao.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miller. We've had this, how to speak to the mind, and then how to speak to the heart. And now you're talking about how to speak to the soul. Thank you so much for your work.
Think about it that way. You're right. Yeah.
Sai, would you like to ask your question?
Hello.
Yeah, we can hear you.
I just had a question in two parts. First of all, we see Jain food whenever we go out. I think it's not having garlic or other root vegetables because Jains don't want to harm root vegetables. So when this traditions and this thought process runs so deep, I wonder, it just boggles my mind that why aren't 100% of the Jains vegan? That's the first part. And the next part, my question is, have you heard the city called Palitana, which recently came in the news? Okay, you must have. So I came across this when in Google, we get the trending searches when you go to google.com. So this was one of the trending searches. So 2 weeks back, the city in India, we became the first city in the world to ban non-vegetarian food. I see in the news that they have Jain monks have protested and closed down 250 butcher shops. So two parts to this point, to this development as well. Like, do you think this is the right way to go about it? Number one, and also, again, why vegetarian? Why not vegan? Why have they become the first vegan city in the world? Why vegetarian?
Hey, those are great questions, Sai. And I get those a lot in class, and I think you really got your finger on the pulse with some of the tensions within the community. And part of the reason we created the Vegan Studies Initiative was with support from Jains who are currently vegan, they've made the transition to vegan for all the reasons that we know here, right? So it's with their support that we're able to offer these offerings. Thankfully, we're very grateful for that. And so let me just kind of go through your questions one by one. Root vegetables is a good question, is one of the things that Jains tend to not eat, right? Especially in India and also even in the diaspora abroad. And the reason for that, as you said, is it's connected with nonviolence. So they won't eat potatoes, carrots, onions, garlic, and these kinds of things because they come from under the ground. Now, if you look at Jain scriptures, there are a number of reasons for that. And what I really love about it is that it's grounded once again primarily in the principle of non-harming. And they don't want to harm the plant. They don't want to kill an entire plant. So if you eat a root vegetable, the logic there is you're going to kill the entire plant. Just eat the fruit from plants that give fruit, for example, right? Also, when you pull I'm sure you already know this, but this is good for our audience to know. when you pull the root up, you also disturb the earth, the soil, and the creatures that live in the soil, and you risk harming those creatures in ways that is unnecessary, right? So it's, again, an extremely sensitive view of the world. And also, Jane's take into account that the soil itself is full of so much life, and so much life attaches itself to roots in the soil, right? And so that's why historically Jains have avoided root vegetables, which I think is a kind of a beautiful practice. I know Jain vegans who also don't eat root vegetables. Now, I'm going to admit I eat carrots, I eat potatoes and things like that. And sometimes I get a hard time for it. Other times people are like, it's okay, you're vegan, whatever. But this is a very strict Jain practice. And I have deep respect for people who can do both. Like, so incredible thing. And it's attached to this whole logic of nonviolence, really wonderful thing. And other logics as well, but that I'll leave it at that. And then Politana, this is a really good question too. We're currently editing a book that has a number of chapters about the way that Jains engage the world. And one of our contributors has written a chapter that includes reference to this story in Politana. So in Gujarat, in Politana, very holy Jain site with Jain temples. It's a pilgrimage site, right? It's very holy. And the thing that was called into question there was non-veg food. And what they mean by that is non-vegetarian. And as you said, not vegan. And I'll come to that in a second. Being served in such a holy place, right? Or around in the confines of such a holy place. And so what they did was advocate to get it illegalized to serve meat in those areas, right? In those particular areas. Now, it's a very complicated political issue as well. And I don't want to get too much into politics here. And I know it's politically charged. And if anybody wants to read about it, you can read about it in our book, Engaged Jainism, that'll be coming out probably next year. But I do think in animal advocacy in general, we had Nirva Patel. You might have seen her picture in our vegan speaker series. She works for the Harvard Law and Policy for Animals, right? She's the executive director there. These legal avenues are valid avenues for protecting animal life. And I think that in general, I would support that, the legal avenues. There is nuance, however, to the story in Politana of who those people were. There are caste stories about who was serving that meat and why they even had to be there serving meat in the first place. And what I would say to that is, like, if you're going to illegalize someone's way of life, just like with animal farming, then you have to help them transition to another way of being and providing for themselves. And I'm not so sure, and I'm almost 100% sure that didn't happen in this case, right? So on the one hand, it avoids the violence to the animals. It's very intersectional. And on the other hand, the low caste people who are serving the meat are now stuck in a situation where the thing that they used to create their livelihood, they no longer have a livelihood. Right. So I would say we have to transition them to something less harmful and better. Right. But I don't believe they got any of that support, as far as I know. Right. The Muslims or whoever else was doing it didn't get that kind of support. And I think we have to provide that in those cases. And just to answer your final question, why aren't all Jains vegan? Right. Like, I became vegan because of my study of Jain philosophy, but some of my Jain friends are vegetarian. And so it's a little bit perplexing because the dairy is the thing. Right. And I'm writing a chapter about this right now. There's so many excuses that people make within the Jain community to not go vegan. In some cases, I've been attacked for it within the community. There are so many reasons they won't go vegan that are very common that we find elsewhere in the non-vegan community, even outside the Jain community. And that points towards the various forms of cognitive dissonance that people have to justify it culturally, historically, saying, we've been doing this for thousands of years. It's in our scriptures. Why can't we have dairy now? And not really looking at the current situation. And it really usually boils down to that thing. And there's all the other reasons too that are common, like convenience, right? The people who are cooking in Jain families have been cooking with dairy for years and years and years. And so I think there's a deep respect from Jains for vegans in general. Sometimes not, but in general, there really is. And they see it as a good, positive move. And part of our goal in the VSI is to help educate the Jain and non-Jain publics to continue this move towards transitioning to veganism. And within the community, there's the Jain Vegan Initiative that's helping transition the community towards veganism. The first temple in Southern California, where I used to live in Los Angeles, where I'm from, became fully vegan several years ago, very recently, under Dr. Jaswant Modi, who was the president at the time, under his leadership, became a fully vegan temple. Beautiful place. amazing tacos. If anybody's ever in Southern California, vegan tacos, it's a great place. So I'll leave it there. I really do thank you for these wonderful questions. And I think you've hit the nail on the head there.
Thank you, Sai. Tammy?
Yeah, thank you so much, for bringing that component of the ancients and the ancient traditions that have been happening for so long, speaking of non-harm, and then upgrading that. It's really deeply appreciated. So do you move out of the, and not out of, but inclusive of the spiritual realm and dairy, and to some of the other issues of why people have such a hard time fighting, because it's so addictive. It's like they call it casein morphine. So the protein in dairy is so addictive. So do you teach on that? Because I think it's a really big eye opener for a lot of people to know the addictive component of dairy as well. And that some of the fighting that they're doing is not necessarily them, but maybe the addict part of them that's getting triggered.
Yeah, it's a good question. As someone, again, who didn't want to give up my Swiss cheese here, I know it well, and many of us know it well. The thing, I couldn't give up my cheese, right? And it's that dairy component usually that keeps us hooked. Very interestingly, I didn't mention this in the article, but very interestingly, in that same text that I was referring to, the Uttara Dhyana Sutra, there's an early reference to something that will persist throughout Jain scriptures, all the way, basically, they're still taught in the present, which is that if you want to be a true spiritual practitioner, dairy was allowed in a lot of these texts, right? It was like the one thing, because it wasn't part of this industrial system. It was still harmful in various ways, right? But it wasn't part of the industrial system that we have today. But there was still a recognition, even then, and I'm talking like early centuries BCE, that dairy is an addictive substance. It's a sensory addictive substance that is actually spiritually unbeneficial. And if you're not willing to give it up in this text, it basically says you're not a true ascetic, a true striver for liberation. So it makes it very clear that among other things, other sensory addictions, that dairy and things made of dairy, yogurt, curd, and these kinds of things, it lists them out in the text. It says, like, you have to give these things up if you really want to go the full path. And so, yes, I mean, we teach it in this way. And of course, like, I've seen popular articles about how dairy is addictive that you're referring to. We teach it this way to show that, look, this is something that humans have known about, and within the Jain tradition for a very long time, that there's an addictive part of this, and part of the spiritual path in the yoga traditions, broadly speaking, is that you have to overcome these kinds of sensory addictions, because underneath them, of course, are various forms of pain. And I really can relate to that as someone who gave up alcohol a long time ago, but used to have a lot of alcohol when I was in my 20s. I can really empathize with, there's a lot of pain under there, but part of where these traditions are trying to take you is through that pain, and to kind of embrace and see what's there, right? And so underlying every addiction, there's something, and what this tradition is trying to say is, like, you have to address that, right? Alcohol is also a part of it, other things, right? But that's one of them. That's one of the addictions that must be overcome. There's a Sanskrit word for it. It's vigai. And what it means, or the mahavikirtis is another one. And it means the degenerative substances that really don't serve you well on the spiritual path. You'll find repeated instances of it in later Jain texts as well.
Thank you, Christopher. And I would love the result. It would be great if at some point we can get the resources, the ancient scriptures that talk about dairy as an addictive substance. That would be beautiful for an article. Thank you so much for your conversation.
Absolutely, yeah, thanks. And I can actually, there's one on our website that mentions a lot of things I'm saying. I can try to paste it in the chat
Perfect.
window. Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Tammy. Deepak.
Hey, Christopher. Thank you for that. So first of all, I think I somewhere heard that Hindu and Jain religions jointly issued a statement some 2000 years ago, like at the start of the the 80 period, I suppose, that basically a statement in favor of veganism. So I'd like you to comment on that. And second of all, does nonviolence, Dr. Nandita at the beginning of our summit today as well touched on that, that self-care is art care. So both what in terms of thoughts and feelings and also the foods we put in our body. So does nonviolence extend to us? Because I believe late Dr. McDougall also talked about that if we are trying to persuade others to go on this path and we are sick and obese, so that doesn't help them sort of attract them to this weight. So yeah, that's kind of my question. So
yeah, great questions. First of all, I want that reference to this joint Hindu and Jain in favor of veganism. I don't have it. I want it. If you have it, share it with us all, because I haven't seen this myself. But it's important that if there is that resource out there, I would love to know what it is. And you can say more about it if you want in a moment. I'll answer your other question too. Self-care. So I'll say this, many Jains do a lot of self-care, right? Today, you could say they go to yoga, they do different things, of course. But if we're looking at the tradition and what its views on the body was this, that you have to have a strong body in order to walk the spiritual path. You also should not do things to your body that harm your body, just generally speaking. It's not karmically beneficial to harm your body. And although you should not do things to harm your body, you should also not be attached to it. So it's walking this very sharp razor's edge of not harming yourself and eating this, what would have been a lacto-vegetarian diet, or even vegan if you count some of the things in the Uttara Sutra. So you have this healthy physique and body according to the Jain texts, but you're not attached to it, like looking in the mirror at yourself in the gym, doing self-care like this. So there's meditation, there's a healthy diet, there's all these things, of course, and it's in the text explicitly that your physique, your body must be well put together in order to be able to continue on the spiritual path, or to perform it most effectively, let's say, right? So it doesn't say that you can't if you don't have a perfect body, but it's promoting that it helps accelerate the path when you do. And so you can see a lot of overlap, and even Jains who are vegan, who speak about this publicly, mention that a lot of the doctors do, that having the healthy body in the tradition allows you to be a better spiritual practitioner. Does that answer your question? Is that what you mean by self-care and these kinds of things?
yeah, definitely. Because if you're trying to act in a bad way, or basically if you're unhealthy, it will kind of show, and plus also how you are, let's say, in an activism kind of a scenario, how you're judging them or whatever, then that will kind of repel them to this lifestyle. So that does kind of answer the question. As far as that joint statement, I just heard about it. Even I've been trying to find the source of it, similar to the vegan text in Sanskrit, right? I'm forgetting that. Do you remember that? What's called, Dr. Rao?
The vegan text?
Yeah, the Sanskrit name for that.
Oh, Shakahari, you mean?
No. The philosophy of it, like the world is one family.
Oh, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam.
Yeah, that one. Even that one, I'm not able to find the source of.
Yeah, now I know what you're referring to. And also, you mentioned the word Shakahari. Yeah, that's a good word. When you look up the Sanskrit root of Shakahari in the Sanskrit dictionary, it literally says that it means plant eater. So that's how Jains and Hindus often refer to themselves as Shakaharans, right? So I looked that word up when I heard it for the first time. It's such a cool word. And it means plant eater. There's nothing about anything but plants in there, right? There's nothing else. Yeah. So in that way, you're right. We can infer a plant-based diet, right?
Yeah.
I think the original definition of vegetarian is a plant eater. eventually through these white revolution and green revolution, kind of lacto and ovo came into the picture, and now that's the known definition of vegetarian. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Amit.
Yeah. I thank you for the wonderful presentation. I really enjoyed it and loved it as well. I have a lot of Jain friends, and uh, since childhood, I've seen the first. I mean, I cannot forget the visuals when a person came after completing the Paryushan, and how the community really celebrated that person, like having a rath yatra sort of a thing, and everybody rejoicing. And I was a little boy, then I asked, what is this going on? Why, what are they celebrating? What are they doing? So that person has returned from a Paryushan period where they did not eat anything. Like, wow, I would love to do that. And I was pointed as the crazy one. You can't do that. Yeah. Then I've seen people walking by uh, and wearing just a white mask over the face, a little cloth. I asked, why do they do that? Yeah, because the you could accidentally inhale a little jeev jantu or a little insect, or your is from hygienic point of view as well. And in COVID, we saw everybody did that, putting masks on the face, right? To not to accidentally inhale a virus or something like that. It's amazing. I am deeply in love with the Jain as a religion. Not sure if I could get accepted because of my love for potatoes. I could survive on potatoes, not able to give that up. My question is there I hold a diploma in commercial arts. I don't have a formal graduation degree. So is there a prerequisite for this MA course that you have on your site?
First of all, thanks for sharing those stories of all the ways that Jains practice their nonviolence. Is beautiful. And we all got, as you said, we experienced it during COVID, what Jain monks and nuns often do in some traditions, which is wearing that mouthpiece for the rest of their life, right? Yes, our master's degree program, the only prerequisite, the main prerequisite with regard to degrees is you just have to have a bachelor's of some sort. You don't have to have the study of religion or anything like that. So we have students from all walks of life. I'll just say briefly, because I know time's coming to an end. We have students from all walks of life, mothers, fathers, retirees, business owners, entrepreneurs, accountants, and they all come with a different set of tools, let's say. And it actually makes it better that way, because then you're learning how to take the teachings into the career that you're in right now. That's part of one of the main things we do, is show people how to engage these teachings with their real life now. So nothing beyond that. Yeah. I'd love to talk to you about it more if you want to talk about it, Dominic.
Yeah, I'll get in touch with you. Yeah. I could
Great.
use your email ID and get in touch with you. And do you know Siddhi Mehta? She's the founder of Rhythm 108 Chocolates in Switzerland. Vegan
No, but
chocolates.
I just saw your message. Was that
You
your
should
message?
check. You should check
I will
her out.
check it
Yeah.
out now. Yeah.
Yeah, she's based in Switzerland, and amazing vegan chocolates. Yep.
Thank you for the recommendation.
Wonderful. Thank you, Amit, and thank you, Dr. Miller, for your presentation and for building all those questions.
Thank you, Dr. Rao, and to everyone present.
Pleasure. Next, we have Chef Dorit, who is going to now help us get to that same place through our stomach.
Yes, Dr. Rao, I heard you ask how to speak from our heart, how to speak from our mind. Now we learn how to speak from our own biology.
Right.
And
Yes.
actually, Deepak gave the perfect segue. And then he really merged this into what I'm doing now, because I think there are way too many people who are following a plant-based lifestyle and chasing after the world to make it better, forgetting about themselves. We first have to make ourselves better, and then just by osmosis alone, I think we can really make a huge impact, because everything is about energy. It's all energetic. So we have to take care of ourselves first. And today We're doing exactly that, starting with, and a meat, it's not a potato. You won't find any potatoes in my kitchen, but it is the lovely coconut.
Okay.
So there's lots to be done with a coconut. I just wrote a book with so many recipes for coconuts. One is it's an ebook, and now I'm writing the actual hardcover book. And this recipe is in the extended version, which I'm doing now. And there are about 5 or 6 different versions of this recipe. What I'm doing today is I'm giving you the basic version, and it is so incredibly intoxicating. So without further ado, let's go to the table and look at what we have here today. So when you first purchase the coconut, this is what it will look like. So this is a young Thai coconut. This is not a coconut which you find in most countries. This is from Thailand. So we have a lot of Mexican coconuts here in Los Angeles, where I presently am, but you cannot use that. Now, you might try and you'll get a harder version. It just won't have the texture of this. So if you have another coconut and you really are craving this, then fine, go ahead and do that. When I was in India and I saw the coconuts there, I only drank them. I didn't even bother with recipes. I just loved them so much, and I would just eat the meat as it were, as it was, just as it presented itself. But today I'm giving you a recipe. So it starts out like this. And then you need to have either a meat cleaver. I don't have a meat cleaver because I don't eat meat. But I do have this incredible Japanese knife, which I really, really like. And you can see it really helps with the safety when you're chopping and when you're cutting things. So this knife is called a harko, Haarko knife. And it's excellent for cutting coconuts, peeling pineapples, watermelons, and even jackfruits, which are the real challenge. So you're going to chop it, first of all. You don't do it the way I'm doing it with my hand here. You'll see a lot of people doing that. But put it on a table or the counter, and then you chop it there. Don't put your other hand anywhere near it, unless you're a professional and you're used to it. So you chop it around sideways, from one side, then the other side, then the other, and then it reveals the meat, the coconut meat, or flesh, or jelly. So I call it coconut jelly because I don't like to use the word meat. But for people transitioning, that's an excellent word I find, then they don't feel so deprived. Then you take a knife. I only use non-toxic equipment. All of my equipment is either ceramic, which this is a ceramic knife because it doesn't at all change the energy of the food, and it doesn't also leave that toxic energy of the stainless steel. So I don't know if you can see what I'm doing here. I'm opening this up. I'll bring it closer to the camera. You take the knife and you just cut the flesh, the jelly, like this. And you see it's about to fall in there now. So I'm going to take it out before it falls in. And that reveals the coconut water. Hopefully you can see that. So for this, you need a blender. Now, this is one of the few things where you don't need, one of the few things in the living foods movement where you do not need an actual expensive blender. So a strong, powerful blender. You can use any blender. This one is the Blendtec. It is powerful. But you can also use, of course, the Vitamix for this. Whatever you have, any blender will do. So you're going to put the water. You see, I already put the water in here. So you're going to pour the water. I'm going to show you how. Normally, I put this on top of the coconut and then I turn it over. But I'm going to show you now. If you're just adding extra water, which I am doing, it's really, really easy. And I must tell you, it is very, very challenging for me not to just drink it and wait for me to make this. So look, can you see the flesh is still in there? Now we've got to take out the jelly in there. So, of course, I've already done that. So I opened up this one, and you need for this a very wide spoon. Now This one, I do use a stainless steel. I would never, ever use a ceramic spoon for this because anything ceramic will break really easily. So for this, you do need a really strong spoon. Try to find one that doesn't have any lead in it. That's non-toxic. Then you take this into the coconut and you just massage the coconut slightly and just request that it comes to you as easily as possible. I believe in energy. Everything is energetic. So I ask the coconut's participation in this. In everything that I do with food, I ask the plants participation. I request permission first. So you see how beautiful? Look at this. You've got the jelly here, also called the flesh, also called the meat, whatever is your preference. Now do take off any piece of the outer rim of the coconut that might be stuck on it. You don't want to have this in your porridge. Now, this is not cookie. Yes, I'm calling it a porridge. That's what it is. And that's what I call it, but there's no cooking involved. You want to eat things, I do, want to eat things straight from the earth as the earth gives it to us because the earth already cooks it. That's why I don't call this raw, because it's living, it's alive. We need living foods for living beings. And to feel more alive, we need to put alive food in our bodies. So you take this off, just take it off with your nails. And then now I am going to put it into the blender. So we have coconut water. Now here comes the jelly into the blender. So how much coconut water you put depends on you. If you want I'm just wiping my hands here. If you want it thick, then you put less water, just 1 coconut will do. Or if you want to make a lot, which I usually do, then you just add more of the coconut jelly in there, which I'm going to do now. See, just take it out from the very, very bottom. And now I'm going to add this in there. And do give thanks for your food as you're doing it. Give thanks to the farmers, everyone who planted, cultivated it, anyone who passed by it and blessed it. That's why I always bless farms when I pass them, or plantations, anywhere that I see that's growing, I make sure to give a blessing. So really participate in your food, in the supply, where it comes from, where it is, and make sure that you communicate your own energies with it before you just take it and ravish it. The food is not about sustaining or simply giving us pleasure. It's about connection, a deep connection with Mother Earth and all the 5 elements. I really approach food from the 5 elements of Ayurveda. I also studied macrobiotics, and I also use a lot of my macrobiotics philosophies in when I approach food as well. And here we go. I studied with Dr. Deepak Chopra to be a teacher for the Chopra Center. So that's why I was in India. We had to go to India to study. So I studied Ayurveda, and I also studied to be a meditation teacher for primordial sound meditation. So I bring all of this to the table and to the kitchen with me. I do not exclude anything in my life from the food. So here we go, because I think what we eat is what we become. So now we've done that, we need macadamia nuts, because that's the name that I've given this. So do not even think about putting macadamia nuts that have been cooked in here. It will be totally different. You will not like it at all. I can absolutely ensure you that you will not like it as much as if you make this with the uncooked version. So these are some macadamia nuts that I'm going to put also in the blender. But this is not enough because I did put the water of 2 coconuts in there. So I'm getting my extra macadamia nuts here and make sure they're fresh. They're always fresh and they're always alive, and you can hear them. Anything that's alive has a lot of sound to it. I can tell you that if you actually took a roasted macadamia, you wouldn't hear all this. This is the energy of the universe vibrating through them. And you want them to vibrate just as readily and as on such a high frequency as the way they appear on the earth. Now, this is a very simple recipe. So we've got here macadamia nuts, the jelly of the coconut, and of course the coconut water. What else? Well, I use as a sweetener, but not just a sweetener. This is also for me nutrient. If the sweetener doesn't have any nutrient value, it doesn't deserve to be in my very sacred body. The sacred space of my body is what I look to really give in as an honor to the rest of the universe. So if I keep my body in such a sacred and clean space, then only sacred and clean thoughts and also sacred and clean energies will move through me. So if I defile myself, then of course that's what I'm going to also encounter in life. So if you notice, I have taken these actual dates, and this is the way. So when they're on the tree, of course, they're fresh. For those of you who live in areas where you can have fresh dates, you're very, very fortunate because you can use fresh dates in here as well. I'm using the dry dates, and this is something you need to know. When you work with dry dates, even fresh dates, make sure you open them up first, not just to de-pith them. Do definitely take the pith out first, and never, never buy dates without the pith. Never buy cherries without the pith. Never buy anything that has its seed removed, because in the seed is all of the a high vibrational energy of healing. And you don't want to divorce whatever you're about to eat from its source before you eat it. So make sure you check it, because very often, depending where you purchase it from, where it was grown and where it was packaged, there might be insects hiding inside. So you've got to open it all the way and double check it beforehand. Otherwise, you're going to be eating something that's no longer vegan, because now you're eating these poor critters. So make sure you always, always open up your dates and check them. That's why I left this one closed for you to see. Big, juicy fat, eh? And then you open it up to make sure that there's nothing in there that's hiding that will make this meal non-vegan. Okay, because you know there's this whole thing now about eating insects. I am not into that at all. So here we go. Make sure everything is opened up. Now, how many do you put in here? Because coconuts are really sweet already, I usually put just 2 or 3 in there. For the purpose of this show, and I did put 2 of the actual coconut water from 2 coconuts in there, I am going to put 4. Always have extra in case you need to add, and always keep everything covered. And remember, this is sacred energy. This is the actual sacred geometry of these plants, of these fruit that we eat is extremely important. So talk about sacred geometry. Look at the sacred geometry here. Absolutely stunning. So I'm going to now use the ceramic knife because I don't want to change the energy of this. And I'm going to cut it. Now, what am I cutting it on? A cutting board. But it's also very important, the cutting board. Why is it important? Because for hygiene and sanitary reasons, it's best to use a titanium cutting board, definitely not plastic. And I'm going to be doing a whole show on that and putting that on my website, which is theoncookingshow.com, because I'm very much about getting toxicity out of our kitchens. One of the most toxic places in life is in people's kitchens. So this is from titanium, and I'm doing a show on this showing all the different cutting boards and why not those cutting boards, and why, yes, the titanium one. So here we go. I'm going to cut this on here now using the ceramic knife on the titanium cutting board, and try not to disturb the sacred geometry in here as well. Now you see the seed is in there. Do not put the seed in there though. That's the only thing you're going to remove, and replant the seed. Anytime eating a fruit, make sure you always replant it. Don't throw away the seed. The seed is actually where all the life energy and the life form exists. So make sure you never throw it away. Now I can either put this in the blender whole like this, or I can cut it again. It all depends on what kind of texture you want for your porridge. So I don't want it to be too liquidy, especially since I already have the very liquid coconut water in there from 2 different coconuts. So I'm putting this in here. Now, normally I just put one apple for 1 coconut. I used 2 coconuts for the water today, but only 1 for the actual jelly. So I can also take out the jelly here before if I need to. So using another apple, and like I said in the book, I'm going to be having at least 4 different versions of this. See how quickly the seed came out here? Make sure you replant these. So nothing goes to waste. If you really want to affect the planet, keep thinking we can throw things away. If we don't want to, just repurpose everything. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to put just 1 bit more piece of this, and I'm going to show you exactly what's happening in the blender now. See? So now it's getting full. See that? But I have a lot of liquid in there. But remember, the apple will also create more liquid. Now, one of the things that people really have a problem with that I find when I work with clients is they're severely dehydrated. And almost every illness at the source of it is a lack of oxygen. And also, if you want to see better, go to speaker view. I'm sorry, that wasn't for me, I presume. So that just came up in the chat. So if you want to really make sure that what you're eating is of the highest vibrational energy, you've got to change your own vibrational energy when you approach the food, because it picks up on your energy too, because like attracts like. So I'm going to put the rest of this in there actually. And then that pretty much, believe it or not, and when you eat this, you're going to be surprised that it was only these ingredients. These are the ingredients. So what else am I going to use now? Well, here comes what for some people is the fun part. So we can now use nutmeg. I love, love, love nutmeg. But as with all spices, every spice, you must make sure if you're going to use spices, you keep them clean, which means you keep them whole. Do not grind your spices ahead of time. Most spices that are ground ahead of time end up collecting mold, M-O-L-D, mold, which is extremely toxic, and that's why most people don't heal, and they continue on the path of misery and not realizing why. So keep them really well contained. And you in here, I have, you can see little bits of it coming out. The nutmeg, a whole nutmeg, which I'm now going to actually grind directly into the blender. Let me just move this out of the way. So, going to grind this now. And all you do, I love this grinder, it's my favorite one. Just turn it around and around, and I don't know if you can see the nutmeg going in there. I hope you can. It depends on the camera, of course. I'm going to bring this up to you so you can see that there's nutmeg. The aroma. Remember, we eat with all our 5 senses. So make sure that you really cater to your 5 senses here. And because I love nutmeg, I'm putting extra in. Now, if I were to put cinnamon, which in one of the 5 recipes that I'm creating, we do have cinnamon, I would then grind this and put directly in here. But instead of cinnamon today, this is one of the recipes. This is the main one. I'm going to put cardamom. Make sure everything you use is organic. And again, with cardamom, it is a seed, so pureful. Make sure it is well covered and it cannot, and nothing can seep into it or seep out of it. So not only do I have this, I have 3 different things that cover the cardamom seed, see? But because I have a blender, I don't need to put this in a grinder. So what I'm just going to do, I don't want my hands touching this. So I'm just going to take 1 seed and just press 1 seed out here. I have to be careful so the others don't come out, because I don't want to touch it with my hand and change the energy. See, that's your cardamom seed, an organic one, and that now goes in there. I do not overdo spices. Be careful not to overdo spices. You know, the problem is that most of us do not eat simply enough. The digestive system actually loves simplicity. Now, as soon as you finish with this, you put it back immediately. Don't say, oh, I didn't have time. I didn't. Make sure it's closed, totally closed. All your spices, close them off immediately before you do anything else. Then I'm putting this one on top of it. And then I put the other one. and then back into the pantry it goes, so that nothing seeps into it and it's not at all corroded. So that's that. Now, here's one of my favorite things, vanilla. You can either use a vanilla bean, or you can order, but this is organic, a vanilla bean paste, where it comes directly already in a paste form. The reason why I don't use vanilla beans in the summer is they dry up too much and they're so expensive. And so you just waste your money because there's really nothing there for you. So ceramic spoon, I'm only using a ceramic spoon to touch this because again, I don't want to change the energy of the vanilla because I happen to love vanilla. I'm going to put 2 half teaspoons in here. Now, most people would say, oh, that's too much. Well, maybe for you it is, yes. You've got to do it according to what you like. So I'm going to now close this up immediately as much as possible. So now everything is fresh and alive in here. But I don't want to waste the rest of the vanilla that's on this. So I'm going to take the apple and use the apple to actually wipe off the rest of the vanilla here. So I'm not wasting this precious stuff. And of course, it's all organic. And I'm putting that now in here as well. So what do we have here? We have the coconut water, the coconut jelly. We've got the alive macadamia nuts. We have got the alive actual apples that I did cut up. And we've got the spices. Simple, isn't it? Quick and easy. And here's the best part of all. No cooking. You are not creating any more of that heat on the earth. We overcook, we cook way too much. We need to stop it. Cooking is one of the huge problems that we have. So I'm going to just take you over to the blender. Here it is. We're going to have a little dance music right now from the blender. Notice I stopped it because immediately I have to, because I don't want this to become a smoothie. You have to right away, it's just 1 or 2 blends. And then I'm going to check it because I did put 2 of the coconut water. It's going to be a lot more liquidy. But see, I'm now checking to see just how much more I can do this. And then I could put much more of, I could put a lot more actually of the coconut meat in here, and that would help a lot. Gabrielle, how am I doing for time? Can I have time to take out more coconut meat? Anybody know?
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to put more coconut meat in here. And I purposely did this because I wanted you to see for yourself that you can keep changing the recipe as you go along. So this, which is why I have the meat right here. So now you get to see how to open up the meat. So you've got to get, first of all, you've got to get these parts of it off. You see this part of it? This fiber, the fibrous part? You've got to move that. I like to use, this is what I usually use to do that. So I use a lot of things that most people don't have in their kitchen and that they would never think of, but it works for me and it makes it quicker and easier for me. So the reason why I'm doing this is because I need a wider mouth to get to the flesh, but I can also get to the flesh using a screwdriver as well. Now, the only problem with the screwdriver, of course, is that it is stainless, it's steel, stainless steel. And I would rather not have that in my food, but unfortunately, the only way to get this coconut out is if the other way, there's another brilliant way. You take it and you just throw it on the floor. It breaks open and voila, there's your meat. But I'm not going to do that today on camera and throw this on the floor. I'm just going to show you, if you don't want to do that, what you can also do with it. And this way you can get more of the meat. So the coconut meat is actually one of the most beautiful things to eat, this coconut jelly. It's just, you can eat it just as it is, obviously, but I have so many recipes that I have made with it, and they're all in the book that I've made, and you can see that on my website, which is the On Cooking Show. And soon I will take questions for anybody else who has any questions. So can you see that the meat is now coming apart? It's coming half of the coconut, but I do need to do it just a little bit more. So you might, this is the only thing that takes some time is this, but like I said, if you could, you just want to throw it on the floor and the coconut breaks open. But after, of course, you've taken out the water. So always do what I did at the beginning. You notice I took out the water first. Then that is also the quickest and easiest way to do it. So I'm going to take out this meat now and show you how thick it is, because this is very important. So you don't want to get the coconut that's too young. See, can you see that the width of this one here? This is the width that you need for this porridge. This is really, to me, makes the porridge, because I believe in eating in textures. You eat with sound, you eat with all the five senses. And this is what makes it a porridge, is that the coconut jelly is thick. If you have a coconut with a thin jelly, do not use that one for this recipe, please. This recipe deserves to have meat, the actual jelly in there that is thick and gives a feeling and taste of meat, especially if somebody's transitioning. This is a great transitioning recipe. It's also a great recipe for people who are already eating pure living foods, or people who do not want to give up their cooked foods, but would like every now and then to eat something straight from the earth in as clean a form as possible. So I just have a few more of this, and then I will have more of the jelly in there. And once we have the jelly in there, I'm just going to put on the blender just for a very short time. Again, if you notice, that was a very short time that I just did it. There we go. And once we do that, it will be ready. You got your porridge ready. Now I make a big batch and I keep it in the fridge. And when I come home, there it is waiting for me. Now I do use this for breakfast, but this is breakfast part 2. I do breakfast part 1 and breakfast part 2 because we've been fasting all night. What I do in the morning first is I make a wonderful juice, and usually it's just one. I eat very simply. I'm a mono eater primarily. This is very unusual for me to be eating so many things all at once. So I usually, if it's just pineapple juice, maybe it's just grapefruit juice, maybe it's right now I'm doing a lot of watermelon juices in the morning, or cantaloupe juice, which I love. Honeydew melon juice. Mornings are like pure richness, where I celebrate the beauty of the earth and the beauty of my own body and the sacredness of it as well. So after we finish taking all of this out, I can just turn it upside down now. See, they're all coming out on their own now. And maybe I need to go in there and get a few more. And this is only because I do need more of that, because I put 2 coconut water in there, 2 of the coconut water in there, 2 of the coconuts, I put their water in there. So normally I put 1, but I wanted to show you how you can make it thicker if it's too watery for you. So I'm now going to cover this up and watch how quickly this gets done. That's 1. That's 2. Last one. 3. Et voila, your meal is ready, sir, madame. Here comes your coconut and macadamia nut porridge. Now, when you put this in the fridge, it does get thicker in the fridge. Just so you know. There's your porridge, uncooked, just like nature intended. Remember, I do not use the word raw, because to me, nothing is raw. Everything is cooked. Everything is cooked on earth. The earth we're thrown here willy-nilly just to fend for ourselves. The earth, we're such a loving, generous universe that it cooks our food for us with the sun, the moon, the stars. Everything is ready for us just the way we need it. So see, I make a lot at one time and I put it in the fridge. I never have to think, now, what will I eat in the morning after my breakfast part 1 or breakfast part 2. And sometimes I'm not waiting for the next morning. I'm eating it right away. So here you have, to your health and wealth and mine, your macadamia nut porridge. And I'm open to questions, comments, whatever. And look how much I have left over. Yay. One of my favorite. I don't, like I said, I'm a mono eater, and it's very rare that I mix food for myself, but when I do, this is what I usually mix. So, hi everyone, I'm back. So, any questions? Any comments?
Looks delicious.
Oh, it is beyond delicious. You know, if you were here, the scent, just the smell alone, because like I said, we eat with all our 5 senses. So you begin eating it beforehand.
Right.
And so I was on this is really a truth, because this is not something that we just, you know, I think it's true. But I did a 41-day fast once. And I'm a chef, so I was making food for my clients. It was all living foods. I was never hungry once, because I was eating with all my other senses. The only sense I didn't use was the sense of taste. But I swear, as I was smelling these things, I could taste them. And then I left and I went for a silent retreat up in Northern California. And so I wasn't around food anymore, and I wasn't making food for anyone. And guess what? I got hungry there. Never got hungry at all for 3 weeks beforehand. So we eat with all our 5 senses.
That's very, very interesting, because I have noticed that too. When I'm cooking, I don't feel hungry.
Yes. Yeah. Especially if you're doing it, so it says everything, you know, all of the senses and everything. It's pretty amazing. Oh, I've got a wonderful person online trying to get in right now to be admitted. Wonderful. Welcome, Rob. Welcome. You just missed how I made the porridge. This is what I just made, is a macadamia nut porridge, and we'll send this to you. So, any other questions, comments?
Deepak.
Hey there.
Hi.
First of all, thank you for such a nice tutorial. That actually reminds me to get on, like I got the raw vegan bundle, but I never got to the coconut recipe. So that's a good reminder for me.
You got the bundle. Bravo. Deepak, that's excellent. Have you tried the banana book yet?
Chris's banana book?
Yes.
Scandals? No, I haven't.
Oh, I would love to get your comments afterwards. Please try the coconut book. In the coconut book that I just wrote, we have Thai curry soup. We've got some Indian dishes that I made uncooked. So do definitely get into the kitchen and play with them and send me some feedback, please.
Yeah, so I had a question, like this is I never usually and you said you don't like to as well. It's such a gourmet meal, right? Such high fat. So my question, I guess it's a 2-part question. One is this mixing. I see you mix it, a lot of fats, the macadamia nuts and coconut with dates, which is like mixing fats and sugar. So that's one question. And I'm very interested in your energetics behind food, like either say being thankful to the food, or like I know some chefs like Chef Ito who hasn't spoken for decades now. So like how does that play into the overall wellness?
Thanks. Wow. Excellent questions. I'm going to start with this last one. So yes, when I make food for clients, I turn the phone off and I'm alone in the kitchen. I do not speak either. There is no way that I want to put any kind of energy of my own into the food that's not of a higher vibrational level that will elevate the energy of the food itself. So I focus on the person for whom I'm making the food, on the energy of that person. Because to me, everything in life is about energy. When we're sick, or energy is depleted, severely depleted. And so sickness is actually a gift. It's telling us you're depleted. Let's do something about that. Now, the first question was, I forgot.
No, Chef Ito, right? Oh, yeah, that's
Yeah, Chef Ito has a vowel silence, and he does not speak either when he's around food, and neither do I when and I don't eat, I don't speak and eat at the same time. I eat in silence and mindfulness. Yeah, or otherwise I just won't eat. And anyhow, when I'm in a restaurant, I don't need to eat, because if I'm in a living foods restaurant, like with Chef Ito's food, because I can smell everything. I know the first question was about the fats, mixing fats with sugar. So every single food on earth has sugar in it, including greens, including bitter greens. Everything has sugar. So there's this fallacy about sugar. It's the processed sugar that we have artificially created that's causing the problem. Every baby loves sugar. Every animal loves sugar, but they get it straight from the plant or the bark of the tree. So glucose is what we need in life. That's what gives us the energy to move, to grow more cells, to continue all day long, to maintain the brain cells, and to maybe even elevate them too. However, when we mix certain things, then the body can no longer extract that glucose. Now, you're asking me about the fats. That, yes, this recipe has coconut in it, and it has macadamia nuts. And you were saying 2 different fats. Fat and fat goes together. And also, not only that, so you're talking about food combining. Now we're talking about proper food combining, which means what the body can tolerate, and not only that, but that from which it will excel. This it will, because these 2 fats are actually tropical fats. And not only that, but I am mixing 2 fats, which are naturally sweet as well. So I can also bring in the dates, which is also a natural sweetener. But the date doesn't just have sweets, and most people forget that. It has so many minerals in it, and it has so high nutritional value. And so these go together very well in the body. And in the wintertime, we need fat. People forget how much we need fat. It's when we cook it. Now, if I were to cook this, then we'd have a problem. It's the cooking of it that actually takes away all of the enzymes in there that the body needs to digest them, that are in there already. See, I told you the earth gives us everything we need in rich array of it as well. And beautifully done. I mean, so beautiful to look at fruits and vegetables and herbs and whatnot, flowers, trees. However, it's what we do to it. That's the question, that's the problem. Now, you could say, why are you processing it? Because I just processed this. This is now a processed food. I didn't just eat the coconut as it was, and nor did I eat the macadamia nuts like they were, or eat the actual dates like they were. I did process it. So when you live a life where you are as unprocessed as possible with your thoughts, your feelings, and your own lifestyle, you can take a little bit of processing and you will soar. It will not deplete you. We do not digest according to the food. We digest according to the thought that we have in our brain. The digestive system responds to our thoughts. I can take the most beautiful, richest, gorgeous, which to me is a coconut, and an alkaline source, because all illnesses have an acidity to it. It's too much acidity in the body. But I can take this, which is very alkaline, and make it acidic in my body, even just by eating it straight from the tree, by my own thoughts and feelings and fears. When it comes into my body, I've now turned it into an acid. So it's us. You have to bring yourself to the table. We are so divorced from what we're eating, from whence it came. How did it come to us? Who grew it? Who touched it? That's the energy we're eating. We keep forgetting this. And one of the things that we must also remember is that we cannot be absent when we eat. Most people are absent when they eat because we're watching television, we're watching a movie, we're talking up a storm, we're giggling away. And you can giggle because the laughter will really bring a lot of high energy to meet the food. And we cannot ask for the food to do for us what we will not do for ourselves. So if we want to leave the table or the floor, wherever we're eating, with the highest amount of vibrational energy from the food, we have to first raise our own vibrational energy to match the vibrational energy of the food and not ask the food to do it for us. That is critical. So you can take anything that might have been toxic and just by your own energies that you bring to the table, you can turn it around. It's you that's important. It's us that's always missing from the meal. We're always asking food to do for us that which we will not do for ourselves. We have to be fully present for ourselves. And that's why people love Chef Ito's food. They think it's the ingredients. And people are always saying to me, oh, what did you make with this? How did you do this? And what? It's like, forget about that. What are you bringing to this recipe? Who are you bringing? That's more important when you're making it and when you eat it. Thanks for those questions. Those are brilliant questions. Thank you, Deepak.
Thank you, Deepak. And thank you, Chef.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dora.
Rebecca?
Hello, Chef Dorit. That was so beautiful. I'm enamored, inspired, and I hadn't thought about the vibrational parts of eating. I've thought about mindfulness. So what I'm wondering is about the seeds that you said. That's another aspect of planting all the seeds. And so I wonder if you have little containers. Oh, here's my apple seeds, and when I go there, I'll plant that. And here's my peach seeds. Or do you have them in different places? And how do you manage your seeds?
So I bought these, and I purposely wanted to be transparent so I know what seeds are in there. And I also mark them. So if I just, like the seeds that I just had today, I haven't even taken them out yet from the apple. But when I take them out, I will put a little note on what day I did that. So you wash them first, you dry them, and I put them in here, and I travel around with them, and I just throw them anywhere. Because the earth knows what to do with them much more than I could ever do.
That's wonderful. Well, that's how I have peaches in my front yard. Somehow they ended up there.
Yes. And I hear people saying, all of a sudden there's a lemon tree growing outside my house. I didn't plant it. Well, one of us did it. Somebody went past and threw those seeds outside. And this is how we need to start really taking care of each other. Because food is, in my opinion, the most political and the most misunderstood part of our lives.
Mm-hmm.
And so we cannot just eat for ourselves. If I do not take this apple seed, it just fell, you see, it wants some intention. If I don't take this apple seed and plant it for somebody else, all I've done is ravage the earth and pillage the earth. But if I give it back to the earth, then there is this incredible response and this incredible connection that I now have to the earth that did not exist before. And not only that, but I'm being responsible for other people on this earth, for their famine or the lack of, or for their abundance.
Yeah.
So I might not be able to give them money, but I can sure give them an apple tree. And with the price of food these days, oh, we need more of this. Lots more of this.
Yeah. It's a great way of looking at it.
Yes. It's very important to remember that we matter.
Mm-hmm.
Everything we do, say, think, feel, and matters. It matters what we think of ourselves because we'll treat others that way. It matters how we treat ourselves because we'll eat that way. It matters our vibrational energy because when we're functioning at a certain vibrational energy, we will attract people, places, things, and food, so-called food, at that same vibrational energy. So if you're functioning at a low vibrational energy, do not eat. Because what you're going to be attracted to then is going to be at the lowest vibrational energy, which will pull you down and keep you down there. If you're going to eat something of a high vibrational energy, then you've got to raise your own energies first. So maybe you go for a run first. For me, that's the quickest way. Go for a run or take a cold shower. Because then I shower everything else off and I forget about what it was. And I only do cold showers. And or you do some deep breathing exercises, or you meditate, or you get up and you dance. I have a course that I do with people called Reimagining Your Life, and it's a 30-day challenge where I actually train people to dance before they eat. If you dance before you eat, your appetite goes. And the things that you were attracted to before you did that 5-minute dance, you're no longer attracted to. Really important. We are responsible for everything in our lives. Everything. And when we show up for ourselves, we automatically show up for everyone else, and therefore we show up for Mother Earth as well. You cannot be taking care of the planet or other people, like if you're a parent, unless you're taking care of yourself, because you will automatically be doing so from the lowest energy possible, from a depleted energy source. We don't need more depleted energy sources in this world. We need higher vibrational levels. We need such high vibrational levels right now that we can undo so much of the hatred that we see rampant everywhere. Don't focus on their hatred, focus on your love. Do you know that in our bodies, depending on our lifestyle, we have, and in our heart, we have enough love that can fill the entire world in one heart and in one heartbeat. We just need to be taught how to do this. This is why I went and studied with Dr. Deepak Chopra and with Thich Nhat Hanh. I studied with Thich Nhat Hanh because I wanted so much to go beyond mindfulness, because I found that mindfulness could be almost a addictive thing. And I wanted to run away to Plum Village in France with him and be a monkette. And I realized I'd be running away from myself, because when I go there, I would find myself there too. The parts of myself that I was running away from. That if I stayed in an environment that I found to be very challenging, therein lies my own healing. So
Sorry, Dakota?
Hi, yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Chef Dorit. I love this food philosophy and a lot of things you've brought to the table. I hadn't thought of, like not talking when I eat, although I mean I kind of should know better. It doesn't fail. Every time I do, I bite my lip or something anyway. So but the mindfulness and the high energy, and I am recovering from various addictions. I've been clean and sober for years, but I'm working on the food now, and I'll do great for a while, and then but you're so right. It's the thoughts, because that's usually what gets me every time when I fall off the wagon, so to speak, and get into unhealthy foods again, because it's either I'm having a low vibration, low thought, feeling bad about something. And then if I combine that with being in the store at the time, and then I all of a sudden wander out of the produce aisle, that gets me in trouble. But I like that idea of the dancing too. So I might try that in the store even.
Yes. Yes. You see, I think that we should have music everywhere we go. And I also, now this, some people think I'm a bit strange with this one, but I actually do believe this, that each person should have their own theme song. And every time you enter somewhere, that song plays and you start dancing. I really believe that. So I think, a lot of people have their headphones on. You have your music there already, and just start dancing. Just start dancing. You'd be surprised how many people like me would come over and join you. And would be thrilled that you're doing that. And what the poor cashiers and the people cleaning up on the aisles, and they probably need that break really strongly. So you'd be helping out everyone. Please do it. Please, Dakota.
Oh, sorry, I had muted myself again. Thank you for that. And just wanted to share one other thing is that I'm on such a similar path, and I just admire what you're doing. I do have a desire to eventually get to a high energy, just completely, diet of all raw. Well, how do you say, cooked by the earth, without adding extra heat, and more mono and all that, just for health purposes and high energy. And I'm heading to Scotland myself in about 10 days. And I want to visit this place called the Holy Isle. And they grow all their own food and they live with reverence for all life. And then I also would love to go to Plum Village. And although Thich Nhat Hanh has passed away now, he's one of my heroes too. And I'm so like you, like I really like, oh, I just want to go live there and be a monk, but I gotta heal myself no matter where I live. But anyway, thank you so much.
And Dakota, might I remind you that nobody on earth is clean or sober? Otherwise, we wouldn't still be here. You're not alone. We're all in this game together.
Thank you.
You're so welcome. I do a masterclass usually once a month because it's summer and people are traveling. I'm not doing it right now, but come September, it starts up again. It's a free masterclass. If you want, I suggest you listen to it because you begin to realize that nothing is wrong with you. You were simply led astray away from the truth of who you are. That's all. And you can lead yourself back to you. So if you want to do my free masterclass, just get on my website, which is beyondcookingshow.com, and just sign up to be on my email list, and I'll send it to you. And we do an hour. It's an hour once a month on a weekend. And I really put people through a lot of practices where they can, if they wish to, participate. And if they're not, they can just listen in. And I also go over a lot of information, especially about the toxicities. And I'm starting a new podcast with Diana Reeves, who is the head of GMO Free USA and Toxic Free USA. And we're doing a podcast starting in October on cleaning up all the toxicities in our lives. Now, we cannot clean up all of them. If we do, we need to leave the earth immediately because we've done our job. And I'm not ready yet, which is why I still live in LA. And so it's really, really important, I think, to be around people who do this. So congratulations on going to Scotland, and congratulations on going to Plum Village. Remember, though, that these are simply the times that you need to have community. And that's what they're going to be doing, is giving you the community you need. But at some point, the only place you have to go is within yourself. That's where all the answers lie.
Beautiful. Thank you. Tammy?
Do we have time? I think we're out of time.
No, we have time. Go for
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Thank you, Dorit. It's been such a pleasure. I've been following you forever since I started studying with Gabriel Cousens, and I fall off and on the living food diet, and I always feel really amazing when I'm on it and more connected. And you're just this ageless, timeless, beautiful soul. And thank you for sharing the message, because you're the living example. Part of a theme that I've noticed all weekend is being that shining example for the world. And you are the absolute shining example of living food and non-judgment. I love what you said to Dakota. We all have some form of addictive thought processing, and we're all just walking each other home. So thank you so much for that. And thank you for being you for decades now. You've been in this movement for so long. Yeah, you're one of the trailblazers. So thank you for setting that shining example for so many of us.
Thank you, Tammy. Tammy, the most important part of what you just said to me and for me is that you're still trying. You didn't give up on yourself. There is no hope only when we give up on ourselves. As long as we do not give up on ourselves, we are on the track that we're meant to be. Yes, it might be up and down. This is what life is. You go up and then you go down and then a little bit more up and a little bit more down. It's a dance. That's why I use dance a lot. I used to be a professional dancer for a reason. To me, dancing is where I truly find myself. And I let go of everything on the outside. Nothing external matters anymore, and I don't see. And that's why I also studied whirling. Actually, I did that at Deepak's place. We did some whirling because of Sufi. We studied Sufism, and we did some whirling. And the whirling to me was just one of the most divine connections to myself while whirling. So thank you, Tammy.
Thank you, Tammy. There's a question in the chat. What was the meditation technique that you mentioned at the beginning of the talk?
Oh, I didn't. Oh, primordial sound meditation. That's what we used to teach at the Chopra Center. The Chopra Center no longer exists. In 2020, when everything else closed down, that was closed down too, and it never reopened. So we're on our own now, teaching on our own now. Deepak has retired, so we're doing it on our own now. That's primordial sound meditation, which I teach. And now we're doing it also virtually, which I find very odd. And it's not, to me, the same, because I really loved the deep connection we made by looking into people's eyes and seeing the recognition of themselves. You know, throughout the weekend that I was teaching them, the most beautiful thing that I have been given, the greatest gift, is when I look in somebody's eyes and I see that moment, that little glimpse, when they see that little glimpse of themselves, and they realize I'm okay and everything is okay.
There's also a question about the recipe. Do you have a recipe that they can find online?
No, it's in the book. I haven't put the recipe together yet. I have a book online right now that is called the Coconut Book. If you go on my website on the uncookingshow.com, you will see the recipe book there, the Coconut Book. But this is actually what I am writing right now for the longer version of it, which will be actually a physical book. It won't be an ebook. The book right now is an ebook that's on my website, but it's also on Payhip, Payhip. But for the book the physical book, this is the first time that I'm actually showing it, and I did it because Dr. Rao wanted me to do something today, and it really is for him. I actually want him to try it. This is actually for you, Dr. Rao.
I'm looking forward to it.
And you know, Dr. Rao will be in Los Angeles next week. I have a event every first Friday of every month. I call it First Friday. It's a living dinner and movie that we have at Olac, where Chef Ito is. Olac Downtown Restaurant. It's a Vietnamese restaurant, which is all plant-based, but Chef Ito creates a living foods menu, and we have a special menu just for the first Friday night. And Dr. Rao will be there next week, Friday, the 2nd of August, when he shows the film, They're Trying to Kill Us.
Oh, no. That's a downer of a movie for that. Yeah.
But then we get up afterwards and we dance. We restore our energies.
Good. I'm looking forward to it.
Yes, yes. So it's very important, I think, in life, when we look at a recipe, not so much to ask, where can I find it, as how can I make myself rise up at such a high vibrational energy that I'll attract it naturally into my life. We attract exactly things that vibrate at that energy as where we are right now. So just raise your own vibrational energy, and who knows, I'll be finished with the book by the time you've raised it, and the book will be there. I'm hoping to finish the book by October.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much, Chef Dorit. We would like to invite Julie Johnston, who's going to speak about greening the heart of education. Ultimately, it's all education, is it not? So
That's
it's
slide number 2.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I am going to share my slides.
Sure thing.
I'm a teacher, so of course I have slides to share. Hold on one second here.
Do you want to introduce her after she's ready to go?
No, she's gone. She's ready to go.
There we go.
And yeah, take it away, Julie.
Okay. There we go. So that's clear to everyone. Is that right? Can you see that? Yeah, great. Okay, so I want to talk to you today about greening the heart of education. And I added in a subtitle especially for the vegan COP, and that is that green schools are compassionate places for learning. And frankly, I don't want my my young grandchildren going to a school that isn't a compassionate place to learn. So that's basically why I do this work. I'll tell you quickly, I have a BA in French. I used to be a French teacher, and then that morphed into outdoor and experiential ed, which morphed into environmental ed and sustainability learning. My master's in adult education was in sustainable learning as enticement to environmental action. I was the first coordinator of environment and sustainability programs at Upper Canada College's Green School program in Toronto. And I am currently an associate faculty member at Royal Roads University here in Victoria, British Columbia. And I'm also an associate with the Climate Emergency Institute, and I trained with Al Gore to become a climate reality leader. The reason I talk about greening the heart of education is, well, actually, no, the reason I have a little company, it's a not-for-profit company called Green Heart Education, is because I believe in greening the heart of education. One came before the other. And I work with educators around the world on greening the heart of their schools, their classrooms, their curricula, and their school communities. So this is what I was mentioning, Dr. Rao. All education is environmental education, according to David Orr. By what is included or excluded, we teach students that they are part of or apart from the natural world. And I think the whole point of everything we do right now has to be about protecting the future, safeguarding the future for young people. We're now, we have a situation where young people can recognize, research shows, more than 1,000 corporate logos, but fewer than 10 plants that are native to their region. And to me, that's absolutely tragic. And I remember my grade 3 teacher taking us out in the springtime, and we all had to learn 3 birds and 3 trees and things like that. So there's no reason why we can't bring natural history back to the schools. Oh, there's always one. There we go. Okay. So it's our choice. And I know that sometimes adults who aren't involved with education, they say, you know, why should I be interested in education? We were all kids at one point. We all were educated somehow or other, whether you were homeschooled or went to a public school or a private school. And right now we all as adults have some say in the education that goes on in our societies, because school trustees are supposed to be listening to what we say to them. So do we want to create a world that will lead to mutually assured destruction that destroys everyone and everything? And that's not just nuclear war, which is only a threat until somebody decides to press the button, but also the climate emergency and the biological crisis, et cetera, et cetera. Or do we want to choose mutually assured survival, which safeguards everyone and everything? That choice is up to us. So green-hearted teaching is teaching in service to all life. And it means teaching in a way that helps our students create their best possible future as part of the web of life on this precious planet, and doing that with what we're bequeathing them, which is kind of a web of life that is increasingly in tatters. So green-hearted teaching is teaching in service to all life and not just the economy, right? So many people think, well, kids have to learn what they need for their job. No, it's not just about the economy. It's about life itself. So yeah, we really are bequeathing the children something that's going to make their future difficult for them. So it's asking, we're teaching reading and writing and math, et cetera, in service to what and in service to whom? If we don't consciously choose to educate for development that is sustainable, or Dennis Meadows from Limits to Growth, he now says development that is survivable, we are by default educating for unsustainability. So we have to think about that. We have to deliberately ensure that our schools are teaching our children for survival and for sustainability of survivability. So how can we know the why, right? We all know that we're in an existential crisis, but how can we green the heart of education? So what it means through my green heart education lens is implementing education for sustainability in deeply transformative ways. And that, I believe, can be accomplished through a simple yet profound shift in our educational focus. So just sort of a, kind of a paradigm shift. I also like to ask, how might the life work of educators be different if a sustainable future and a livable future, as the IPCC or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change calls it, for all young people was the purpose of our jobs as educators? So I'm going to show you how we can green the heart of education. Also, how can we connect our schools and our classrooms, our school communities, and especially our curricula with the rest of nature in ways that will green the hearts of our students. And I'll show you a green curriculum map that I've developed and that I share with teachers around the world, and we'll walk through that together. I think it can create a simple but urgent transformation that will allow us to show students the courage and the compassion that they need from us. Teachers don't go into teaching in order to be heroes. Like, people become firefighters if they want to become heroes. But it's now time for educators of all ilks to step up, to become heroes for the sake of the children and their future. So again, how can we connect our classrooms, our school communities, and our curricula with the rest of nature? So this is the design that we used at Upper Canada College, where we focused on 3 different things here: facilities and operations, which frankly is the easiest because schools and school districts and school boards will discover they can save money by greening their facilities and greening their operations. So that one's always easy. Greening organizational behavior and attitudes is the next easiest because the Parent Advisory Council or the PTA, the Parent Teacher Association, might get involved. They might make it fun. Curriculum and professional development, that's the toughest, is getting teachers to, in some cases, in some school districts or jurisdictions, go out on a limb to teach what they know needs to be taught instead of teaching what the school district tells them to teach. So let's move to greening the school facilities. Anton Chekhov said, "In nature, a repulsive caterpillar turns into a lovely butterfly. But with human beings, it's the other way around. We send a lovely butterfly to school and it turns into a repulsive caterpillar." That's a kind of heavy, but in many ways, that's what we do. So in terms of greening our schools, which metaphor and which reality do we want to promote? Do we like the idea of schools as prisons? Because schools and prisons and factories were all invented around the same time. So be thinking, how did your school connect you with the rest of nature? Do we want schools as wastelands? Or do we want schools as fertile gardens? Because schools, even the indoors, can be places that are filled with our neighbors and our friends from the natural world. So greening our schoolyards can be school gardening, so a greenhouse. My students and I fundraised and then built a little greenhouse together. You can have a fruit tree orchard, although I've heard that some school districts forbid fruit trees because the fruit is used as weapons, which is one of the saddest things I've ever heard. Schools can be creating rainwater collection, doing composting programs. They can create an outdoor classroom, so the schoolyard becomes the classroom and nature becomes the teacher. We can also green our classrooms. So classrooms that disconnect our students, right? I mean, they're sterile, they're ugly. Not here. Every once in a while it wants to not move for me. Well, you can imagine what the other pictures are going to be like, can't you? But let me see how I can do this. Hold on. I am going to stop my share and come back to it. because there we go. See if that works. There we go. There it is. Greening our classrooms means bringing the wild, bringing the rest of nature inside. Or we can blur the lines by taking the classroom outdoors more often. So if you have lots of parents who can be chaperones, and you have sort of a blanket legal form, all signed by parents at the beginning of the year, then you can definitely take your kids outside, your students outside more often. In the bottom left, I should mention my class. The first time I met with my class, I said, what do you love? What do you want to learn about? And one kid yelled out, pizza. And so we ended up growing a pizza garden, and we grew our wheat from scratch. And that is the students with their little kindergarten scissors harvesting our wheat. And then we made pizza literally from scratching in the earth and planting the seeds. That's the outdoor classroom we built just before the kids got to get in there and start playing around, and the teachers got in there using it. Okay, so let's talk now a little bit about greening school community behavior. So there are lots of stakeholders for any school. So certainly your neighbors in your community, the neighborhood that your school is in, the whole finance part of it at the board level, or the PAC, the PTA with fundraising, your purchasing and your suppliers. You can be looking for suppliers who are greener. Facilities and operations, maintenance and ground crews, custodians, support staff, admin, parents, teachers, and assistants, certainly your students. And then every school should have a green team of sorts. So green schools should be using safe cleaning products. We would think that that's a no-brainer at this point, but it isn't. Sustainable paper products, while also cutting down on the use of paper. We should always be using recycled paper. Every school should be an idle-free zone. Car exhaust contains neurotoxins. So the parents waiting outside the school are actually making their children stupider while sitting there running their cars. Our schoolyard should be pesticide-free. Green schools can promote and teach about zero carbon, non-combustion, perpetual energy, solar panels on the roofs, maybe a mini wind turbine. The burning age is over, or it ought to be over, right? No more fossil fuel burning. Green schools encourage sustainable transportation. There's more and more school districts going with electric school buses. And scary enough, a lot of schools still don't have a strong recycling program. And so just getting kids to practice the 3 R's, because that's something that kids of any age can understand, they can do, they can be responsible for. So not just reduce, reuse, recycle, but also rethinking, refusing, and repairing. And I know more and more teachers are figuring out ways to teach without using reams and reams of paper all the time. This one, oh my gosh, green schools really ought to be serving healthy vegan meals, because, folks, no one ever died from not eating meat in a school cafeteria during their lunch hour. And also, if they're eating junk like this in the school cafeteria at lunchtime, how can we expect them to learn in the afternoons? There's no live food there. They could be eating like this. And there's also no reason that kids should be eating on styrofoam, that kids need to be eating on paper. There's just no reason for it. Kids need to learn that better personal health is also better planetary health. And so lunch menus for vegan schools, that the average family only has 9 favorite meals, and many of those can be veganized quite easily. I discovered that school cafeterias usually only have a 2-week rotation. And so the hamburgers with French fries comes around within another 2 weeks. So they can be serving chili con carne, stuffed peppers, black beans on rice or quinoa, pasta, a Sunday roast with potatoes, onions, garlics, carrots, beets, broccoli, right? Ratatouille, pierogies, Asian noodles, veggie burgers, stir fry, Greek salad, mashed potato pie, curried vegetables. So that's already more than a 2-week rotation for a lunch cafeteria in the schools. And then there's a special events at schools. And what do we serve? We serve pizza with pepperoni, and we serve hot dogs. both of which are carcinogenic. Why are we serving children carcinogenic foods in our schools? It's absolutely insane. So hot dogs can be veggie dogs, or they can be roasted carrot dogs. Pizza can be vegan cheese pizza, or pizza that the kids make themselves by putting all sorts of veggies and maybe fruit toppings on. Chinese food can be veggie spring rolls and vegetable chop suey with bits of marinated tofu over noodles or rice. Lasagna can be vegetable lasagna or a vegan cheese lasagna. Mexican can be bean burritos. Anyway, you get the hint here. There's so many different ways that we can be serving vegan meals to students in our schools. I did want to point out that if you have a school garden, it's really fun to have, and even if you're not an educator, you could be promoting school gardens in your local school, and you can be helping out with the school garden. Excuse me. You can have a school garden harvest potluck every autumn, where if you've organized your school garden so that every class has their own bed, what they plant before the school year ends, they can harvest in September and then serve to the whole school. And these are my students making a big, huge bowl of rainbow coleslaw from the different veggies that we had grown in our garden plot that year. There are lots of other ways that school communities can go green. So walking school buses, celebrating in green ways, having a sustainability rep on student councils or parent councils, plants in every classroom. I worked in a school once where I said, hey, we need to get plants into the classrooms. And the principal said, well, what if they die? And I said, well, first he said, who will take care of them? I said, well, the students. And then he said, what if they die? I said, that's the circle of life. Like, there's nothing wrong with a plant dying, although we would prefer the kids to learn how to take care of them. What else haven't we talked about yet? Litterless lunches. Like, we just should not allow any garbage coming to school in a school lunch remaining at the school. If parents want to send those horrible things in plastic, let them deal with the garbage. Using daylight in our classrooms or automated sensors, wearing sweaters in school. Kids don't work well when it's really hot in a classroom. Turning off computers at night and on weekends, practicing gratitude. Whenever we're together to say our grace together. It doesn't have to be religious, doesn't even have to be spiritual. It can just be stating our gratitude. No bottled water, sheltered bike racks. There's so many different things that school communities can do. I did want to tell you about this. There's a letter on Green Heart Education, or it's called greenhearted.org, my website. I wrote a letter to Jamie Oliver, and I asked him if he would please make his sort of signature dish, which is a stir fry, a beef stir fry. I think I asked him if he would make it a vegan stir fry. And it wasn't too long after I posted this that apparently he endorsed the vegan diet and said it's a no-brainer. A plant-based diet is the future for meat eaters. So ask, and sometimes ye shall receive. So we've talked about how we can connect our classrooms and our school communities. Now, how can we connect our curricula? Well, if children are to keep alive their inborn sense of wonder, this is from Rachel Carson, bless her, and I've updated the gender language. They need the companionship of at least one adult who can share it, rediscovering with them the joy, excitement, and mystery of the world we live in. Now, sometimes that can be the teacher. It doesn't have to be the parent or the aunt or uncle or the grandparent. Sometimes it can be the teacher who is that one adult who can help children sort of rediscover their innate biophilia, their innate love and connection with the rest of nature. So pointing out the genuine, authentic connections between the existing curriculum and education for sustainability and climate change education, I believe will take compassion, courage, curiosity, and independent thinking on our part as the adults. And a lot of group thinking amongst like-minded and like-hearted parents, colleagues, administrators, students, and other school community members. So here's that green school curriculum map that I mentioned already. It looks like this. So it's a big idea for each developmental level. So instead of saying to teachers, you got to teach it all in every grade, no. From K to 3, green school teachers just have to focus on nature connecting. So you can imagine that that can look like so many different things, right? And then after kids, you know, when they're no longer children, when they're tying their own shoes and they're into reading textbooks and things like that, but they're not quite grown up yet. That's when we would teach them about ecological principles, because that's when they're curious about how the world works. And then once kids develop to the level where they don't play in the schoolyard anymore, they sit around or they stand around and talk with each other, that's when we could be presenting environmental solutions. Well, actually, we could present the problems, and the kids, with that energy that they have at that age of grade 6, 7, or about 12 years old, they would come up with environmental solutions. And the closer they are to home, to their own communities, perhaps their own families, and the school itself, then the more agency the kids feel. And then for the senior grades, teaching them everything there is to know about sustainable development. So this is the kind of the backdrop. So the foundation for this green school curriculum model is compassion, respect, and the ethics of sustainability. So we're not just going to like be teaching them, you know, green stuff. No, we're going to be developing in our schools a foundation of compassion, respect, and ethics. Now, the umbrella of this green school curriculum model needs to be the global climate and oceans emergency, the biodiversity crisis, the sixth mass extinction, because really everything we do now is under, I don't want to say under that black cloud, but under that umbrella, right? Everything we do has to make sure we're not making the climate less safe for our children's future. Rajendra Pachauri used to be chair of the IPCC, and he said we are risking the ability of the human race to survive. And current UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres says climate change is an existential threat to most life on the planet, including and especially humankind. So we really, even though we're possibly not even teaching climate change to our kids, we need to make that the umbrella for our curriculum. The backdrop of sorts. So what we're going to teach against is environmental and ecosystem health. So we're going to not be doing things as schools and as educators and as students that make the world a dirtier place, a more polluted place, a less safe place to live. So then let's walk through each of these fairly quickly. So in the preschool and primary grades, it's all about nature connecting and nature bonding. So we're healing our culture's disconnection and alienation from the rest of nature. That's what we're helping the kids to do. And it could be through reading, it could be through physical education, it could be through little science classes with the younger kids. It could be through any curricular area that we do this. You might know Richard Louv, who wrote Last Child in the Woods. He wrote, the children and nature movement is fueled by this fundamental idea. The child in nature is an endangered species, and the health of children and the health of the earth are inseparable. Reconnection to the natural world is fundamental to human health, well-being, spirit, and survival. I love that. So helping young children reconnect with the rest of nature is a no-brainer. So contact with nature is as important to children as good nutrition and adequate sleep. Time spent outdoors correlates with increased physical activity and fitness in children. Exposure to green spaces reduces crime and increases individuals' well-being and ability to focus. So you know, the outdoor activities in natural settings can significantly reduce symptoms of ADHD. We have an epidemic of ADHD right now, attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. That H part is it seems to be getting more and more common. And of course, if we sit kids in classrooms, sterile, ugly classrooms for 5 or 6 hours a day, of course they're going to react. Now, that's not the only reason for ADHD. Apparently, pollution is having an effect on kids, et cetera, et cetera. Their nutrition levels, things like that. But if we let all of our children play more outside, it's going to do wonders for children who struggle with ADHD. Outdoor education with a focus on environmental learning also increases academic achievement, and that's been well researched now. Research shows, and actually this was my research, my name there, research shows that our culture's disconnection and resulting alienation from nature is a root cause of our environmental problems. So if we raise a generation of children who aren't disconnected from the rest of nature, then that's going to make dealing with the rest of our environmental problems, and probably a lot of social and economic problems too, much easier. Educators can honor the importance of time spent in nature throughout the grades: outdoor classroom, bringing nature into the classroom, field studies, natural history, walkabouts, nature journaling. There's lots of different ways we can do this. They can help children see that outside isn't just a place for recess and playing sports. It's actually what sustains us. A lot of kids don't know that food actually doesn't start in the grocery store. You know, they don't understand about growing food in gardens and growing food on farms. I remember Jamie Oliver had a show once where he went into a classroom with all sorts of fruits and vegetables. And the kids didn't know, for example, that French fries come from potatoes that look like this, you know. It was pretty scary. He showed an eggplant and one of the kids said, "Is that a pear?" Because he knew the pear shape, but he had never seen a pear. Educators can recognize the gift to the human spirit of learning to be comfortable within the natural world, of acquiring a sense of place, a feeling at home in the natural world. It's so, it's just so lovely, you know, to feel like that's your home out there, not a place that you have to travel through to get from this building, the school building, back to your home building and your computer screen. We allude to a sensory narrowing. This is fascinating to me. During screen time, in that the visual and auditory senses are stimulated, whereas other sensory motor modalities may be neglected, such as proprioception, active motor control, our sense of smell, our sense of taste, and our sense of movement. So what they've discovered is that, and what I've actually witnessed taking young children outside, is that a lot of them have never walked on uneven ground, and they feel very unsafe walking off the concrete path or walking off the asphalt. And that's because there's just so much screen time in their lives. So it's really important that kids get that time outdoors, just running around, playing, etc. Now, this is an important caveat. And I had someone who worked in Africa challenge me on this, saying, you know, the kids in Africa, they're not protected like this, like we say we need to do with our students. I say, well, that's not a good thing that we should bring here. That's a bad thing that needs to be fixed in Africa. But David Sobel, who's a very famous environmental educator, says no environmental tragedies before 4th grade. So it's around the age of 9 or 10 when kids develop a sense of agency. Before that, they don't have the agency to figure out how to solve these problems. So they need reassurance that we, the adults in their lives, are doing everything that we can do to solve the problems. And I'm of the mind that we should actually lie to children when they're this young. If they know enough that they're sad or they're scared about environmental tragedies, and we know that we're not doing all that we can do to help, you know, create solutions in the world, I think that's the one time I would suggest lying to children, because they need to know that the adults in the world are doing everything they can. This one makes me so sad. All I'm saying is I wished for an endless summer vacation, and now the glaciers are melting. Right? Kids don't know how to make the separation, and then they don't have the agency to know what to do. So we move on to the next developmental level. So these are 9 to 11-year-olds. And they're curious, they're energetic, they want to learn how life works on this very precious planet. And so Baba Dioum, a Senegalese forestry engineer better known as a conservationist, says we will love and respect only what we understand. We will understand only what we are taught or allowed to experience. So it's a no-brainer to teach this to kids at this age, because the earth doesn't play a big role in conventional education. And that further disconnects students from nature, from the rest of nature. Everyone needs to understand how life works and how Mother Nature sustains them, right? And there is a continuum that we could be teaching, you know, evolution, ecology, biodiversity, and then ecosystem services. And as this Montessori educator says, that serves as a superior way for students to make sense of the world and offers a powerful integrating theme in education. And Maria Montessori was totally into that. I never learned the carbon cycle in school. And so when I became interested in climate change, there was so much I had to learn, even the simple stuff, like the carbon cycle and the fact that there are kind of two carbon cycles. There's the short-term one and the long-term one, the fast one and the slow one. So here's that continuum, like the great story of evolution on life. And then that leads to how life works, you know, the principles of ecology. And then that explains to kids the importance of biodiversity. And then we can talk to them about ecosystem services, or what I like to call with this age group, nature's gifts. What do we receive from the rest of nature? So I won't go through all this, but there are 7. It's suggested that we teach kids 7 ecological principles: how energy flows, how materials cycle on Earth, interrelationships, everything's connected, change and how things change over time, quickly or slowly, then diversity, community, and adaptation. You can imagine after 2 or 3 years of learning those things deeply, how ecologically literate those students will be. The importance of learning, the importance of biodiversity. We have to demonstrate the marvelous interwoven complexity that characterizes every ecosystem, and that this is a result of a co-evolutionary dance that has required millions upon millions of years. There's that word dance again, right? So this is such powerful learning, and we're just not teaching it very well right now. So here are nature's gifts, better known as ecosystem services. I think we're up to, is it $125 trillion a year? If you put a sort of a dollar value on these gifts that we receive from Mother Nature for free. So children can learn how Mother Nature protects the land and gives us lots of different genetic resources, and cycles the nutrients and purifies our air, et cetera, et cetera. There are all these gifts that we receive. And I can tell you, we're at number 11, pollination. There are places in southern China right now where they've sprayed so many pesticides in their orchards that all the pollinators are dead. And they have to use human beings with little paintbrushes to go around one at a time, pollinating. They've got little cups of pollen, pollinating each little blossom. And that costs them billions of dollars a year. So better that we protect the pollinators, the pollinating insects. Then we move up to, as I mentioned, those kids who just love to sit around and talk, right? You could probably pick, they're the ones who hang out on street corners during the summer. We can put the passion and energy and creativity of these young people to work in coming up with solutions. Jane Goodall says, you cannot get through a single day without having an impact on the world around you. And what you do makes a difference, and you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. And students at this age start to really feel that. And man, do they love Jane Goodall. If you ever have the chance to go to a Jane Goodall talk, there will be so many young people in the audience because of her Roots and Shoots program. So again, this is a no-brainer. We and all future generations have one heck of a problem, and we, students and their teachers and parents, can help to solve these problems. So early teens love working together. They have the patience, they have that sense of agency for problem solving. So at the very least, we can look for ways to incorporate a solutions-focused worldview into their course material. And schools can and should be modeling and teaching ecological ethics throughout these grades. So in the senior grades, before they graduate, students can be learning the principles and processes of sustainable development so that they graduate as sustainable development practitioners. They can learn the history and the story of sustainable development, its potential and its promise as a transformative paradigm shift, really. You've heard of the Sustainable Development Goals now. But before they came along, there were all these principles that came out of the Rio Earth Summit back in 1992. And I find that we can talk all we want about sustainable development and sustainable development goals, but if we don't understand what the principles of sustainable development are, we kind of don't know how to do it. We don't know how to reach those goals. So this is really, really important. Again, the no-brainer. If our schools and other educational institutions aren't teaching for sustainable or survivable development, as I mentioned, then by default, we're teaching for unsustainable and unsurvivable development. We really need to hold on to that concept. SD is the best ethical way of doing business, so not business as usual, which is destroying ecosystems around the world. It can be applied to all aspects of a school, as well as graduates' lives and their careers. It can be a discussion and planning framework for decision making and deciding on new actions and initiatives. And even I've worked with grade 3 students, teaching them a little bit about sustainable development, and they grasp it faster than anyone else that I've ever met because grade 3 students are all about fairness. So any of you who have 8, 9-year-old kids at home or grandchildren, you know that this age group, they're all about fairness. And so they realize they just have to ask 3 questions. Is it fair? Is this initiative that we're talking about? Is it fair to the rest of nature? Is it fair to all the people involved? And is it a fair price for everyone? A better, more potentially transformative solution has not been found yet. There are other things that we can bring into it, like donut economics and things like that. But those things fit into this potentially transformative solution of sustainable development. I say potentially because we really haven't given it a good shot yet. And these are the 11 different principles that I teach to my students when I teach. I'll just let you have a quick look. There's some that are the hows, some that are economic. So if we understand those, internalize those, and then use those when we're making decisions. There should be one here. It kind of plays out in Principle 5, but I don't know how many of you have ever heard of Raffi, the children's singer. He has created a new paradigm called child honoring. And I think that's that almost the short form for all of these. If we wrapped all of these up into one phrase, it would be child honoring. If we put children at the center of every decision we ever make, if we put their welfare, their well-being, and their future at the center of every decision we ever make, then the world would be a much better place. Sometimes teachers say, I can't teach any of this stuff. It's considered controversial. I'm like, whoa. So life is controversial, is it? There's one biased belief that I believe all children and youth should be indoctrinated with, like literally indoctrinated with. And that is that life is the most important thing we all have, right? We have to put life ahead of money. We have to put life ahead of the economy. So I just want to quickly touch on, these are some more tools for transformation. So we've talked about ethics and early experiences in the natural world and life is a great story, etc. here. But we can also be teaching math and economics later on through an environmental lens or a sustainability lens. We can be teaching ecologically inclusive scientific literacy. We can be teaching history through an environmental lens because usually history is only human history. And we can also be teaching nature-friendly language and metaphors. So I don't know if there are any questions, but I'm going to pop through a couple of these because I want to show you this one. We still use this expression, killing two birds with one stone. What I like to say is feeding two birds from one hand, although I have heard feeding two birds with one scone, which is cute. But so many of our metaphors and our language choices are violent, they're militaristic, they're anti-nature, or they're devoid of nature, or they're mechanistic, right? And on the other hand, we can choose peace-promoting metaphors and language. Ones that are respectful of the rest of nature, ones that are organic and natural. So we're not talking about the brain as a as a computer. We're talking about the brain as a garden, right? So which would you rather have? I'd rather have my brain be considered a garden, and so much of what we do, of what teachers and what educators do, is prepare the soil for the seeds that will grow in a child's brain, child's mind. I think that the most important curriculum today is teaching students how to grow their own food in a changing climate. And there's lots of science here that, that this can be about. It also helps them over the years learn about climate change without us having to, get into that controversial topic. And we have to urgently teach food growing and food growing skills and habits of head and heart and hands. And that's because we can't grow food overnight, but nor can we learn to grow food overnight. Right? Jason Wellman says, through one simple little act, we can cultivate a world that is more diverse, unified, and collaborative, and less divided and lonely. So ultimately, a world more joyous and sustainable than this one through one simple act, and that is gardening. So why not teach our kids how to grow their own food? So that's what I wanted to share with you. And that's my contact information. And if you want to get in touch, please do. And I would be very, very happy to hear your questions if you have any, or your comments.
Thank you for that, Julie. That was really inspiring. I mean, the theme of this convergence is there is a planet B. There is a different way in which we can organize ourselves and create a planet, because ultimately we create the world that we were educated to create.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
and the fact that you're pointing out that the children know 1,000 logos, but they don't know the trees in the neighborhood, that tells me that the purpose of education today is driven for the benefit of corporations.
Yes.
I say we're literally being factory farmed. All of us are being factory farmed and funneled into different, corners in this corporate world to go produce more, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. I had another comment about you mentioned something about 2 cycles of carbon, the short cycle and the long cycle. I fundamentally disagree with that, because I say any CO2 molecule is the same as any other CO2 molecule. Yeah. There is no caste system between them. Yeah. They just happen to be different sinks.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, where I use it and where it is helpful is with deniers. I work a lot with deniers. And if you say to them, we're digging carbon out of the ground, right? The sink, that safe sink that's been locked away safely for 250 million years. And we're burning it just like that. And then that CO2 is entering like the short-term carbon cycle, right? And where the sinks are becoming overwhelmed. So they seem to get it. It's like, okay. Because they'll try and say, oh, you don't understand photosynthesis. And I'm like, I understand it just fine. Thank you. You have to understand that the extra carbon that humans are adding right now is sending the Earth's energy balance into imbalance, right? And that's where. So I hear exactly what you're saying, and it's still. I think it's with some people, it's a very useful way to to separate it out and to explain it.
Yeah. I just disagree with the IPCC separating it out. Saying it's all the same.
Yeah.
Tammy. Are you not able to unmute?
Oh, there we go. I'm able to unmute. I'm not able to start my video, but that's okay.
Oh, why not?
It just says I'm unable.
Oh, there you are.
There we go.
I found it.
Thank you for your help. Hi, Julie. Thank you. So, you know, the one thing out of many that I received from this convergence is one of the things Sailesh said, and you know, we're all saying it, just one more thing, like just one more thing. And to me, that isn't just adding one more thing, but also releasing one thing so that there's room. You know, what am I holding on to that doesn't serve? It's not the highest time for me to be doing this. So if a person wants to add in a really organic way, one more thing to be able to share your program. So I was just thinking when you were speaking about, you know, I don't think I can take on a big project of a bunch of schools, but maybe I can just present it in my grandchildren's school. Just start there, one thing in their school.
Yeah.
You have the curriculum for people to go forward with that and be able to share it, or would you teach remotely? How would that work if a person?
Yeah. I do virtual professional development workshops with teachers. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be fun actually.
Okay.
I really enjoy doing that.
And what other things would you be offering? Would it be other programs other than in the school system?
I work with individual teachers who are lonely. What I've discovered is that there's in every school, there's usually one, maybe two, and they find each other, but there's usually just one who's interested in this kind of thing. And so in that sense, I've worked with teachers who are just lonely as the greenies in their school. And so I provide moral support in that sense, and also suggestions and the kind of the idea of this one thing. What simple things can they take on outside of their classroom, because they're kind of in control in the classroom. You know, a lot of teachers tell me that they work in school districts where they're told on this day you teach that curriculum. I think in Canada, we can't imagine that because we just have a lot of professional autonomy. There's a provincial curriculum here that we're supposed to cover, but you know, what and when and how they teach it is up to teachers. But so that's the other thing I do. And I have a website that helps a lot of teachers. There's a lot of material on there that could help them. You know, an English teacher, there's lots of stuff on there for integrating this kind of green heart stuff into the teaching of English, history, things like that.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for your.
Thank you.
Yeah. Before I get to you, Sai, I wanted to ask you something. Because when I visited the Sadhana forest in India, basically it's a community which is restoring the forest in that region. Okay. And so they've gotten together to do that. And there are some people who have been there for a long time and they have children. And the children are educated in nature. No, there's no school. In nature, they are educating themselves. And then when they decide what they want to work on, what they want to specialize in, what they want to learn more about, they get online and they figure it out. So
that's right.
It's basically child-centered, self-directed education. That's what's happening there, you know, in the heart of nature, in nature itself.
Yeah,
so
that's beautiful. Yeah. And you know, when you think about it, for what, 250,000 years, that's what education looked like.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Until we got industrialized, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Funneled into cities and, you know, into factories and so on. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's beautiful.
Sai?
Hi. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. I came across a few parents nowadays who they themselves are vegetarian, but they want their kids to be non-vegetarian from the beginning, so that they feel like they should get used to everything as they grow up, and they should eat everything. They should get used to everything because they should not face any social pressure and all that. So how would you tackle such kind of parents, number one? And if there are some parents which do want their kids to raise their kids as vegan, but in school the kids themselves might be mocked by other kids around. So how can you empower kids? Because kids, again, you can tell many things to adults, they might listen, but how can you empower kids? It can be really challenging for kids.
Yeah, I hear you on that. I worked my last job as a teacher, like an elementary school teacher. I was there for 10 years, and I was in a really special program, which sounded a lot like the one that Dr. Rao just described. And so I got to watch these kids grow up. I had some of them for 10 years. And there's a handful of them that were raised vegan, at least veg, if not vegan. And I saw them go in different ways. I remember one young man, he couldn't handle the peer pressure. And so his parents said, "Sweetie, you do what you need to do. You know, if you want to taste those things, then taste those things." And I think they gave them kind of an age, though. I think they said when you're 12 or something like that. Like it wasn't when they're little, because the peer pressure happens at a certain age, right? But others of those kids just they were already just strong in themselves, and they just ignored it. So I think the most important part is that there are parents involved with the school activities who can say, my kids aren't eating carcinogenic hot dogs, so please buy veggie dogs, which are, they're not fabulous either, but at least they're not carcinogenic. Sorry, are we all vegan here? Like, it's not very often I'm with vegans and I can express my disgust about hot dogs and stuff like that. But parents definitely have to advocate for their kids, so that, if there's a bake sale, then those parents, maybe with the few other vegan parents in the school, they have to provide vegan baked goods for the bake sale, right? There are only a handful of schools in North America, for example, that are vegan. The New York City School District, whatever the title of it is, they, I think, are vegan. Is it plant forward? No, I think they have to offer vegan option with every meal. So there are big steps forward, right? And when there are more options, then the kids are going to be teased less and less. So sometimes it is the parents have to, and the grandparents can be advocating, aunts and uncles too, right? We don't all have our own kids, can be advocating to the school trustees. And more people get it. Like Jamie Oliver said, it's a no-brainer now. This is the way the world is going for numerous reasons. And you need to, in the same way that we're becoming more open to children understanding if they're transgender, or children understanding if they have a different sexual orientation, or children of different religions have different diets. The vegan diet just needs to be honored by school districts and by schools and by PTAs and by teachers, in the classroom celebration. But the parents have to advocate, and they have to be talking to school trustees, because that's who's there to listen to the parents. And then it will come down this way, and then the parent teacher associations at the bottom, they will kind of take it upward, if that makes sense. I hope it does. Yeah. But there are different ways. I mean, parents have to know their children. You know how it is. Some kids, you say, we don't eat meat and dairy products and eggs. The kids will just go, well, then I'm eating them. They'll hit a certain age where they just want to rebel. Right. But if you say, we would like you to wait until you're 12 years old and you understand what's going on. And then if you want to try different things, you can try different things. And some parents will just say, we're a vegan family. Full stop. End of story. We're a vegan family. we don't eat those things. So yeah, it's different for every family, I think. Thank you, Sai.
Thank you, Sai. Deepak?
Hi.
Hey, Joey. Thank you so much for that presentation. Beautiful. So my question is around social media and overall this digital addiction age we are in now. Like, so much they get influenced so much through that. Even like what career to choose, like whether to be the cog in the corporate machine and or do a sustainability and advocacy related careers. So what's been your experience in guiding students with that?
Well, I have to admit that a lot of my teaching time was spent in a small rural community, and it's been very different for them. They they want to go out into the world, but many of them have come back. So for all those reasons, all right, the world was not a happy place for them out in the world, and so I don't know. I think if you ground children at an early age and you talk to them about not just the nature connecting bonding thing, but about right and wrong, about needs versus wants. I think I wonder if parents have these big philosophical discussions with their kids anymore. I'm not sure that they do. I'm sure there must be some, right? All of the people here, I'm sure they're having these conversations. But what would be a better word than we have to arm our children? What's a more peaceful verb there? If anybody thinks of the right word, but we have to give these gifts to our children so that they have them when they go out into the world. We don't teach media literacy very well, right? We don't teach philosophy very well when they're young. We don't teach ethics very well when they're young. So if we teach more and more and more of those things in our family units and in our schools, then when they're faced with, they're faced with the pressure, the temptation, it just washes off them, right? It just will wash off them because they've got this center, this strong center. And I know I've often said to young girls, I've said, be your own cake. And then if somebody special comes into your life, they're your icing. But if they leave, then you still have your own cake, right? So it's almost like that. We have to help young people really develop a strong center, so that all the pushing and shoving from that world that you described it just washes off them. But I don't know if I answered your question, did I?
Yeah, I think it's really like how the current education system is. Like it's about making well-rounded individuals rather than let them discover their strengths. Like you have to work on your weaknesses rather than your strengths.
Yeah. The indigenous way of education is to actually look for children's strengths and then to focus on them, to not make children feel like they're in deficit from day one. I've heard so many children say when they actually got a kind of a diagnosis of ADHD or Asperger's or dyslexia, they would say, "Oh, I'm so relieved. I thought I was just stupid." That's tragic, right? Like someone with dyslexia is almost always creative. Why aren't we focusing on that child's creativity? Right? Because that's the gift that they're going to take out into the world, unless we squelch it by making them think that they have this deficit of not being good at reading and writing, things like that. Yeah.
It's about being useful to the corporate system.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah.
That's your wealth is your usefulness is measured by that.
That's
literally.
Right. Yeah. Thank you, Deepak. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess the word we were looking for, it could be empower instead of armament. And yeah, it's kind of this box life we live in, right? We live in a box, we drive in a box, we
Right.
what's in that box. And I suppose this also puts us in a box, like how to think, how to be creative and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and
So
actually, I had a question. You mentioned something about fruits being treated as weapons. So that's kind of interesting. How would they consider fruits as weapons?
Oh, because at recess, the kids would pick them up and throw them at each other.
no,
So
literally.
they look, yeah, literally. And so they look at that, on that as weapons instead of teaching them to collect the fruit and turn it into jams and jellies and whatever, right? It's like, oh, come on. Don't turn what is a solution into a problem. Do it the other way around.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
So Tammy, is it okay if we get one more question in with Amit?
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks, Tammy.
I
Go
know
ahead,
we're
Amit.
over time. Yeah.
Oh,
There we go.
Thank you very much. I was with you before your first slide started. You said, of course, I have a slideshow. I'm a teacher. From there until the last slide. And I was also kind of checking off the list because being a parent, okay, my daughter's school has this. Yes, this. Yes, this. They have a community garden. Yes, they have planted broccoli, potatoes, and everything in the community garden. And they're going to
Yeah.
make a soup after the school resumes. So
Oh,
I was
God.
kind of getting a checkbox. The only thing left is the dairy has like penetrated all the schools here in UK, and they just provide little what do you call Tetra packs.
Yeah.
It's so frustrating to see that. I mean, whenever I go to my daughter's school and then I see some children, they carry it and sipping out at home, and those are also packaged like here the brand is Muller's, so it has a cow texture packaging just to attract and lure the little childrens. And my daughter says, why do they still drink? I get into conversation, but my daughter is 7 years old and the younger one is 4 years old. So the 4-year-old at her nursery school, they used to give her the same vegan brand which we have at home. But the elder one, the principal blatantly said, no, sorry, we don't have any vegan options for them yet. But they
So it's
do
time
have,
to
yeah,
time to talk to the trustees.
probably. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. The rest of the school is absolutely perfect, but I don't know. But it's about all the schools. I mean, they don't. Dairy is everywhere. I mean, dairy has penetrated.
Yeah.
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 Do you have any strategy to kind of tackle?
It's a toughie. It's such an issue in the United States, I know. I don't know what to say unless you can, like, are there any other vegan parents that you can talk to?
No.
No,
In fact,
okay.
during the Halloween, I asked the parents community so that we can promote a green Halloween. We asked the student, I mean, children, we if they come to our doors, we give them grapes or fruits and all. They said it is too extreme. They do it only for the sweets and toffees. And how can we ask them to collect fruits?
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well,
talking to
especially,
them about, yeah.
yeah. I mean, I don't know if you know, when I was young, someone put razor blades in apples and then gave apples away. And so that's where that whole we don't do fruit has come from. We do packaged candy because that's supposed to be safer.
I
And
see.
yeah, and I think it only happened once, but it just created this mythology of we don't do fruit. We don't do apples because people put razor blades in. It's terrible, terrible
Right.
history. Um, I honestly think that you need to find a sympathetic school board trustee. Of course, I don't know the term that you use in the UK, but there are elected officials, right? Who sort of are on top of they're above the school board administration
Right.
itself. You need to find one sympathetic one, and it might be someone whose child has allergies, for example, because people whose children have allergies understand that there are going to be children who can't drink milk, right?
Yeah,
things
that's a
like
good
that.
one.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah, for example, like why are they serving only milk when lots of children are lactose intolerant?
Yeah.
Tons of
I,
children.
I was going to
Yeah.
suggest that to you, Amit, because I can send you the map from Encyclopedia Britannica of
Okay.
lactose intolerance, and it shows you that Indians are 60 to 80% lactose intolerant.
Lovely. Yeah, I'll do that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That also reminds me, the apple and blade also reminds me, the school took all the children for a play, and it was about Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, and it was a pantomime. And I was one of the parent volunteers to walk the kids. And in the show, they asked the children to sing songs towards the end. And in that, Snow White's stepmother has poisoned the apple. I think Dr. Rao, I told you about that.
Right.
So, and all the characters in the play, they are asking Snow White through a song, don't eat apple, you eat chicken nuggets, you eat McFlurry, you eat that.
Oh
And it was so crazy. Yes,
Oh.
I did take I did record it on camera, and they bring in a large screen, so the lyrics are displayed, and all the children are singing, Snow White, eat chicken nuggets, eat this, eat that,
Oh, that's
but don't
disgusting.
eat a poisoned apple,
It's
Snow White.
This is
Wow.
all corporate propaganda.
I
Exactly,
mean,
exactly.
you got to complain, okay? You got to take it. You
Yes.
got to find your trustee and you got to
Yeah,
complain.
I'll
That's
do that. I
terrible.
wrote to the pantomime as well.
Yeah.
I didn't probably go through. Yeah, thank you for empowering
Yeah.
us with your presentation today. Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Amy. Yeah.
Yes,
Thank you,
thank
folks,
you
for
so
having
much.
me. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Julie. Yeah,
Okay. Take care, everyone.
take care. Thank you, Tammy, for your patience, and thank you for letting Julie go over time. And here we are. Take us through what all this grounding is for, to overcome our grief. Do you want Paul to be on it as well?
Paul, do you want to come on the screen, or you said you don't?
I will be just in the background.
Okay.
In a supportive.
And let me know when you want me to play the video, Tammy.
Okay. Well, when I talk about the Koji prophecy, you'll see the slide. Thank you.
Sure.
I'll go ahead and share my screen.
Not yet,
Not
sweetie.
yet? Okay.
Okay. Thanks, honey. Yeah. So welcome, everyone. Welcome to Grief Mapping, Planet B. And today we're going to, well, let's just start with a nice deep breath. It's the easiest way for our nervous system to reset, especially if our exhalation is longer than our inhalation. So a nice deep inhalation and a really long exhalation. Breathing in all the possibilities of creative action. And breathing out any grief or any trauma that you may have felt from hearing or seeing anything over the last while. And breathing in empowerment and possibilities. And breathing out hopelessness. So thank you. We'll get started. Paul, thank you for sharing the screen. And my partner, Paul, and I are writing a book called Grief Mapping. It's a love story of transformation and resiliency and compassion. And I'll just wait till Paul gets the first slide up for me. This is our 5 stages of grief. And welcome, everyone. And thank you for being here. Our convergence of the people 18. So grief mapping was founded out of the understanding that, and how this fits in with our Planet B. Grief mapping was founded out of the understanding that in order to really look at what's going on, to really be able to look and move through the felt sense shock of it, and into compassion and then creative action, we need to have enough room in our psyche and our soma and our spirit to be able to grab it and turn it into something magical, something beautiful, something creative. And that's why this book is coming forth. It's going to be a book full of stories, and I call it call and responses from activists and other people that are just part of this movement. And in this first slide, you'll see a gorgeous photo that I took of some elk walking into the water at Jasper National Park. So I'm dedicating this presentation today, and I may cry a bit, to my community of Jasper National Park and to all the animals that have fled the fires over the last few days. The town has pretty much burnt down, a historical mountain town close to where we live, and gorgeous, beautiful energy. And I hear in the news continually about the humans and that they believe they got everybody, even out the backpackers of the back country, out safely, but I haven't heard one mention of the animals. And so this presentation is going out to the animals that have had to flee their home and the hundreds of hectares of fires still burning in Jasper National Park as we speak. Okay. So grief mapping, a love story of compassion, resilience, and transformation. And that's what grief mapping has the potential of doing. And Sailesh has in the signature of a lot of his emails, or all of them, change is inevitable, transformation is intentional. And I believe the energy of grief is inevitable. It's going to come, it's going to be sometimes accumulative, but it can be channeled into creative, transformative action. Okay. The problem is when we have so much accumulated grief, when there's no more room for more loss, what do? How do we transform that piece? I remember after my son passed, and there had been a lot of accumulated grief, and then very quickly after, the father of my children was in a very severe accident. And I remember trying to get out of bed after the service and after his wake and thinking, I don't know how I can do this. And I was basically told from spirit, there's not enough of anything that's going to take the edge off. You have to go right into it. So Charity said earlier, we have to ground our grief. We have to be able to find a way to really allow ourselves to go in it, because if we dance around it, it's just going to create addictions. It's going to create suffering and probably a lot of projections. So at some point, we need to go deep into the grief and allow ourselves to fully feel it. And then we can open up our eyes, hopefully before there's been too much time that's had to pass. And we can really see the gifts in the grief. So with what's going on, I see so many people unable to even talk about it in the non-vegan circles. And it can become something of a way of avoidance. And what we're doing in grief mapping is we're asking people to really go deep into the compassion for themselves and others. So non-duality, it's not them and us. And then move into a place where they can take one creative action, just one creative action. It might be writing an article. It might be writing a letter. It might be doing a food class. Whatever it is, take one creative action to start to move that grief and powerlessness into something that creates change. Okay. So what is grief mapping? By mapping our grief, we make space for it in our psyche and our soul and our spirit. And in that space, the silence becomes possible again. That silence between thoughts that's just so riddled with story that may not serve us. And then out of that silence, we may be able to develop some compassionate inquiry, as Gabor Mate talks about. What is this? Where is it in my soma? Where do I feel this in my body? What does it feel like? What is the texture of it? Can I breathe into it? Can I make a bit of space in it? And then we can take a fresher look at grief. Grief as a catalyst for good grief. And grief as our greatest ally. So grief mapping is a guidebook for activists, past, present, and future. A book written in the belief that in the years to come, as the loss becomes inescapable, more and more of us will have to navigate grief's terrain. Okay. This is one of my favorite poems by Rumi, because I think, and this is a piece of art by my dear friend, Jeff Francis. You can see it's called Alternative Nativity. I really especially appreciate this poem by Rumi because so many people are uncomfortable with our grief or with things that aren't, that don't feel comfortable within, that might touch their unresolved grief. This being human is a guest house. Every morning, a new arrival, a joy, a depression, a meanness, some momentary awareness comes as an unexpected visitor. Welcome and entertain them all, even if they're a crowd of sorrows who violently sweep your house empty of its furniture. Still treat each guest honorably. He may be cleaning you out for some new delight. The dark thought, the shame, the malice, meet them all at the door laughing and invite them in. Be grateful for whoever comes, because each has been sent as a guide from beyond. So grief must be attended to and hosted. And one of my favorite sayings is, this is one of my paintings, and when we were talking about working through grief, I was healing Crohn's at this time, and I was painting me in this hand tree, knowing that I was held and that I would move through it as a way of moving through accumulated grief, because the bowels store sadness, and I was moving through a lifetime worth of childhood sadness. But what was in the way is the way. So the ability for something to come in our way that flattens us, that makes us feel overwhelmed, what we've really been taught to do in this world is to distract and to get busy and to just get on with it. But if we can go into what's in the way, it will show us what is the way. It's a very powerful understanding. So the stage age of chaos as clearing medicine, the Koji prophecy. So I'm part of a couple other communities, and one of them being a group of women that get together every month on the 22nd of every month and pray for Mother Earth, pray for peace. And many of them gathered together on the solstice of this year in June. And they went and did a trek with the Koji people. And Sailesh is just going to play a little video from their prophecy that was done last year. And I hope it doesn't feel too heavy for anyone, but I think it's a message that we all already know. It's just that it's coming from so much ancient teachings and wisdom, along with the understanding that we really are running out of time. So thank you, Sailesh.
I am the mother. I am in the heart of the universe. Throughout all of time, I have never suffered from such heat or exhaustion. I have endured for the last 1,000 years. Since that time, my natural connection points, my rivers, reservoirs, and internal waterways across all continents have been obstructed and are full of pollution. I cannot cleanse or recuperate. In December of 2023, I will start to rise and move and turn, sending this message out to all my children around the world. The storms, the earthquakes, the hurricanes, and the rise of the ocean will come. If the governments, the sultans, the princes, presidents, and kings of the world do not listen and act, in 2 years' time, only 30% of the earth will remain. I am the mother. I have always endured despite arrows being put in my eyes and in my body. I am not seeking to defend myself. I remain calm. But now, I must recuperate. There are 2 ways for me to heal. The first, I could take the law of nature into my own hands. This way, I will go in search of my medicine so I can cure my body, heal my energies, and all that I'm suffering from. There will be great changes upon the earth. You will feel me recovering. You will feel me moving. I will not do this to cause harm to you. It will mean I am recuperating my body. Or the second way. All my children will make the healing happen for me, so I will not need to do it myself. I will put my older children in charge of my recovery. They will go and search for my medicines, for my cure, so I can be healed and recuperate with their help. You, my children, must all be united and deliver what is needed for your older brothers so they can do the healing where I have been injured by you, my younger ones. Each one of the rulers of the world, of the governments of the world, must say, "Yes, Mother, I will stand with you. I will give my help to where you have been injured." I, your mother, have given you everything. When these changes start to happen, we will see whether you listen and act, or whether I myself will have to do what I must to recover the balance on Earth. If in just 6 months from now, by June 2024, you say, "Yes, we will provide what is needed," then my oldest children will be able to help cure my body. If this message is ignored, I will take the law of nature into my own hands, 1.5 years from that date. This is the message that the Mother has given, she who is in the heart of the world.
Thank you, Paul. You can start our PowerPoint again. So no, okay, next slide. So non-duality, what we're being shown right now is that humanity is doing some cleanup before we are able to grow up. And we're seeing this in so many circles, so many people coming together and just cleaning up the residue of their grief and trauma so that they can completely show up. Thanks. And mapping our grief isn't a one size fits all. Everybody grieves in their own unique ways. And we're going to include in this book many biographies of vegan activists who testify to their own unique ways of finding their path into veganism and activism. And there are some recognizable places that everyone's map tends to dance in and out of. Yeah, thank you. So when we look at grief, the most common structure that we've known of grief for many, many years is the Kubler-Ross's stages, which is denial, bargaining, anger, depression, and acceptance. And David Kessler started working with Dr. Elizabeth Kubler-Ross and developed the 6th stage of grief with her called Finding Meaning. So where we first re-examine these stages in the context of expanded grief, that includes grief for animals and the loss of animals and life and habitat and culture. That's what we're doing in this book. It's not just about human grief, grieving humans and maybe companion pets or loss of help, but it's humans that is encompassing eco-grief and what's happening to our ecosystems and the grandchildren of those homes in every part of the world. Yeah, thanks. So why do we deny? So if we're looking at Kubler-Ross stages, whole industries are set up to obscure and or normalize violence. And as we were able to witness in Julie's presentation, it's taught at the ground level of schools to look the other way. The curriculum does not support really understanding how to get in touch with the earth. And I remember reading what Julie talked about, The Last Child in the Woods, and I couldn't even imagine what it would be like to be disconnected to the planet, from planet Earth, and being fascinated by trees, because you're as a child being brought up predominantly indoors, you do lose that wonder of life. And so that's what we're doing. We're bringing that back. We're all bringing that back as grandparents and parents. So the bargain of vegetarianism, we heard this a lot throughout the presentation. You know, I'll give up meat if I can keep eating cheese. I buy my food humane. We hear all the bargaining, whether it's meat eater or vegetarian. And you know, Judy Carmen, one of our grandmothers, our Million Vegan grandmothers, said, I wonder if we can say that it was the 70s and the early 80s when the worldwide grief for the animals began to take hold of millions of us. Perhaps we can only take so much in at a time. It took me till the 90s before I allowed myself to see what cows and laying hens endured. That's when I went vegan. So the information is right here, right now, and it's not going to take us 20 years. Time has a way of really, they say speeding up, but I think it's we're in the time space continuum of a humanity awakening very, very quickly. So if we jump into that change, we can release things pretty quickly and take on new paradigms. So we know that angry activism is full of burnout. It eventually will create withdrawal. And it's always about duality. It's always about separation. It's always about them and the other, and it always creates division. So we want to, if we feel angry in our activism, we want to see if we can ground that pretty quickly. And then depression, I can't even convince my own family to become vegan. What chances do I have? And when the industry seems all too powerful, or this is too much, or it's too late. So to depression has often been spoke of when I was a social worker as anger turned inward. And that's not of much value either. Mm-hmm. And here's my great omnipresence. And when acceptance isn't an option. So Sailesh had said when I talked to him a couple of years ago about writing grief mapping, he said that he felt that the Kubler-Ross's first 5 stages of grief, or her 5 stages of grief, was kind of the springboard that landed into our 5 stages of grief, what we're going to be talking about. But what does acceptance really mean when we're faced with it? And in the context of ongoing loss, acceptance can mean giving up or even selling out, or it can sometimes mean we need to take a pause and ground ourselves into what we already need to process and do lots and lots of self-love and care. But acceptance might also mean finding a way to rest our head in unconditional love, as I have my little friend here doing, my little 4-legged friend. And so the 6th stage of grief from Kessler was finding deeper meaning and using grief as a fuel for purpose. So deeper self-care and compassionate creative action, uncovering repressed trauma to heal it. So finding the meaning that I actually haven't really tapped in much to my grief. I've been dancing around it most of my life, and I've found ways to deflect it. So now it's so accumulated that I need to go into it and really see what I can do with it, and then find a compassionate way through it. Upgrade, it's a way to upgrade our spiritual connection, and it's a way to grow from the loss. And I was in a workshop recently, and Nish said regression in the service of transcendence is what we're seeing now. So it's a way to look at it when we see that the world is just seems to be behaving so unbelievably de-evolved. We can see it as regression in the service of transcendence. So we're regressing so that we can really, really see what's going on and transcend it, as bizarre as that may sound. So we added our 5 stages to grief map. It's the felt sense shock, so we must feel it to heal it. The next stage is to really get deep into our empathy and then into compassion. So empathy is I can feel what's going on, and compassion is I must act. Creative action. So what step can we take, as small or large as we're going to take? It really, really matters to just have a reason to get out of bed. Love and community care. So really taking that love-based focus and grounding ourselves into community care. And then through that, we find pathways to heal and transform. Okay. And we have to feel it to heal it. So that is the thing with grief. I have danced around grief a big part of my life. And it was when I really got flattened with Crohn's, I had to feel it to heal it. And it was transformative. It was one of the greatest gifts I've ever experienced, was going deep into what was going on, into my soma and my psyche and my spirit. And we have all had to deal with grief on that level. And how can we quickly transform it? I don't mean quickly in the time sense, but how can we not build a story that's not going to support us in going forward? Okay. And empathy and compassion. So humans need story. We need story. We're all about story. That's how we pass on lots of information. But what story are we telling ourselves and each other? It's a really good question to ask ourselves. when you ground yourself into whatever we're struggling with in the moment, whether it's our activism and seeing things and hearing things, we can build a story around how terrible humanity is, or we can build a story on how we're waking up and that we're going to be part of that. We're going to be part of that change. So empathy feels and compassion acts, and we are compassionate by nature. We really are. We're compassionate by nature. As Sailesh says, we all have a vegan heart. So creative action, our third step. And as Sailesh said yesterday, one more thing. And it's one more thing. And in that, I like to say one more thing we let go of, and one more thing we're able to bring in. We let go of an old paradigm, an old way, we exhale it. And as Xavier Rudd says, I breathe in the magic of my worth, and I exhale everything I feel I didn't deserve. So creative action can channel the energy of grief into a productive direction. And that's what we're seeing in this convergence every 3 months, is all the creative action that's being channeled into the good. In this, it can be contrasted with the frenzy distraction of the denial stage. And creative action is also sustainable. It's very sustainable, unlike the fast burn of an angry stage, which, we heard Keegan say, anger has fueled him, but has the potential to just light him on fire as well. And creative action gives us purpose and meaning, and gives purpose and meaning to loss. It truly does. I remember my son came 17 days after he died in a dream, and the energy was just live for both of us, Mom, live more authentically for both of us. And there's so many ways to move into creative action. This is an aerial view of Satna Forest. That was just a complete drought land that is turned into a thriving community. Writing books, documentaries, rewilding, visual art, convergences, sanctuaries, retreats, nonviolent disruption. Yeah. I haven't heard whether or not Captain Paul Watson has been let out of prison. He was imprisoned as he was moving towards doing some nonviolent disruption. Maybe we can talk about that after. Thank you. And our fourth stage is love and community care. So love is such a used word. I'm not going to say an overused word. And what does that mean? And for me, grounding myself into care in the morning has been a really hard thing. I mean, I was really programmed to get out of bed and hit the floor and go to work on some level. It was either taking care of children, and then it went into something else, and then it went into something else. After my son died, I would wake up in the morning and I'd start writing a book. But now I have a really deep self-love practice, and I feel really grounded by the end of it. It takes me about an hour and a half, and I'll talk about that further. And then just keeping our thoughts on love, and we can switch them really, really quickly. And Gabriel Cousens talks a lot about before we speak, and I am not always doing this, but I strive to do it. And we are all in the middle of that process of the continuum. But before we say anything, we can ask ourselves, is this going to bring peace? And we may be successful at asking ourselves that question beforehand or not. And community, as we see here, is a way to, it's a way to feel supported. So, somebody once said, are our convergences just preaching to the choir? And Sailesh said, and many of the other, Rebecca and Gabrielle and all of us, Allison, it's like just as much for us, if not more. That's why we have our convergences, because they give us a sense of community care and connection. And that's so important. It's so important in social work. They used to call it the cathartic in the same boat energetics, which gives people a lot of support. It's the basis of 12-step groups. Thank you. Now, and Pathways to Heal is our last stage. And I have a heal protocol that I talk about periodically, and I would love to share down the road. When I was meditating on this convergence, I realized one of my practices, I call it SO now, sowing self-love. So the S stands for sunshine. So they know that scientifically getting light, natural light first thing in the morning is one of the best things we can do, but I do it barefoot. I find a piece of earth. I go out onto the earth, and the O is for oxygen and the W is for water. So I take my liter of infused water or mineralized water. I go out onto the earth, whether it's sunny out or not, barefoot, to get the grounding, to get the earthing. And I breathe deep, exhale fully, and drink my water. I've been doing that all week faithfully, and it's a game changer. So see if you can find your way of beginning your day that brings in energy and love and connection, deep energy and connection to Mother Earth. Yeah. So there's many organizations that are mobilizing creative action. And again, what's in the way is the way. So look at what's keeping you from doing what you want to do, from being as creative and as loving and as connected to yourself and others. And then really take a look at that, really compassionately inquire into that and say, I see you. I see you. I do. I see you. And then just move right on through it. And, for me, it's art and music and poetry and writing and connecting through media. And a lot of people do it through law. And I love this quote, when you're talking about pathways to heal and transform. And the lived happily ever after was stroked out. And they did the inner work to dismantle the conditioning that created their distorted perceptions and unconscious projections. So that's what we're all doing. We're all just waking up and walking each other home at the same time. And lighting the way. I was in a workshop the other day, and Cindy Wigglesworth said, we have to be the sunlight that disinfects. So I love that. Bringing in enough light into any situation will disinfect the toxic energy in a space. And again, I've already talked about the SOS, sunlight, earthing, oxygen, and water. But we don't have any shortage. We don't have any shortage of information. That's the thing. That's what I tell people as a coach. We don't have a shortage of information. We have a shortage of actually implementing it on a regular daily basis. It's our practice. It's our discipline. All of spiritual teachings tell us that. It's our discipline to wake up. And, my friend used to say, get his RPM on, rise, pee, meditate. And so what keeps you from that? What's in the way is the way. So really discover what's in the way and then just move on through it. Say, I see you, and no, I'm moving on through. So our big ask here is please submit your own grief transformed love story. Submit it to myself. I'll put my email in the chat if you don't already have it. But grief mapping is a collaboration of voices. Our ask is for you to share a quote, a story, an essay, and your experience of moving out of maybe the shock into compassion, into creative action, into how you practice love and community care, and into maybe an organization of healing, or maybe what you do specifically. And how we're going to set up these stories at the end of every chapter is a call. I call it a call and release, like Kirtan. So Judy wrote a piece on collateral beauty and shock waves, and I responded. And so please share your stories or a beautiful quote or an essay that you would like to write, a two-page essay for grief mapping. And we're hoping to have the skeleton of grief mapping completed by the end of this year. Thanks, Paul. You could stop the share. Thank you, everyone. Does anybody have any questions or comments?
Well, thank you so much, Tammy. The first question I got is, sounds like a thought-provoking book. When do you plan to release it?
Well, it was a thought a couple of years ago to write this book, and it was started and then it was left for a while, as many projects. Sailesh always has about 18 projects on the go, I'm sure, at once, minimum. And so some things jump in and take priority, but Paul and I are prioritizing to get the skeleton of this book out by the end of the year. So we're really asking if people want to submit something, if they could do it in the next, let's say, 2 months at the most.
Okay.
And yeah, that would be great. And if you, are we saving the chat? Like, could people leave their, I will just leave my email. Please email me and I will send you the ask letter that Paul and I wrote.
Sure.
And I think it's not only thought-provoking, but hopefully it'll be helpful for people to understand that we need to move beyond passive acceptance into actually allowing ourselves to embody a little bit the shock, and then to find ways to move through it as quickly as possible so that it doesn't become our story of immobilization. So a lot of, when you see animals in the wild, seriously, when they have a confrontation, as soon as it's over, they shake it off. They shake their body, right? We freeze. When somebody's not doing something that's confronting us, we go, and we even stop breathing. So pay attention when you're not breathing deep. Pay attention when you're not moving your body, and when you're not moving your thoughts, it means that you're going into some sort of trauma state, and get yourself moving. So hopefully it'll be a book to help people with that. Thanks for putting my email in there.
Sure. Ray?
Hi, my brother from another mother.
Hey, Tammy, we've talked about the grief that's involved in being an activist, and I was thinking when you interviewed Anita Krines, and it's interesting to me to see this progression of people from non-vegan to vegan to activist, and there's like a space there that has a lot to do with how one is able to handle grief. The idea that we're going to recognize the suffering of animals and then stop eating them is the first stage. And then the second stage is, do I want to actually engage in the grief of animals beyond just not buying them in the grocery store? And we know there's lots of vegans that are rescuing animals from factory farms, and there's a certain amount of grief that is inherent in the meat industry for human beings, that we sacrifice a section of our society to slaughter animals and pretend that that's their problem. That's not my problem. I'm just eating the animals. But even after we've become vegan, we have a certain number of people that we're sacrificing to the suffering of activism. There is a sacrifice, but this is a self-chosen sacrifice, and I'm fascinated with this idea of grief mapping and how that might help people decide if that's a dangerous place for them to go, or if it's when they get into that space, self-care has become so much more important. There's so many activists that are suffering from burnout, and I think a lot of them don't see it coming. They feel the passion for the animals. They feel like they want to sacrifice themselves, but how do you know how much is too much sacrifice? And I mean, you talk to Anita. How do you feel about this space that I've described? Choosing to introduce grief into your life as an activist. And it doesn't just apply to animal rights activism. It's all activism. Chain yourself to a tree. Get arrested for a cause. Deprive yourself of your freedoms, and Captain Paul Watson's in a jail right now. He's suffering for the animals.
Yeah. So that's a really good point you're making, Ray, is to start out this book letting people know what we're doing is realizing that it's very quick. We can very quickly be overloaded in our, as I say, our psyche, our soma, and our spirit. And I think a lot of people that get into activism, you know, for all different reasons, but sometimes it's like go hard at it before there's even a pause, is where will I fit the best? And sometimes that isn't figured out till later. Like sometimes you go to vigilance and it's like, I have nightmares every night and that's not where I fit. Whereas other people, that's where they fit. And so I think it's really important to start out really taking a pause when we get into this. Like my partner says to me, Paul, says, I can't watch any of that footage. Like I don't need to watch any of that footage. I'm already vegan and it doesn't serve me. And I get that. And we have a right to say that. We have a right to say, what benefit is that to me to watch any more footage? And so I think we really need to have a certain level of self-inquiry and pauses. And that's the problem. Most of us were raised, I mean, I remember going in when my son was little because the teacher wouldn't let him go to the bathroom when he had to go to the bathroom, and how angry I was. And, you know, I think that we're raised to ignore ourselves and we become very detached from our bodies and our spirits. And so I think it's actually a homecoming. I think grief mapping can be a homecoming. It's like, okay, here we are. We're going in. This is all around us. You know, the forests are burning. The ecosystems are diminishing. You know, the animals are imprisoned. I'll take a pause, really look at maybe, do I already have accumulated grief, and where will I best fit? Will it be in writing? Will it be in photography of the beautiful landscapes and say, you know, or beautiful animals? There's all kinds of ways, because as many people as there are in the planet, there's probably almost that many ways to be an activist. And I think it's really important for us to take a pause to realize where we would fit into that. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think what you said is very valuable, because there's a lot of activists who do plunge headlong into a community, and the community is going into spaces that you said every once in a while. It's probably constant. You have to constantly be examining your headspace, your heart space for this kind of activity. And I appreciate the idea that this is something that a lot of people are never going to be able to engage with. Engaging with people with vegan games, we realize that there's, you know, some people are going to want to play those let's role play, you know, vengeance against the animal systems. Let's try to solve those horrible things that are happening. But we also recognize that there's going to be a huge number of vegans who they just want to celebrate leaving all that behind. Let's role play the utopia, right? Let's look at what the vegan world looks like. And I think that's just as effective as, you know, role playing animal activism and things like that, or for that matter, doing it in real life.
Right. And still maintain a certain level of joy, because we're still alive. You know, we're still alive. You know, as Judy said to me when she was writing the piece for the book, she said, I didn't know how, after everything I seen, how I would be able to deal with the death of my daughter. I didn't know if I had more room, but I did. And then I think it was sometime around that time that Homo Ahimsa came through her.
Mm.
So, you know, it's pretty magical what transformed grief can create, because it's the closest, potentially, if we don't numb out, go into depression, denial, and passively accept, it's the closest sometimes we'll ever be to our heart. Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Teddy.
Thanks,
Ray. Brian Shutt is asking, is the actual grief map a graphic that each individual creates for themselves, or is it more a list of perspectives and written guidance to be followed?
Yeah, that's really that's because we're still really in the beginning phases of this book, but we're going to want to get it out sooner than later. Paul talked about graphics as well, and Paul's an artist, so I would love to see different graphics of what it, just how we would move in and out, but it's also going to be pretty conceptual, and hopefully really heart-centered. So the stages as we mapped out are an add-on to Kubler-Ross's, the felt sense shock. So we need to feel it to heal it. We can't just get right angry. We just need to go, oh my God, like as you say, Sailesh, it's like, what? I was in school all those and they were lying to me, like, what? That makes me angry that they're, but we don't want to stay in the anger. And then we move into a compassionate way of being in the world with it all, right? And then the creative action and finding our community and practices of self-love. So I don't know if that answered. Paul, maybe you could answer that one.
I was just going to add, one of the slides that you showed really emphasizes the uniqueness of everyone's journey. And we really wanted to respect that. We're not claiming in this book that everyone goes through every stage of grief in this order, far from it. And everyone experiences each stage differently. And so one of the things we want to capture is simply the variety of grief and of activists' journeys. And my idea was to maybe, provide a little graphic of the map that a particular activist took. So it's not a one-size-fits-all map that everyone can use. It's a very individualized map, which nonetheless contains a few stages that readers will inevitably recognize. One map may be more than another, and hopefully it will allow other readers to make sense of their own grief, to recognize certain parts of a trajectory in one of the maps, let's say, and to think about how their own journey has progressed.
And I also want to have quick tips throughout, ways to just get rid of grief. Like I teach people little ways to just move energy out of the body. And there's some yogic moves, there's some Qigong moves, there's kindergarten Qigong, where just for 30 seconds, just shake your body really, really hard, like you're just a bunch of bones, and then just stop in one place and you'll start to feel your energy moving. And that's the thing, Tony Robbins talks about emotion, energy, and motion. And we do need to move energy out of our body. We have to move it out or else it gets stagnant and stuck. So yeah, thank you.
Dakota?
Hi. Yeah, thanks so much, Tammy and Paul. And this has been great conversation. I appreciated that Koji prophecy too. I've heard similar things that I truly believe our dear planet and mother's being as patient as she can with us. Hopefully we can pull this off. But I really appreciate, I feel validated by what you're sharing. And I think I'm exactly in that place now myself with having finally gone 100% vegan and committed and desiring to do activism, trying to find out, what my particular talents are, where I can be the most effective. But that being said, I've been dealing with still processing, my own life stuff. And I finally quit numbing out and all that. But so all the feelings are coming up. And now I'm just frustrated because I'm like, God, I should have been through this years ago. I could have been I could be like a better activist now if I wasn't still dealing with my own stuff. I'm just like mad at myself, but I'm trying to do it. And I know because I've gotten where I kind of jumped in with both feet and then ignoring my stuff and just wanting to work for the animals. And then it would come up and I'd have little mini blow-ups or problems on the job or whatever. And, so I do have to look at my feelings. I got to look at my grief. I got to feel it like you're saying. And so I'm trying to do that and then find where I can be most effective to help the movement. But just thank you all for your work. I just wanted to share that.
Thank you,
And no
Dakota.
shitting all over yourself, Dakota.
Yeah.
Shitting. No shitting. Just so people know which word I was using. Okay.
Amit.
Thank you very much for the presentation. At first, I couldn't get the relevance of this topic here. I know a little bit of your story, not the entire one. Then I was kind of uh, getting to, am I really, do I have that kind of a grief in me? I've lived a really happy life, blessed by all the people surrounding me. I don't have the kind of problems that maybe Tammy has faced, or maybe like Dakota was mentioning about, or some other friends of mine who have had a really tough childhood. I was really blessed to be born in a really nice, but then still there was an aspect of grief. The first time I went vegan, and I was trying to explain it to my parents, and they wouldn't agree to me. Rather, they were constantly telling me all the other stories, how it is a lie and not, which I fell through. And then again, 13 years later, when it came back to me, again, then that was a moment of grief. I was kind of having that hard, like heavy stone on my chest, but nobody could see it. Yeah, nobody, it was an invisible stone for others, but for me, it was from within. 3 years ago, I left everything. I told my wife, whatever direction you want to go, I'll follow you. And she got us to UK. That gave me a little space. But again, when I started outreaching activities in the UK, in the city center, I used to listen to people, talk to. And obviously, there were stories about me being jobless and not leaving everything, a good business in India, a successful businessman, an entrepreneur, and going with his wife. Actually, my wife rescued me from the toxic environment of my own family, of my own parents, because they were failed to understanding me, my emotions, and the reason why I was doing things that I was doing. And then I said, is it really that difficult for people to understand? Just apply a little logic and you'll understand why a cow has milk in her udders. Just apply a little sense to your overall body, use all your senses. And that's how Logic Sense, my company, was born. I said, okay, let me, if what is my mother proud of? What is my father or what is my wife proud about me? Okay, that I'm a successful entrepreneur. How can I channelize, how can I go back to be the version I was, a successful entrepreneur? And then they talking about my activism journey. Today, my wife is really proud. So if anybody is at office and is asking, okay, what does your husband do? Oh, he's a founder of Logic Sense Limited. Okay, what is Logic Sense? So it is about sustainable nutrition. What is sustainable nutrition? Oh, it is about this, how you get your food. Otherwise, whenever my wife asked, okay, what do I tell people? What are you doing? She was speechless. If I talk about veganism, no, there's no career in that. There's no real thing as veganism. There's nothing to be coming out of it. But then I channelized all my knowledge that I had, knowledge of storytelling, knowledge of animation, and all, software development and all. And yes, I see it is shaping up. I see creativity is helping me out. I see the the burden, the stone, I could keep it off thanks to Dr. Sailesh Rao, thanks to you, Tammy, as well. I mean, thanks to such calls that we are, I have learned how to channelize my energy and put it to better use. And now I understand grief as well. I mean, it's just so beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much for the session today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Amit. Yeah, we are trying to help activists become better at what they do, generally.
Any of the candidates here already?
Reverend Betlove is here. Deepak, we'll move into the grandmothers and then you can ask Tammy will be there too. You can ask her the question later.
Maybe everyone could just raise their hand if they're coming up, please, for our community of the Million Vegan Grandmothers. I'm going to have a really quick little bio break. And yeah, everyone, please come up on screen. Please come up on as part of our community.
Reverend Beth Love is here. Okay. So we meet again. The grandmothers.
Oh, this is beautiful. So, as we're bringing people up, Reverend Beth Love I was going to ask you, Beth, if you would just start with a little prayer, and then Beth's going to read the pledge and the grandmother's pledge and declarations. So, Gabrielle, can you come up, or because you're co-hosting, you can't, and Rebecca and maybe Paul?
Yeah, I can't right now.
Okay.
Oh, here I am. Okay.
There you are. There you are. So whoever would like to come up, you're welcome to come up. Thank you. And go ahead, Reverend Beth. Oh, no volume.
Right. Thank you so much, Tammy. Thank you, Dr. Rao. Let us all take a deep breath together. Let it out. We release. Let's take another deep cleansing breath. Let it out. If you choose to, you can close your eyes. And let's just take one more delicious, deep, deep cleansing breath. How good it is to arrive now here, fully present in this moment, present in this beautiful community, all united in a great cause, a cause that is so true, so right, so righteous, that we know that we are fully supported. We know and trust that there is something in the universe, only one thing. We could call it a field of energy and awareness. We can call it love. We can call it God. We can call it whatever we choose to call it. But we know that it is all powerful, everywhere present, infinite, and eternal. And we know and trust beyond a shadow of a doubt that we are each one with the one, that we are individualized manifestations of the only thing that is. And we know that as we come together this day, feeling and knowing that this is true, we feel more powerful because we tap into the power of the all-powerful. And we know and trust that this great calling of ours to bring about a vegan world by 2026 is fully supported, that everything that we need is provided, and that it is provided in the right timing, in the right quantity, through the right channels, in the right manner. And we recognize it, we see it for what it is, and so we say thank you. And by saying thank you and acknowledging it, we know that it grows in our experience. And so I give thanks for this opportunity to gather today with this group of grandmothers, with this larger group of climate healers, because we know that this work that we are doing is helping our grandchildren and all of the grandchildren of the world and those to follow. And we know and trust that together we are making a difference. Together we are bringing about a more sustainable, a more healthy, a more well-fed, and a more compassionate and just human presence on earth. And for this, I am deeply grateful, deeply, deeply grateful. So I know that during this time, this session, that whatever wisdom needs to come through each of the people here on this panel and those who are listening, that wisdom is part of a great whole. And we know that everyone has something to teach and everyone has something to learn. And so I'm just looking forward to the synergies that we create together in deep, deep gratitude, deep, deep gratitude. Thank you, beloved one. And I open this word now, I release it, I let it go. I know it cannot return void. And so I simply let it be. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so it is.
So
Amen.
it is. Amen.
All right. So I get the great honor of reading this statement that was created by the inaugural group of the Million Vegan Grandmothers. I'm going to take another breath. It's a powerful word. We, the Million Vegan Grandmothers and Wisdom Carriers, joined together using the power of love for the children and grandchildren of all beings, and for Mother Earth. Welcome are all people, regardless of gender, age, and official grandmother status, who align with the values of veganism and this declaration. We affirm the right of all beings to live in a natural, toxic-free environment which allows all to thrive and to lead sacred, liberated, sovereign, and joyful lives. The power of our love is unstoppable. We do not allow this planet and all who live here to be destroyed. We are creating a vegan world of peace, freedom, and loving kindness for all. We believe that the true nature of human beings and our highest calling is to be kind, compassionate, nonviolent, and partners with, not dominators of, all life. We believe this is the time of the great awakening of humanity, to leave behind the destructive nature of Homo sapiens and become who we have always been destined to be, Homo ahimsa. As vegan grandmothers, we are here to midwife the birth of the new, compassionate human and bring in the new era of a vegan ahimsa world so that our children and grandchildren and those of all species can thrive and be free. Namaste.
Thank you, Beth. Well, thank you, everyone. I see some grandmothers haven't come up here with us, but I understand they're probably behind the scenes doing some work. Allison and Liz. I don't know if Liz is still here. Yeah, well, thank you all for being here. Allison had the suggestion that a planet B is a planet V as our topic. So a planet B, the new planet that we're creating is going to be a planet V, a vegan planet. And that's been the theme of our work and our in our vision, as Beth was saying. And I would really love if whoever would like to jump in and start talking a little bit about their journey on this planet V as a grandmother and as a wisdom carrier, as a person of these times. So anyone that'd like to speak, go ahead. Is everybody able to unmute? I see Lisa's wanting to talk.
How's that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I have a poem I would like to read, if that's okay. It occurred to me about halfway through this weekend that, you know, I keep thinking, oh, we're here because, you know, we're worked so hard to for lack of a better word, convince, you know, people of our mission. And then I realized, oh my gosh, this is my community and I need this very badly. So, you know, I just always feel so revived. So I thank you. I wrote this poem as I struggled with accepting to be with things as they are, which I think is part of this process that we're in. It's one of the ingredients to get through. And as somebody who adheres to my Buddhist studies, it's certainly being with what is one of the great tall orders of, you know, of following that. So this is a poem about that, and it's called Brown Birds. Brown birds. There are bags in the trees, a ubiquitous blowy breed in jetties among buildings, billowing about playgrounds, perched, look, over there, a hawk along the highway. Interlopers in the intricacies of life, posed as tufts of fur torn from the backs of coyotes, they are looking for trouble. The hares lift in the breeze, snag the fences, then are caught in the underbrush. I have seen them as rabbits darting beneath the guardrails, ricocheted into oncoming traffic. It's a terrible sight. Enjoying their heyday, the proud logos cavort. Walgreens, Walmart, CVS, dance the Lindy Hop, suck on thick cigars, blow smoke in our faces, leaving stains on our happinesses, leaving us angry and defeated. It is hard to take. Agents of faith and forbearance, the dullness of the sparrows hold court for those who judge them for it. The bellicose starlings shapeshift in the mundane sky. It is hopeless. Is it hopeless to think that they will ever return to the pages of Shakespeare, where as the poet's muse, they enjoyed the notoriety of the lovely mockingbird, she whose clever multiplicity of songs sings to us a gracious serenade of our love so narrow we reserve it for what we already knew, the way it should be, the way it was, the way we knew, the understanding we had at some other time. The flocks of starlings are a single acrobat in the suburban sky, a revelation reversing direction, the bully Rorschach blot spitting psych so we flinch. Catching some light, getting bright, we glimpse a school of tropical fish, changing direction, changing again. Their brilliance, their beauty appears to be coming straight at us.
Wow, that was very, very powerful.
Well, I only have the courage to share because of all of you. You know, I have been writing since I was a kid, and it's very rare that I read what I've written, and these convergences have surprised me, given me the opportunity to surprise myself. And all along with this work, that has given me that opportunity. And I've just grown tremendously. So I thank you so much for imbuing this whole feeling of self-expression into this journey that we're all sharing, and the ways that we're supporting each other, no matter where we are on the journey. It's truly magical. So thank you. I also wanted to say that, my granddaughter, who's 5, she's the oldest of my grandchildren. She's very intrigued by veganism. The family is not going that way, although my daughter sent me, this weekend, her mother sent me a vegan recipe. So, this idea is on the table, but I feel that that's actually extremely valuable, that even the concept and the conversation being had with a family like mine that has, I'm the sole representation of a new ethos or even these ideas. So it's now a household word. I feel like that's progress. So thank you.
Beautiful, Lisa. Were you going to say something, Dr. Rao? No, okay. About, I guess, 30 years ago, my niece was born, and I got to be her first babysitter. And I was surprised at how she was on my mind all the time. I saw her face before me. I felt her just with that week. And so I've not had a child, and so I don't know the days and years of feeling, but I know that with animals, when you lay on the couch with your cat or your dog, and how close you can be and how easy it is to feel the pain of the loss of one. And sometimes I wonder, why is it's so easy to cry if I see an animal being abused? Well, you know, I would feel the same way if I see a child or a person hurt too. So the grandmothers, I mean, we are all somebody's grandchild. You know, we are not all grandmothers, but we had a grandmother, whether we got to know her or not. And so that's one of the reasons that I'm here, because I care about all the species. And we get to have this group together. We get to have weekly meetings, but also the whole convergence. I mean, I am still kind of blown away by the talks that we've had already today and yesterday. So that's a little bit about me.
Thanks, Rebecca. Thank you for all your work on the convergence and planning and your gifts to the world and your gentle spirit. You know, Rebecca tells really fun stories and she tells them really matter of fact, which makes them really fun. Like falling to her knees at church because they're serving tuna and praying over the tuna, and the minister tells her to get up and stop doing that. She said, "What? Praying on my knees in church?"
That's right. That's right. It's a funny world, isn't it? Funny world. You know, when you meet people that are new to understanding, they see the images. There's so many stages that they go through. It's the anger and then the grief and laying in bed at night and coming up with ways to deal with that. And activism is one way, but I used Ho'oponopono. You know, I tried to visualize all the fish that I've eaten and apologize to them. I used to work in a chicken shop and cut chickens' bodies. And so I have imagined that and apologized. I mean, there's not much more I can do except for the activism, to stand up for more and to tell others, you know, stop as soon as you can. See it as soon as you can. Don't wait. So that's one of the reasons why I love this convergence. It helps people understand and keep going. Okay, I pass.
And I'd just like to comment on something. You know, Rebecca just a little while ago just came back from a Vipassana meditation, and I can feel the grounding in you now that you've been regularly meditating. There's just such a peace that I feel from you. And so that reminder to really ground our work into meditation and prayer and imagery of the beauty of life. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I don't know exactly what I'm going to say, but I too am very, very grateful for climate healers and Million Vegan Grandmothers. It's so important in this world where we are still quite a minority, us vegans, to have the love and support of the rest of you. It is so important. I came originally to the MVG, Million Vegan Grandmothers, because I am a grandmother, and I was trying. I'm relatively new, only about 3 years vegan. And in the beginning, I was doing a lot of proselytizing with my family, my daughter and her family. And that didn't go over well, as we all know. So I had to really back off. And now I am just an example to them as much as possible. And I don't talk about it a lot, but I do talk a little bit. And I never try to force it on them. They will volunteer sometimes what they're having for dinner, but I just say, oh, okay. So I'm convinced that if they are ever to become vegan, and that's not the only reason I'm here, of course, But if they are ever to become vegan, it's going to be because of all of the rest of you. They're going to have to be you're going to have to be the ones that carry the message, and all of the vegans in the world. And there's so much out there now. I'm so grateful that there's so much information available. And they can't avoid it. It's there, it's out there. And Dr. Rao's going to have his Bollywood movie soon, which I think is going to be great. And I think, and Dr. Rao's been talking a lot about reaching people through stories and emotions. And that's what I think I'm going to concentrate more on rather than just information. So I am here not just for my family, of course. I'm here for the children and grandchildren of all species. And we all know how they suffer, and it's so hard to watch. And that's why the grief mapping is important, I think. I'm really glad I attended that, because not that I'm a part of the team here anyway, but I wasn't really looking forward to that particular presentation, because I thought, oh, that doesn't apply to me, and yet it really does. So I will look into my grief as well, and of course there's the grief of all the animals that are suffering, and that's what brought me to that subject. Anyway, I just wanted to chime in and say how grateful I am for the group and the fraternity, no, not fraternity, community of fellow vegans, and because we do need that support. We are still quite a minority, but as this weekend has proved to me, it is possible if we believe, and I do believe. So thanks all.
Yeah, and there's so many ways of reaching, I found this book at a garage sale, and it's about a veterinarian who rescued a pig that was brought in to be put down or to see if the hind legs, whatever. And it was probably a vegan book, but it wasn't preaching vegan. And it was called Crispy Bacon. Crispy Bacon. Crispy Bacon was the name of the pig that this veterinarian named the pig. It's my 5-year-old granddaughter's favorite book, and she insisted on bringing it home. And I remember Paul and I laughing about it. It's like, oh, I wonder what they're going to think about that. But we had a real conversation about. She says, pigs are so cute. Is bacon really made from pigs? And I said, yeah. Oh, okay. And so that's all we can do, is plant the seed. And what did somebody say at one of the talks today is that was it today or yesterday? Yesterday, I think, that Canadians would rather have bacon than sex. So it was I could never go vegan, and I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. And that sounds really crude, but it's like that's our right as Canadians to eat bacon. So it was a beautiful book, a beautiful find. And I've thought about Susan Hargrave, because she really does stay behind the scenes. I don't see her around much, but she's doing her work big time, and how she has so much books and teaching through children's books and that sort of gathering. Mm-hmm. Are you unmuted, Beth? There we go.
I am, yeah. Yeah, so I always hear so much wisdom when I come to any Climate Healers event, and really appreciate the wisdom shared here, and the just the compassion and the meaning that people are creating all this meaning in their lives through this route of veganism and vegan activism. A couple of things have gone through my mind. One, just Lisa, thank you for sharing about that progress, right? And you too, Tammy, with family, right? With blood family. My daughter and I are planning a trip, a backpacking trip next summer with her 2 little ones. And when we were talking about the trip, she said we could eat vegan for the 5-day trip for the 5 days, so we can all eat together. And it's just like that. To me, like that's a lot of healing from kind of the protectiveness she had a couple of years ago around, Drew needs cow's milk, you know, like that's how she regulates herself. You know, there was kind of more this protectiveness and don't talk to them about veganism. And now it's like we can all eat vegan. And her wife, who is the big meat eater in the family, actually bought a Blue Zones cookbook. And they've been doing some of the vegan recipes out of there. So progress in the family feels really good. And I can't say anything either. So just my presence is enough. I don't say anything. And some movement is happening. So that feels good. I think the main way I express kind of my commitment to this idea of being a vegan grandmother and someone who is actively seeking to protect the children is really through my work running Eat for the Earth and supporting all of the children of the world to have a place where they can live that's habitable. And I just had this insight while people were talking that it doesn't have to start with the children. It can start at anywhere along the age continuum. And I want to read you this short quote. I had this very inspiring talk with a woman. I'm going to call her Alma. That's not her name, but she did 6 rounds of our whole food plant-based immersion program. Her son, who's just turned 60, was bringing her the whole time because he's her caregiver. Her doctor, she was on statin drugs and high blood pressure medication for decades. Her doctor had told her you're going to have to go on insulin. And she was also having problems with her kidneys. Her doctor said, here's this program. Why don't you try this program? Did I say she's 87 years old, right? So she's a grandmother. She's a great grandmother. So she comes to the program, her son brings her, and they come for 6 rounds in a row because she's got a goal of getting off her medication. And guess what? Her doctor helps. She volunteers with her program. And at the last round they came to, she took her off on the last day of the program. She said, you can go off your statins. That was the last medication. She'd been gradually decreasing them. And when I asked her to share about her experience and how that's changed her life, here's a little bit of what she said. I'm going to pull it up. She said, I have more energy. I can now walk further and I don't get winded like I used to. I don't have the aches and pains. I feel better emotionally and I can think more clearly. I'm washing dishes, active in my garden. I feel very optimistic now. I don't worry a lot because in this life, everything has a solution. And what was really powerful is that her son, he told me, he was on the phone too. He's the translator. She has some English and I have some Spanish, but he's fully bilingual. So what he told me was that when the doctor told them, you know, here's this way, you can go plant-based and you can get healthy. The doctor told, he said to his mom, oh, this is very bad news, Mom. You know, we're not going to be able to eat the foods we're used to eating, but it could be, but we need to do this. We need to do this because, you know, I don't want to lose you. So he committed 100% too. And he never took the program. He never enrolled. But after 7 months and 6 rounds of the program, he says he's lost half his weight, his cancer falling off of him. He has a brighter outlook on his future. He doesn't believe he's going to be a burden on the system, and he's going to be able to continue caring for his mother, and she won't have to go into a nursing home. So like, she's a vegan grandmother now. You know what I'm saying? She's a vegan grandmother, and they're having an impact on their family. It's a very large extended family. She's got, I think, 6 children or something. And it's like, so it can start at anywhere along the age continuum. So I feel really hopeful when I see something like that happen. Something that, you know, Western medicine is never going to bring about a change like that in 7 years, let alone 7 months. So yeah, that's kind of my main contribution right now, is really running an organization that does programs that support people to make a change, to go as Melanie Joy says, you know, be as vegan as you can be. And that's what we're working for, is pull people toward it. And then most of the time, in a lot of cases, once people make a change in one realm, they start understanding things differently in the other realms too, and they become fully vegan.
Thank you,
Sorry
everyone.
about my noisy house.
Can't hear anything.
Great, all right. Can I share? Yeah. So you all must be wondering why I am here as a grandmother. But I think it is important for men to also own our feminine side, the side that calls for caretaking. It's not about conquering. It's not about winning all the time. It's about caring and seeing that we all have both sides. And so to me, when Tammy said she wanted to start the Million Vegan Grandmothers, I think we're talking about 1,000 grandmothers, I think, right? So, and I told her there are at least 1 million grandmothers out there, if not more, in the world. So we need to be a voice for all of them. And so thank you so much for bringing that idea. And I think it was also Jeff who did that, right? Who asked you to do this? Yeah.
We kind of had a vision at the same time and shared it. Yeah, Jeff Francis, the amazing artist, and had the first vegan music label, Animus.
Mm.
Mhm.
So I would invite all, the men also to join us, to join the Million Vegan Grandmothers, and let's get this going. Because we are doing some incredible work, not only writing books and making unities too and giving it to people. I mean, writing letters to, so now it's going to be about Captain Paul Watson, I'm freeing him. And it is, to me, it's when we come together as a community and put our energies together, we each become really, really good at what we do. And we bounce off of each other. And this amazing energy that you bring to this whole movement. So thank you so much for all that you do. And as I've always told you, if the grandmothers want anything, ask me. If you want me to jump, I'll jump. Okay, I'm here to serve you.
And I was hoping Liz could be here to talk a little bit about, she's just finishing up her book, so we haven't been working on it. She's going to do the formatting of, but there's going to be a Million Vegan Grandmothers food book coming out, and I'm sure that Beth is going to send in a couple of recipes, but it's a big ask here if people would send in if people are interested in submitting a recipe. Liz has the outline of what we need to do. It's a very high res photo of your food, also a little bit of a bio of you, and the recipe. And it could be maybe a recipe from your childhood that you veganized, or one of your grandmother's recipes that you veganized, or maybe it was already vegan. Or maybe something that you as a grandmother are making and it's one of your favorite recipes for your grandchildren. I have a couple favorite ones that my grandson used to call my power balls woohoo. He was just 2 and he opened up the freezer because that's where I hardened them, and he'd be like, woohoo, he would say when he was 2. So I called them my woohoo power balls.
That's so fun about the recipes. I think that'll be wonderful. That my little bitty niece that I went to a gathering a couple of Saturdays ago with her and the family she has. She made it a vegan gathering, even though she's not vegan. And so the whole family came. I think some part of the family went and ate first, but then, then they still came and they brought bananas and a fruit salad, and it was delicious. And she served my mother's pasta salad, which has a lot of veggies in it. And so I may look at my grandmother's foods, but I may send my mother's salad. But we'll see. Anyway, I think it's wonderful. That's progress, because at one time my brother didn't want me to. In fact, I still can't say vegan or anything about animals or anything at his house. So yeah. And it's his daughter who invited us over for the vegan thing. So, you know, it still happens. It still happens. Yeah. And I have other nieces and nephews that I love too, so I don't want to leave them out.
Reverend Beth, would you put your organization, Eat for the Earth, into the chat for people that aren't familiar with the work that you're doing? And we meet every Wednesday evening, 5:30 Pacific, except for the first Wednesday of every month. And it's in the morning at 9:30 Pacific. The grandmothers meet, and people are coming and going all the time from our grandmother community based on, you know, what works for you. So it's not a solid commitment. If you're coming to check us out or to just share or to be supported, you can come at any meeting. You don't have to commit to continually coming. We also support people in letter writing campaigns, or if they need, we have a lot of grandmothers doing different things. So a recent grandmother did, Julie Johnson, she has joined our community and she's doing a lot of advocacy work in schools, to Green Schools, Green Heart School, Green Heart Education. So there's a lot of resources within here. Beth continually is teaching food classes, and so is Liz. And Deborah, who's not on here, has Teach with Movies. And so she's got a lot of resources on her website, teachwithmovies.org, about how to teach with movies, and a solid curriculum for teachers. I also am wanting to get my HEAL protocol out. You can only have so many hours in a day, and I haven't been completely dedicated to that yet, but that's going to be coming hopefully with a new website soon. So we all have different ways that we show up and teach and become part of it. Lisa really kicked off our letter writing campaign. You know, she really wanted support with letters when she joined, and that really got us deep into our letter writing campaign. So that's something I could go for. And so, yeah, go ahead, Rebecca.
She also is now giving talks. I mean, the fact that we come here together, we share information, and we encourage each other. And it also feels good to say, this is what I worked on. We're going to be showing the movie They're Trying to Kill Us, and we're going to have a food healers tent that they can eat. So, you know, I get to be inspired by what Lisa's cooking and you're writing and you're cooking, everybody's what they're doing, you know. And we have Allison, who is working with food groups in Peru, who's also a grandmother. So anyway, yeah, it's really great to have this group, even though I can't come regularly.
Everyone ready to open it up for questions or comments?
I'd like to ask Dr. Rao to talk a little bit about founding mothers.
Oh, probably Rebecca may be in a better position, or Tammy.
I haven't gone to the meetings this last couple of weeks. Rebecca, have you been to a meeting?
Yes, the founding mothers are a worldwide group of people who want to demand peace in the world. And yet they want to do it in a new way, they had their first Congress, so that people are meeting in circles and they send a representative. And like Dr. Rao said earlier, if we have to, we'll bang on pans, you know, we'll go down the streets and not participate until such stops. And so it's peace and the environment and the kinds and a new structure. And so that's what I remember. Laura George, it's called Founding Mothers of World. Is that right? I'm still new at it too, so I'm still learning. So yeah, I'll pass it on to you to say more, Dr. Rao.
Yeah, I put the link in the chat, the Founding Mothers website. And the founding mothers are basically saying, now the founding fathers have done their bit. It's nearly 250 years. Time to step aside so we can finish the job of actually meeting the original objectives, which is, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness.
Right.
If you think about that being the objectives of organizing ourselves, and you wind up having half the country being on antidepressants, you haven't done a good job. So they're saying, okay, let's finish the job for you. And so they're demanding a system that's based on peace, not war. And they want a peace Pentagon, not a war Pentagon. And they're working out how do we make decisions like this, without needing authoritarianism to run things. So even in the way they're organizing, they're trying to exemplify this, and they invited all of us to join. So individuals can join the founding mothers, organizations can join, but they're asking for a woman representative from each organization to come for the meetings, to represent the organization in the Congress. So I'm inviting all organizations to go join the founding mothers. Let's work on formalizing a peace-based system, because that's really what it is, and it's a system that you need to design. How would you do anything now? How would you get food to people? How would you get clothing to people? How would you get shelter to people? And how would you restore the planet? How would you do all the cleanup work? So all that, we need to create systems in place and put them in place. And we need worldwide organizations. What would be the education system in the new world? Right? It's a world built around peace, which is really what a vegan world is. And this is why I wanted the vegan community to participate fully with the founding mothers, and to form alliances with others who may not have the vegan vision right away, but who will get there. Okay, because they're inviting us to come, and they even told Tammy, you filled in a void that we had.
One of the things that impressed me at the congressional meeting, they had people who would fill in some of the spots. I think it was 10 spots, and they have some vacancies, but they said each of them have said, if a more qualified person, if another person from another region that's not represented, they have this feeling of, we'll step down so that others can rise up. So that's new. That's not, I'm going to win and keep my position. It's a whole different kind of thought.
Go ahead, Billo.
Okay, just a second.
I too am always so glad when the conversion comes around. I look forward to it, and I make sure not to plan anything on that weekend. And I just get so much support from everyone. So that's just an echo of what other folks feel about this large gathering that we do. Also, I just wanted to say that I am looking forward to maybe one day do a very large march in Washington, D.C. for veganism, for animals. We've seen a great impact from the civil rights in the 60s. I've participated in reproductive rights in marches, LGBT rights in marches. And now I just think that a march would be so great, because it would allow all people of the United States to jump into buses and go and be seen by the country and the nation. So I'm looking forward to that time when we can do something like that. But meanwhile, I'm focusing on grassroots local activism. And if it wasn't for the 2-3 friends that I work with, and if it wasn't for the conversions, it would be more difficult, because being an activist, it is difficult. We see changes, but they're so small. But when we come together and we all share what we do, it really makes a difference. So thank you to everyone. It's just a pleasure to be here and be part of this.
Thank you. Yeah, in the big picture, sometimes it appears things are moving slow, but that's why I think it's really important for us to always be tapped in to part of the communities like Beth has provided, because the one thing that does move really fast is the needle on health. And I've been able to witness that over and over again. And so thank you, Beth, for that. Could you just mention a little wee bit about your program? Like you said, they did 3 or 6 consecutive. How many days is your program? And what does it consist of? You know, I know you can't get into the full details, but you see such a difference in such a short period of time.
Yeah, really, we see a difference in 2 weeks because it's a 2-week program, but because she was 87 and had these problems for a really long time, it took a little longer for her to get the results. But each round she took, she got some results, right? So it's a 2-week immersion. We primarily target the Latino community in Santa Cruz County because that's the particular community in our county that has the greatest disparities when it comes to access to healthy food and lifestyle and racially construed factors that make it more difficult for them to be healthy. And they have the highest rates of diabetes and some other diet-caused diseases. And so we generally do the program in Spanish because that's the main language for many of the people that we're attempting to reach. And we occasionally, like 25% of the time, we do a round in English. We start off with, we primarily get people through referrals from healthcare providers. So we have some arrangements with, for instance, a federally qualified health center, which is a center that serves primarily people with low incomes. And they do a lot of referrals to us. So we're getting people who have diabetes or high blood pressure, high cholesterol, all of the above, obese. Pretty much everybody that comes, I would say 95% of the people who come have some chronic health problem that is serious. And then, so we get these referrals, we have a chat with them, we tell them when the round is going to be, and they show up at the first session fasted. So they're in a fasted state. We have small machines that we can, our volunteer nurses prick their fingers, draw blood, test the blood for glucose and all the lipids, cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, triglycerides, HDL cholesterol. And then we also take their blood pressure, their height, their weight, and their BMI. We write it on a piece of paper on the top and the bottom. They get half and we keep half. And after they eat, since they've been fasting, we give them a very delicious whole food plant-based meal, which is typically for that population, at least a significant percentage of it is Mexican food. Recipes that have been made healthy but are from their own culture. And then we send them away with a meal plan and a packet of recipes, and we send them a daily text. We made the program to be really relevant and effective and accessible for Latinos and in our county, and especially those with low incomes, low literacy levels. Many of them do not have a computer or an email that they check regularly. So we do the program, that education between sessions via text. So they get a text that has a link to a short video. We use videos produced for us by Plant Pure Communities. Nelson Campbell made a Spanish version of their videos, their short videos. So they see one of those a day for 10 days. And then we also send them additional videos like cooking demonstrations and other recipes, things like that. after 1 week, they come and they have a comprehensive nutrition presentation that primarily focuses on metabolic health and insulin resistance, which are really key to the things that they're suffering. And usually a green smoothie demo and some encouragement to keep going. They do get phone calls, 1 or 2, perhaps, hopefully in best case scenario, they get at least 1 phone call a week from a mentor. And then 2 weeks after they got tested the first time, they show up again fasted. We give them breakfast again. They go over their test results with one of our volunteer healthcare providers, and 90 to 95% of our people have improvements on at least one biomarker. And when people are very compliant and do a good job, they typically have multiple improvements on their biomarkers, and often very significant ones, like going from extremely high cholesterol, LDL 300 or something like that, down to 66 or 22. Many people come in diabetic at the beginning, their glucose is normal on the second screening, things like that. So yeah, we don't have the capacity right now to do a lot of follow-up, but we do get, we administer an evidence-based survey to find out their readiness, and we have very high scores on the readiness survey. So they have support, they like the food, they believe that it's good for them, all the things that will help them keep going. And we do have sometimes people come back and we can see like they don't even look the same. We saw them a year ago and they walk in the door, we don't even recognize them because they look so different. So that's kind of the program in a nutshell. We've done 14 rounds so far in a little less than 2 years, and are at this point doing almost a round almost every month.
Wow, thank you. Thank you.
One of the really cool things is we have funding from the city of Santa Cruz and the county of Santa Cruz. When I found out the government was going to fund a plant-based education and diet immersion program, I was like, hallelujah, this is what governments should be funding. And we have 1 more year of funding, and then we're looking for what we're going to do after that. But it's a 3-year contract, and we're 2 years into it.
Beautiful. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. And if the other thing that I would like to end on here as our time comes to a close is that if there's anybody that needs some support in any area and writing a letter, and maybe they would like the backing of the grandmothers and some support on that in any capacity, we can brainstorm that and work together. I feel like we have a lot of experience on letter writing now. So, and some really good editors and brainstormers and creative, energetic. So, or if there's a program you're looking for your people, Beth is here, and maybe learning how to do some talks and speeches. I know Lisa's been doing that, but all of us have different ways that we can support. So the grandmothers have all been, many of us, not all of us, but many of us have had grandmothers that have been closer to us, for some of us, than our parents possibly. And sometimes it's backed with some wisdom and then that comfort of feeling like you're being witnessed. So please reach out. Thank you, everyone, for being here.
Thank you so much. As always.
Thank you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Next, we will move into open mic. But before we do that, during open mic, can we have like a moment of silence or some remembrance for Dr. John McDougall? So Tammy, can you lead us in that?
Hey, thank you, everyone. Let's just take a moment, if you're comfortable, to close your eyes. And most people here knew Dr. John McDougall. Great legend and a trailblazer in the plant-based nutrition world. He's written many books and debunked the whole starch myth, and that we need to follow a certain way of being. But as I think Beth could probably do a much better tribute to John, and I know that her presence is still here, Dr. John McDougall. But what we all do know is, as I watched John give talks over the years, Dr. McDougall, I noticed a deepening in his spirit and his concern for the environment beyond the concern for humans and human health. And I think that we all get into veganism for a reason. And I think we deepen and deepen and deepen. So let's just take a few minutes to close our eyes if we're comfortable and just visualize the work and the beauty, maybe a book that you read of his, maybe a way that he touched you in a talk. He spoke at our Convergence a few times. He's spoken for Eat for the Earth many times. There's a practice in the Buddhist tradition called Tonglen, and what we do is we breathe in the density of something and we breathe out expansion. So let's just take a few deep breaths, breathing in the heaviness and the sadness of his family. We're not breathing it in to make it part of us, but just to lessen the load, just breathing in, understanding, honoring that his family is going through a big transition without the father, the grandfather, the husband, and breathing out a sigh, just a letting go. A couple more deep breaths in and honoring grief, breathing out expansion for the legend that he was and the legacy he left for all of us. And let's honor his work here by choosing over the next few weeks to see if you can call in 5 people in your life that need to know the message of a whole food plant-based diet in a really honoring way. Just imagine there's 3 or 5 people in the next month that you could just share a book with, share a word, maybe share Dr. John McDougall's book or one of his talks. Find a way to keep the message going. Breathing in love, breathing out truth. I want you to bring into your mind's eye his family, his friends, and everyone he touched, thousands and thousands of people. It won't be a vision, it will be a feeling, and it will come to you, the droves of people. And let's just send them a loving kindness prayer and send John a big thank you for his work, because we know, I believe I know that there's a connection that still remains forever and ever in this eternal space. May we be filled with loving kindness. May we be well. May we be peaceful and at ease. May we be happy. May we be filled with loving kindness. May we be well. May we be peaceful and at ease. May we be happy. May all beings be filled with loving kindness. May all sentient beings be well. May all sentient beings be peaceful and at ease. May all of us be happy and free. Thank you, Dr. John McDougall. Thank you, everyone, for sharing his message. And thank you, everyone, for being here. Amen. Aye, aye. So it is.
Reverend Beth Adams. You cannot unmute. Okay.
Who are you wanting? I see
Reverend Beth.
Reverend Beth. Oh,
Yeah.
okay, thank you. Is your camera on?
No, she says she cannot unmute. Go on.
Okay.
Yeah. You should be able to do that now.
Hi. Sorry, I left accidentally. I'm back. Yeah, I was not expecting that, Tammy. And thank you. Thank you. I want to say thank you first to you, Dr. Rao, because you introduced me to Dr. McDougall, and also recommended that he have me speak at his climate summit, and I really appreciate that. Dr. McDougall is really very large in my life, and I couldn't believe how hard it hit me when I heard that he died. Much harder than my own brother, who died on March 31st for some reason. But what I want to say about him is that he was like such a giant. I mean, I have immense gratitude for the thousands of people that he helped heal, thousands of people. And as big as he was, it's like I would send him an email and he would respond. It's like he was kind and he was present for our movement and he was encouraging for the people coming behind him. And yeah, a legend. So I've been listening to podcasts. It was interesting. The day he died, there was a podcast that was released by Chef AJ. Like, I just went to listen to Chef AJ, and she had just, I don't know how long before, maybe a week before, I don't know. But he was talking on her show, and then the next, like the very day that he died is the day that it aired. I had an email exchange with him not long before his death, so it was just really shocking, I think. I feel moved to be more healthy myself. I feel moved to eat more grains. I looked at my plate, I didn't see 90% grain starches. I saw 90% vegetables, which is how I like it, and just a little bit of starches. But I was like, he really, he knew his science. He had the passion. He was working as hard as he could to help his grandchildren and our grandchildren. Talk about a grandmother. He should be an honorary grandmother. And yeah, just really amazing. And it hit me very hard. I think that's all I have to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Reverend Beth. Danny?
Hi. I don't know how to do this here. There we go. It's been a great 2 days, and I know it could get very heavy at times. It does for me, especially when you're working the event and you're sitting a lot. And like Tammy always says, try to move the energy. And I just hope that we can remember to take time out for fun and laughter, and even laughing at ourselves for our crazy ideas. But I think we could use, some kind of a break during the day to take time out and just have some fun. And, if there's any way I can help provide some comic relief time in that now and then, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Rebecca?
Well, I just thought I would say a few words about Dr. McDougall also, because I was surprised at how hard it hit me. And I shouldn't be, because although I didn't know him personally, I felt like I did because I was in Zoom rooms with him. And he was so energetic and caring on the on the videos. And then I knew about the mountain of people that he had helped, and heard his story. And I think I try to figure out why is it I was just so crushed, and I think it's because we lost him. And I didn't want him to be gone yet. But it is what it is, and I'm grateful that he had the path that he did, that met so many people. So thank you for having this time for him. Thanks.
Thank you. Michael, did you want to share about the vegan community?
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I just want to say one word about Dr. McDougall. Since he passed away, I watched a few of his videos once again. And there was one TED Talk he had from probably about 10, 11, 12 years ago. And the way he spoke, he made whole food plant-based just so obvious. It's like there was no doubt. Once you heard him speak about any of the details, it was just so obvious that there's no other option. I mean, there's nothing else that would improve your health as much as what he was talking about. So it's just his natural approach, and having worked in the field for so long. But it's just, it's definitely a loss. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk. I know I've spoken here before, and I've spoken to a few of you individually, but I have this concept, and let me see if I can share my screen. Oh, there it is. I think it's this one. And share. Let me see if I can get the presentation going. I believe it's right here. There we go. So obviously, living in a plant-based world is what we've been talking about for a while. We anticipate, and certainly Dr. Rao, you've made it very clear that within a few years, a couple of years maybe, that it's our expectations that we'll make a big impact on the world, and hopefully that many people will realize what they need to do. But in the interim, we'll just define a plant-based world. Everybody in it is a climate healer. Everybody helps end animal farming and eats only plants. So that's the way I would interpret a plant-based world. First of all, can everybody see my presentation? Because I've done this before and I was told it didn't work.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, so my perspective is that in the meantime, I would like to live my world as being plant-based. I myself, here in our house, we're plant-based, but I just want to live in a community where you could just interact with other people. So I'm interested in being part of a project that would build a plant-based community. And just my background, in 1997, I went vegan strictly because of animal compassion. It just hit me, and I just realized that there was no option. So, and it took me another 10 years before I read the China study, and that made me go whole food plant-based. And the more I study, I read Dr. Esselstyn's book, which even refined my diet even more. So I try to get as close as I can to as healthy as I can. But what really motivated me to want to live in a plant-based community was in 2020 we took a cruise, a vegan cruise, and I've since learned that cruises are not exactly the best for the environment, but regardless, I went on the cruise, and every cruise, there's great food, but on this cruise, there were a couple thousand people who were vegan, or at least in the transition, and the food, it's like when you go to a restaurant, you always, even if it's you're getting a vegan option, you always have to ask questions. What's in this? You don't have to ask anything there. It was great. Just the environment of having the opportunity to eat anything you wanted was great. and great experts in health and nutrition, just like you see in many of these conferences. I had the opportunities to meet a few of them and actually spend time and one-on-one with a few of them. So it was just an experience that made a big impression on me. But the biggest motivation that I took away from this is that just being around like-minded people for 7 days, nobody came up to me and said, where to get your protein. As many times as we hear that, it was just so fulfilling just to be around people who understand what we understand. So, when I got home, it's back to the same routine where you're talking to your friends and family, and it just it's just very difficult, as everybody knows, that you just can't say the right things that make people understand what they're doing to themselves, to the animals, and to the planet. So it was at that point I decided I really want to live in a plant-based community. So I started researching to find where they were. I'm not one to live in a rustic area or remote area. I live in a suburban community right now, and I enjoy that. So that's what I'd like to continue doing. But I like to live with people who eat only plants and protect animals and are focused on healing the planet. So we've all heard of the blue zones, of which there's probably only one left in Loma Linda. But in reality, there are very few vegans in those communities. And really, you don't hear them really focusing on healing the climate. It's just they live longer because they have good lifestyles, but just because everybody else has a crummy lifestyle, that they stand out. But that's not exactly where I want to live. And there are eco villages, which sounded pretty good, but really it's the same thing. They have very few vegans, and they all raise farm animals. So not for me. Then there are vegan intentional communities, and I found 3 of them in the United States, but one was like in the remote area of Alaska, and another one was just a farm, and another farm that actually sold eggs, and they called themselves a vegan community. So I didn't understand that. But so none of those were any of them that I was really looking to live in. So really, I don't know that there are any that would, be all vegan and all climate healing. So I decided I want to find other people who want to live in a plant-based community. So the features that that it would have, we talked about, everybody has the same mindset, but it's also being able to share meals with other people without looking at the next table and seeing carnage on the plate. It just is so repulsive, and it would be great to be in a community where there's all whole food plant-based restaurants. And if you're living in a community like this, chances are there are many residents who have home gardens. I have one. I like to grow vegetables and fruit, and I'd like to live in this area where all the common areas would be food forests, where it would just be in abundance. And even there could be commercial farming that would supply to the local restaurants. I mean, how much local can you get? So, also, the house we live in, we've got solar panels on the roof. We have 2 battery operated cars, and, we just try to do as much as we can. So I would hope that this community would have, everybody would be interested in residential solar. Even for those who can't do that, have a community solar opportunity. And, if it made sense, wherever it is, geothermal energy, wind energy, whatever would make sense for the environment. So, and the building materials would certainly be ecological, and if somebody had the interest in living off grid, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, they could associate with other people who have the same interest and just do that. So, we just heard a half hour ago about a medically supervised disease reversal clinic, and I think of like Dr. Furman's clinic, and there are others around the country, but I think a great feature of this community would be to have one of these clinics where if you have a friend or a relative who's got, say, type 2 diabetes, they come, just like we heard a little while ago, They come, they get evaluated, they learn about their disease, they learn how to prevent it, and before they go, they learn how to transition into a lifestyle so that when they go back home, it's very simple for them. It's also be a great place if you want to have a vegan wedding, or if you want to have a business retreat, a great place for that. Meet friends for vacation. And of course, there'll be all the things that you find on a cruise, cooking classes, health, and especially climate education, and all these other things that you'd expect to find. So what about the layout of the development itself? What would it look like? And I mean, it could look like whatever a group of people want it to look like. You could have many different types of living arrangements. You could have single-family homes. You could have a whole section that's just devoted to retirement, rentals, anything. There are just lots of options, and really, there's no one way to do things. It's how people get together, collaborate, and share a common interest. So I like to call the community Trillion Gardens, as you probably all have already read this book, and which prominently features Dr. Rao and his research. But for the 2 or 3 people that probably don't know, why would I call it Trillion Gardens? It's because 10,000 years ago, there were 6 trillion trees on the planet. Now there are 3 trillion. So the emphasis is to grow another million trees. And the most obvious solution, the obvious method, is to do away with animal farming and let the land that is supporting it just rewild. So I think everybody knows that. I also have a website that has a lot of these details in it. And if anybody wants to contact me, my Gmail address is B21Gator. And we also have a Facebook page, Vegan Seniors Unite. And the next steps are we are in the first phase of this project. We are gathering information from whoever is interested in either living in a community like this, perhaps just visiting, or thinks it's a good idea that maybe 10 years down the road they'd like to explore it even further, or they just want to be involved in developing it. So the emphasis of my presentation is to find people to contact me, contact the Facebook group, and let's just talk about it. There are good opportunities. Everybody has a different perspective. And of course, the question I'm always asked first is, where would this be? And, I have a preference of where I like it to be, only because, the way I, appreciate what the climate would be. But having said that, I really think that the first one of these communities would be just like a model to show everybody else how easy it is to experience a plant-based lifestyle, to show how easy it is to heal the planet, to show compassion for animals. I just think it's important to get that first community going and then replicate it wherever there is demand. So if somebody knows of a community that fits this description, I'd sure like to know it, but I haven't found it. So at this point, I'm open to questions. Let me unshare. Let's see if I can do that. Why can't I do that? Oh, there it is. Okay. Share. And oops. Did I unshare? No.
No, you're sharing a Zoom screen.
Let's see how I can unshare.
Now you're unshared.
Oh, I did, just like that. Okay,
Yeah.
good. Okay. So that's really, most of you have heard this anyway. So what I want the takeaway is, whether you're interested or maybe down the road you might be interested, but you may know somebody who could be interested. I would just appreciate it if you would share this wherever you think it is appropriate to share, and you can share my contact information, and I'd be happy to hear from anybody. So I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Michael.
You're welcome. And thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Michael? Or you want to share something else? Because this is open forum. It's open to everybody.
I just had one question, Michael.
Sure.
So is it only seniors? So what happens if it's a senior who maybe has an older, maybe close to senior family member living with them, or, you know, what are the boundaries around that?
The only boundaries are when you get a group of people who decide they want to implement something like this, have it developed. It's just whatever that group of people want to do. I don't see it being restricted to any living arrangement. I just think that you might have, say, a senior group in this particular part of the development, and maybe all the rentals are over here. However it makes sense. But I personally don't want to exclude anybody. I just think anybody who wants to live in a plant-based community is certainly welcome.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks for the question.
Dakota?
Hi, everybody. Sorry, I was cooking dinner, but yeah, I just think this is an awesome idea because that's like actually looking for intentional community. And I really was looking for kind of a vegan community, but even more so now. But that's how I first came across Ken and Allison, who introduced me to climate healers. And so it's just really wild how things work out. I've been looking for something like that. I had a couple friends in Ohio I was talking to, looking for trying to live in an intentional community, just kind of to get out of the matrix. But they were still eating animals, and I really was going through at the time, well, could I live next door or even live in the same, house and whatever. And then I remember talking to him about, well, I think as long as I didn't live next door to people who were killing animals for food, maybe they just had animals and milk. But then I said, no, I got to think about that some more. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Well, that was like 2 years ago. So now I know. I mean, I've just gotten like more sensitive as time goes on, in the sense of, I think because the cleaner I get in my own body, but also my mind and my heart, it's just like, I just can't tolerate what I used to. And so I've definitely been finding that, and I just relating to everything you said. And so thank you for sharing, and I'll be emailing and getting on the Facebook page. And I'm glad to know it's not just for seniors, right? It's for anybody. It's for everybody, right?
Absolutely. Yeah. There's no reason to exclude anybody.
Right. Okay. Well, this is great. Thanks so much. I love your doing this.
Well, thanks for letting me know you're going to contact me. I appreciate it.
Nancy?
Hi. I would love to live in a place like that. And just building not just vegan, but, a conscious community, and even some of the things that have been brought up today, like that I was present for. And I was thinking it would be really awesome to also have an animal sanctuary along with it, and open that up to the public, make sure that it was a community, but we would have like open house days. And because people, when they see these animals, in real life, not just their body parts in the store, a lot of people make that connection with them. I think it would be a nice, well-rounded community if we could do that. And it's a big expense, I know, but I think we could do it. Sarge, how big is your house?
My house? Not enough to have all those animals.
You want some neighbors?
So actually, that point was brought up about an animal sanctuary, not necessarily inside the community, but at least close enough that you can go there and have it be something that we can participate in. So without a doubt, that's something to think about when we're looking for a location.
Right. And an event center too, because even though we want our own little community, we do want to, like you were saying, show people how easy it is and how wonderful it is to do that. Yeah.
That's the idea. I think we have to have a model to get that exposed, let people come visit. I think having a place where they can come and stay for a few days or a week, I think that's very
Yeah,
beneficial to experience
right.
it.
What about Loma Linda? Anybody know about Loma Linda? Is that similar to what we're talking about?
So they are one of the blue zones. In fact, they're probably the only blue zone left, as I hear. Um, they have people who live longer than than most people, and they live healthier
Right.
lives because they're active. But they're not vegan necessarily. There could be some vegans there, but that's not a focus there. And
Right.
and I really don't know that they even speak about about the earth, and I think they just
Yeah.
focus on just their own lifestyle
Right.
and what they are focused on, but not it's not something that
Right.
I'd like to be.
No, I didn't know
A
enough
lot of
about it, but
a lot of them are.
I heard a lot of them are vegetarian, but I heard they used to be all vegetarian and then they loosened up on that. I heard that more recently.
Okay. Tammy,
All
you
right,
were saying?
thank you.
Oh, I was just saying that a lot of them are also 7-day Adventists.
Right.
And ones that are vegan within the community, a lot of them are 7-day Adventists. So they come together around their religion, a lot of them.
Right.
In Loma Linda, anyways. Yeah. And then, I was thinking when Nancy was when Nancy was talking, is that it would be such an incredible little vortex to show healthy longevity, like healthy aging.
In a vegan community.
Also draw a lot of a vegan, healthy,
Oh.
whole plant-based vegan community. Because I think that alone, when it was established, and you had a way of drawing people in, like you're teaching food classes or whatever you were doing yoga, or maybe a wellness weekend, drawing people in, and they would say, "What? You're like 60, you're 70, you're 80, what are you doing? Like I'm, not on any medication, that sort of thing." I think it would be a huge draw, and I think it would be a really good model, healthy longevity, because it just makes me cringe how many people are in homes and they're just so over medicated so they can be managed. You're fed horrible food. It's all catered by like Cisco I don't know if you have Cisco in the States, but it's a terrible, like just delivered all this processed food, these trays of these puff squares and all chemical food and desserts, which we know completely disintegrates the brain, all that sugar. And so wouldn't it be nice to give a model of healthy longevity where they can go and go, oh, okay, well, I have an option to go live there before I'm in a home, I get myself healthy before I end up there or there. Where would I rather live?
It would be an automatic blue zone. It would probably be the blue zone that would stand out because I think we would just have all the statistics that would support exactly what you're saying.
In fact, I wanted you to speak about this during this convergence because that would be the nucleus of a planet B. Right? So you're beginning a planet B, saying, let's do it with this model.
Right. I know you're looking for this transition, but I just think that if you start with this right here, I think that is like you're saying, the nucleus of having the exposure to what the transition would look like and have it happen faster.
Right. Nancy?
Well, if there's one good Nancy, there's another good Nancy. Two for the price of one. I really appreciate that idea. And I think it would be great if it could, lots of land around it so it could expand, because I have a feeling it would attract so many people, the more people who hear about it. So I'll just offer that. And then I wanted to offer also a way of expanding the whole vegan movement as a whole. And what I've been doing, well, my way of sharing the vegan message is what I call evangelizing. And it's kind of like a just chaotic approach where wherever I go, whether it's running, because I do a running thing in the morning, and then in the afternoon biking, or on a bus or a subway or a train or an airplane. If I years ago took one, is to just offer people a list of films, including YouTube, and on the back books, and to offer them an inspiration, a list of films to inspire them to go plant-based vegan for your health, the animals, and to save our planet. And they can take or not. And then as I walk through, let's say, a train, my New York City subway, I just, as I'm handing them out, I make a little speech about global starvation, about the violence, and cruelty, and about the health, and about the planet, and about the workers. If it's an express train and there's a long period, and then I go to the next, I say thank you, and I go to the next car. Besides doing that, thank you, Beth Love. Besides doing that, so when I'm outside and doing that, that sometimes takes a little while. Like people will say, what, what, what did you say? And I'll go back and have a little conversation. I'm working on stuff at my home. I'm writing my little memoir, which is about the little point that I want to make now, which is somebody, I think it was Peter Goldstein, or somebody was asked the question yesterday about other movements, other social justice movements. And my ears perked up, because it's part of what my memoir is about, is like I've been in just about every social justice movement since the 60s, and civil rights, and getting arrested and sitting down and taking over offices, and I've been and handing out leaflets about everything, especially when wars were beginning. I was like there at the subways entrances. So my thing about the other social justice issues is not only to learn from them, and people like Wayne Xiang has done a great job in, summarizing and learning from them, but also to work with them to, like, I've gone to all these demonstrations, anti-war on people in Gaza, and, just every type of demonstration. And there, I hand out my little leaflet and make my little speech to anybody who will take it, so that there's, peace begins on our plates, right? There's so many connections we can make with every single movement. And the other aspect, when I heard the million grandmothers were like writing letters, so I went to the Johnstown Vegan Summerfest, and that was great. And the one before that was the one actually in California, the DXE. Actually, there was another one. Oh yeah, AVA, the Animal Vegan Activist Alliance. And I made a little, I got somebody to help me, but they actually couldn't do it. But I think the vegan grandmothers and anybody else who listens, what I do is I listen to, like, Democracy Now!, which she has people all over the world listening, democracynow.org. You can listen anytime, Monday through Friday. It's online. And Dr. Rag Salish Salish, you know about this because I've been contacting you also, but anytime climate is mentioned, she almost never brings up, it starts with our plates and the 87% of the, the whole of the greenhouse gases comes from the animal, what I call the animal agriculture industry. And so I immediately dash off an email to her. Well, why don't you have on Dr. Salish Rao? And then I've contacted you, Dr. Salish, and I've also urged a lot of people and gotten like a group of about like 5 or 6, 7 or 8 people together to dash off a letter too. So it's more than just me. And it's really, it can be about anything, the wars going on now in Ukraine and Gaza and really the uprisings all over because it's so connected. Just to urge people maybe to listen. It is an hour. I chop my vegetables or juice or whatever during that hour. And then I just note what I'm going to write her. I don't write her every day because I really am busy with a million other, there's a song called We Who Believe in Freedom Cannot Rest Until Everyone is Free. That's our vegan world. But I just urge people to do that, to connect with these other social justice movements, because they're already a little bit on the way in terms of restructuring the world to a world where it is not exploiting working people, our sister, brother, animal family,
right,
and the earth.
Nancy, I just wanted to say, great thoughts there. But I just want to tell you, the last cruise we were on, I made up some T-shirts, and on the back, I put a little saying. On the bottom, I said, "The Vegangelist." So I've never heard anybody else use that term before. So I'm happy to hear. I think everybody should be a vegangelist.
Thank you. It's a religion of love. That's why I also promote like Christspiracy, the spirituality secret. Everybody should see it when it comes up online again. Or Salish, you had free showings before, and just to keep people posted. Yeah, it's the religion of love. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that.
right. Yeah, it's coming together and creating this community. First of all, it all starts in the mind, right? We have to have that concept and say, okay, why can't we do this? Why can't we create a planet B?
Exactly. And I just wanted to offer, because you said that, I wanted to offer Sheldrake, Rupert Sheldrake, S sweet and sour, HELD dog, RAKE, Rupert Sheldrake. He's an incredible biologist, scientist who's he wrote a book called The Delusion of Science. So it's not science for the corporations that people are like, oh, you got to listen to the science and get your shot, you got to, get your whatever, your corporate sponsored, science down our throats or in our arms. But he's got this, it would be good for people to listen to his YouTube channels because it so supports what you're saying, Salish, about, he says that there's a field of memory, so that if people are taking a test, like in North America, if people in Australia take the test even like a few minutes later or take the last part first, they'll get the answers much more quickly because it's already in that one mind that Reverend Beth Love is talking about, Rupert Sheldrake. So it's a science. It's a science of mind. Even just thinking. We have already a vegan world now. We have it, yeah, certainly by 2026. That's a given because things accelerate. Just like boiling water, you don't see it, but the water's getting hotter and moving faster. And then boom, quantity changes into quality. So Rupert Sheldrake, yeah, supporting you all the way, supporting us and this whole structural change.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Thank you. I'm just so excited that we're having an open mic now for so many things. Thank you so much, Michael, Barth. I appreciate that idea. In fact, I know of two people in California that that are interested in moving into something like what you're talking about, but it may be more rustic. I don't know. We'll see. But one of the things that I'm kind of really pleased about this convergence. Not only are we talking about now where to live, but we've had somebody who's talked about hospitals and how Dr. V talked about hospitals and how much they are going to change and need to change by being more self-sufficient, conscientious with their waste and changing that up. And then we had Ozzy Azat about the clothing industry and how much that is. And I wonder from the group, from all of you that are out there, what else you're thinking about that you want us to cover, because, you know, we want to make sure this is moving fast in all directions, and we can't do it all. I can't do it all, you know that. And so I think it's wonderful to hear what other people are doing also. Those are just a couple that came to mind. Yeah, and then there's so much more, but I just wanted to remind everybody of those two talks and see what y'all thought. And also give us some feedback about how it's going with the muting, unmuting. That's such a different thing. We'll look forward to hearing from you about that too. Thanks.
Yeah. In fact, right after this, Dr. Michael Clapper is going to be talking about the world of medicine and how that needs to change for a planet B, right? And you will see, just like what Azizat was talking about, you know, how much waste is there in the system. And Dr. V was talking about how much waste is there in the system. Now, he's able to achieve like 4x the productivity of anybody else. And he's like, there is so much waste, and it's deliberate because it's about making money. When it's about making money, then you are optimizing it for the wrong parameters. You're not optimizing it to minimize impact on the planet so that you can give more to the planet than take from the planet, and this way the planet will improve, right? No, it's about how much can you extract from the planet, and that's how we are optimizing at the moment. So I look at this as a systems problem, and I'm saying, what kind of system did we build here? I mean, this is like it's a horrible system. I wouldn't want to be associated with industrial civilization, okay? The way it's being done now. But there are so many of us who are trained systems engineers who can figure out much better ways of doing things. But you have to have the right objective. The objective cannot be the current model of making money, right? This is why I say the entire system needs to be transformed into a system that's around health, around healing. And it begins, I believe, with the medical education, with the medical system. And so the doctor should be making everybody healthy, as opposed to giving them medicine to make them, you know, come back to you. Because you'll never get well if you take that medicine, right? That's the way it is set up.
Right. But when I was in the hospital, I'm going in and they're putting on, I think, oh my gosh, they've opened that up and you're throwing that away. You're not going to use that again. You're not going to sterilize it. No, it all goes away. So it was just throwaway. And that doesn't seem to be the time to say, I would like for you to change your method. You know, can't do that right then. Okay. Thank you so much for letting me bring that up. I see Shankar's up there. Thanks.
Go ahead, Shankar.
Yeah, hello, good afternoon, everyone. just want to reflect on one of the questions came yesterday on the progress and everything. So just a thought came in my mind. I know right now we do have this all, if I take all this convergence, each of the areas, right, from spirituality or medicine or diet or even economy, everything there is impact areas that we are tracking. So, and there is also a newsletter, which is amazing. If I go back and read the newsletter, almost gives me the a summary of things that have changed across the world, echoing from every corner. Do you think we can have some sort of a bulleted listing or something? So it kind of gives assurance to people or saying that the transformation is happening both internal and external. And maybe at this generation, we are not even equipped to measure all those. We don't know. So, but at least we can keep it as an open board probably in the climate healers page or something, saying like, hey, this is the thing. And somebody experts from that then can still come and measure something that we can measure. We will share the details of the progress. Like, hey, if there is a forest built in this acre of this, what do you think? That's a big thing. And take Southern Forest, they told a lot of wildlife came back. So that's definitely a measure. So something most of them like that. Like I see, hey, if I spotted at least 5 peahens or something, if I'm seeing there, which I didn't see there before, that's a progress to me. So any thoughts or comments, please?
No, every place where rewilding has happened, it has, we have seen the animals come back and the insects come back. So life is a self-healing system, and life is trying to come back. Okay, we are just desperately trying to prevent it from coming back, which to me seems like the wrong thing to do if you're also claiming that we are all going to die. Right? So it doesn't make any sense the way our leaders are dealing with this. Right? And I was thinking that our next convergence, we're going to announce this after Dr. Clapper's talk, that the next convergence, we are going to do a hybrid of in-person and online. And the in-person gathering, we will take stock. We will see how to come up with a plan for the next 2 years. Because I really believe we have 2 years from now, okay? Because not just 1 year, because my granddaughter told me her birthday, which is November 19th of 2026. So her 16th birthday. So that's our basic plan, is to do a 2-year plan as to how can we collect resources and deploy it to maximize our impact. I'm not claiming that we know, what will be the magic thing that will do it, right? This is why we do this scattershot approach. But maybe Michael's idea is a good one for us to look at, for mapping out for the next 2 years. All right? Because creating an example community like that and showing people what does a planet B look like. It doesn't have to be like, I remember Al Gore when I was working with him at the Climate Reality Project. He said, he sort of dismissed this as a tofu and sandals lifestyle. No one wants to be in a tofu and sandals lifestyle. That's what he said. So instead, we need to be in a private plane lifestyle, right? So jet around everywhere, mess things up. But I say, yeah, tofu and sandals, I'm all for it.
We have somebody else who has a question. I don't know if she's going to come on.
Okay.
Marquita, are you going to come on and ask your question? Okay. She said she would love to hear how we speak effectively to Native American communities, shamans, and those, very well respected people.
Yeah, thank you, Marikita.
Yes, thank you. No, I have that at my church. A lot of people like that. So I'm at a loss.
Tammy had shown a video from a Native community from Colombia. And, these communities want to return back to the way they used to live. And so I see that, the transformation that's happening now as a return back to the way we used to live before we got thoroughly industrialized. But bringing our tools with us to help us create this new world. Right? So everything nothing that we've done should be wasted in that sense. So the knowledge that we have created should not be wasted, but should be deployed for the purpose of creating a planet B that thrives for all of us. So it's not a return to a tofu, sandals, and a hut lifestyle. Not necessarily. Some people may love that. I love living in a hut. I love walking around in sandals. And I say, why? I want that lifestyle. But some people may not. And eventually, I think they will also come along and say, I also want to live in a hut and wear sandals and eat tofu.
Well,
Because you realize there's not much happiness in all these material goods that they've been throwing at you.
The nice thing that Michael is proposing is people don't really have to change. Let's say, living an urban life or more of a modern life if they want to, but it will be much more sustainable, because there will be, probably a community kitchen where people can make larger batches of food. And like, I know a lot of conscious communities, you don't have to be preparing the food every day. So you eat better in general. And it will save a lot of resources as well if you're all in one area as well, if a lot of your needs can be met in that area. So I think it's nice offering both. I think Planet B is going to have to offer both. I think there's going to be urban and I don't want to live in the city, but I'm trying to get people here few people to come live with me. I have 4 bedrooms.
You
I
do.
want to live right here. So it's like, I want people to come live with me, but people don't want to live in the cold of Canada. But I don't know, maybe it'll get so hot they'll want to be here.
Nancy?
Next speaker is here, by the way.
Yes. You're muted.
Okay. I was just thinking we could call out all those paleo people who want to live like that and say, oh, come and live in our, and then we'll see how anxious they are to be paleo, But there's some really great ideas. I'm ready to go.
Good.
All right, that's all. Tofu and sandals. That would make the name of a great restaurant.
Yeah. Tofu and sandals. Okay. Okay. So next we have Dr. Michael Clapper. Can you make him a co-host?
Hi, everybody.
Hello. Are you planning to share a PowerPoint slide?
Oh, are we ready to start? No.
No. Yeah, in a minute. Yeah.
Yes, I'm ready to share. Yes.
Okay, you're okay.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Of course.
And I think to cap it all off, your presentation is going to be perfect because you're going to be addressing the pharmaceutical industry and how we need to change medical education. Dr. Clapper, you are a hero of mine. I admire your work and the energy you bring and all the smiles you bring all the time. You are a warrior for our cause.
Well, takes one to know one, and it's an honor to share this wonderful event. We need to keep the fire burning brightly, get this word out. Absolutely. So glad to be of help, of course.
Yeah, please take it away.
Okay. Well, again, thank you for the invitation to attend and participate in the most important message on the planet today, whether the rest of the planet knows it or not, that we cannot stop promulgating these important ideas that climate healers trying to get out to the rest of the world. So I have been a physician for the last 50 years and a vegan physician for the past 40 years. And of course, being a passionate environmentalist, it all converges when it comes down to what we are eating. So let me share with you some science that I hope will make you feel even more committed and more positive about the plant-based message here. So let me share my screen here. Okay. And we will hide the video panel and the meeting controls. Great. Okay, so the name of our organization is Moving Medicine Forward. That is what we are trying to do and how it affects the health of our planets. And those should all be convergent by the time we get to the end of this presentation here. I have no conflicts of interest or disclosures to make. Been a physician for 50 years. Midway through my career, I was privileged to join the staff at True North Health Center in Santa Rosa, California, about an hour north of San Francisco. And at True North, we have a steady stream of patients of the standard American style build and medical concerns with the standard American diseases. Most of them are overweight, if not clinically obese. We saw lots of clogged arteries showing up as high lipids, high LDLs, high blood pressure, the angina pectoris, rampant type 2 diabetes, and a host of inflammatory diseases involving every organ system from lungs to gut to joints to immune system. This is Western medicine in the 21st century. The standard treatment at most doctor's office is to raise the dose of beta blockers and insulin and whatever pharmaceuticals you're on and send the patient away for a month and hope they don't have their stroke when you're on call. This is the standard medical model these days, but nobody's getting to the root of the problem. At True North, we have these people come in, but instead of raising their dose of insulin and beta blockers, we put them on a diet based on whole plant foods. Every morning, there would be a big pot of fresh oatmeal with lots of colorful berries and slivered almonds and soy milk. Every lunch, every dinner, big colorful salads, hearty vegetable soups, big plates of steamed green and yellow vegetables. Then a host of really filling entrees, lots of bean chilies and vegetable curries and thick soups and stews and no cheese burritos and no oil stir fries. We encourage people to eat all they want. These are whole plant foods. It's mostly fiber and water, truth be told, but it's really filling. It doesn't stick to you, and lots of colorful fruits for desserts. This was the food stream that disappeared down these people's throats, meal after meal, week after week. They would often stay 3-4 weeks or longer. And the changes we saw in these people were nothing short of spectacular. Now, within days, the obesity begins to melt away. It doesn't disappear overnight. These people lose about 2 pounds a day for the first couple of weeks, mostly fluid out of their tissues, but then it drops down to a half a pound or a pound of real weight loss a day. The arteries begin to relax and dilate. High blood pressures come down. It's an anti-inflammatory diet, so the joints stop hurting, the sinus infections clear up, the migraine headaches get better. With all the wonderful fiber and the fruits and the vegetables and the resistant starches and the beans and peas and lentils and chickpeas and asparagus type of fiber, these folks have their first good bowel movement in years, which improves their outlook on the entire universe. The folks with the psoriasis and eczema will often notice their skin starts to clear day by day right in front of their eyes. The asthmatic folks stop wheezing so much, stop using the albuterol inhalers, they get better night's sleep, and we're able to reduce the medications, the hypertensive medications, the insulin, etc., basically with the goal of stopping them altogether. And what we were witnessing, it took me a while to put these two words in the same sentence, but we were looking at disease reversal. Nobody mentioned this to me in medical school, that hypertension is a reversible disease, that type 2 diabetes is reversible, but they absolutely are. And when we talk about disease reversal, this is not California woo-woo stuff. We are talking about remission of clinical symptoms. The joints stop hurting, the lungs stop wheezing, the skin clears up, the patient's clinically better. But also their laboratory results get better. Their inflammatory markers normalize, their blood lipids normalize, their kidney function improves. So this one is what we're talking about when we talk about disease reversal, and we see it predictably. I have to laugh when I see the TV commercials for various weight loss programs, and the little fine print line says, "These results are not typical." Well, these results are typical. This is what happens. If this doesn't happen, we get concerned about what the patient is eating. But this is the most powerful therapeutic tool any medical student, any physician can ever wield. And we're trying to get the word out to these young doctors to start using plant-based nutrition as the keystone of their treatment programs. I'll be talking to you more about this towards the end of the talk. As I became a student over the years of how plant-based diets reverse chronic diseases, it's these 9 diseases that have the strongest validation. It's hard to open a medical journal these days of anything, pediatrics and infectious diseases, family practice, emergency medicine, internal medicine, general surgery, without seeing some article about how plant-based diet improves type 2 diabetes, plant-based diet reverses clogged arteries, plant-based diet reverses hypertension. And we don't have time, but normally at this point, I would go through a slide after slide of journal articles showing how plant-based diet improves or reverses each of these killer conditions. I invite you to do Google searches on any of them and say plant-based nutrition and plug in your favorite disease, and you'll see the growing literature substantiating the effectiveness of plant-based diets in reversing these diseases. The question, and one of my gifts to you in this talk, is why does it work? How does a plant-based diet reverse these chronic diseases? So you can, one, feel good and confident in yourself in following a plant-based diet. And second, when you're talking with friends or family or even your family doctor, don't get into an argument with anybody, but you'll know in your heart there is solid science behind your choice to nourish your body on plant-based foods. Let's talk about why it works and how it works. Now, we want to talk about the natural diet of humans. So when I think about, well, what is a natural diet for a two-legged hominid? When I think about this, I can bring up the memory of one of my teachers of natural eating that I encountered long ago, Professor Rwanda. Professor Rwanda, like all mountain gorillas, spends the day up in the trees eating a steady stream of leaves and fruits and vegetation. And we have essentially the same digestive system these creatures do. They grow to magnificent size with rippling muscles. And guess what they don't do? They don't develop clogged arteries. They don't develop atherosclerosis. They don't develop type 2 diabetes. They don't develop ulcerative colitis. On a diet of whole plant foods. They're not 100% vegan. I'm sure the occasional grub and beetle and termite disappears down the gullet. But the majority of food materials these creatures eat are whole plant foods. And they pass these big soft stools a couple times a day. And again, do not develop the so-called diseases of civilizations that we do. So do we follow the example of these magnificent healthy creatures? Not so much. We have devolved our diet to one based on cooked animal flesh, laden with refined sugars and salts and oils and processing chemical and dairy products. And running this through the bloodstream meal after meal, day after day, week after week is the driving force behind most of our chronic diseases. And it's not a subtle process, not theoretical. You can see it with your naked eye and under the microscope. In your naked eye, if you have a standard American meal, bacon and eggs for breakfast, cheeseburger for lunch, chicken or pizza for dinner, for the next 5 hours, your blood is running thick with fat. It's called lipemia, means fat in the blood, and postprandial means after eating. So your blood is thick with fat for 5 hours after eating such a meal. And not everybody shows the fat this optically densely, but everybody has a wave of fat that goes through your bloodstream after you eat a meal like this. Where else is it going to go? And this 5 hours issue is a real thing. And during that 5 hours, your blood lipids are getting worse, your LDL is going up. The blood is thicker, it's more viscous. The saturated fats stick to the red blood cells, they start sticking together, so the blood is thicker, and so it takes a higher pressure to force thick blood through tiny capillary beds. It's like forcing molasses through a soda straw, and so the high blood pressure goes up. All the substances we'll be talking about, the sugars and salts and fried oils and the fragments of animal protein, etc., damages the inner lining of the arteries, the endothelium. The fat sticks in the abdominal fat stores, increasing obesity, which increases inflammation. There's inflammatory reactions are found throughout the body, and insulin resistance go up, blood sugar rises. This is a result of keeping your blood fatty. You can see it in a blood tube, but under the microscope, keep your blood fatty meal after meal, week after week. The fat works its way into the muscle cells. It's called intramyocellular lipid. That word, intra is inside, myo is muscle, cell is cell, lipid is fat. It's fat in the muscle cell. This is what it looks like. This black stuff here does not belong here. This is fat in the muscle cell. And it blocks the insulin receptors from processing sugar in your diet. And so it causes insulin resistance. And if you search for intramyocellular lipid and insulin resistance, you'll find it's the driving force for that phenomenon. But there's more than just fat in this blood. The fat's the most clinically obvious. But these 18 families of molecular marauders that flood through the tissues, through the bloodstreams, through every cell of the body after every meal for hours. I call it the postprandial, that means after eating, the postprandial red tide. And it's a fatty tide, it's a salty tide, it's a sugary tide, it's antigenic, so it's off the immune reaction. It's full of phosphates and sulfates that form phosphoric and sulfuric acid, so it's acid forming. It damages your genes, it's mutagenic, it sets off cancers, it's carcinogenic. It's atherogenic, sets off atherosclerotic plaques in the artery walls, it's pro-inflammatory, and disrupts enzyme reactions throughout the body. And excuse me, because hunger is not tolerated in our society, if you're home and you get it all munchy, you look in the fridge for last night's dinner. If you're out, you head for the convenience store or the restaurant. But we're constantly keeping ourselves in the postprandial state, month after month, year after year, and we pay quite a price for it. It's a high salt diet. There's salt in the meat, salt in the cheese, salt in the sausage, salt in the fries, salt in the chips. It's a high sodium diet that stiffens our arteries and makes us retain fluid, that raises blood pressure, which in turn sets us up for congestive heart failure and atherosclerotic vascular disease and myocardial infarctions and cerebrovascular accidents, strokes, and chronic kidney disease, kidney failure. So this is what a high salt diet week after week does. We consume way more sodium than we're supposed to. But also, we've recently found out that a high salt diet stimulates immune cells that open the door to autoimmune diseases like lupus. Who knew that high salt diets open the door to lupus? But as a recovering saltaholic, I've become very interested in entertaining my tongue with non-salty flavorings like lemon juice, and balsamic vinegars, and salt substitutes. But the high salt diet, it's in the restaurant food. It's in the spaghetti sauce at the Italian restaurant, in the soy sauce, the Asian restaurant. It's a high sodium diet that conspires against us. And then there's sugar. I'm not a pinch of sugar in your tea. I'm talking about eating sugar as a food. When you eat a vegan donut or vegan cupcake, candy bar, you're eating grams and grams of fructose, maltose, dextrose that flood throughout the body and stick to proteins all over the bodies. They glycosylate proteins. And these glycosylated proteins are then heated by your own body temperature to create what's called advanced glycation end products. These are the oxidized glycosylated sugars. And these products, the advanced glycation end products, Don't worry about the name. Remember the acronym AGE. They age you. They are teeming with free radicals that are missing in electrons. So they will rip electrons off any passing molecule, including your proteins, your cell membranes, your DNA. And it's one thing to run this reaction to oxidize these glycosylated sugars. That's what makes bread brown. But you don't want to run this reaction, the Maillard reaction, in the crystalline lens protein of your eye. It's a great way to open the door to cataracts. You don't want to run the Maillard reaction in the elastic fibers of your skin. It's a great way to turn your skin into an old suitcase. And you sure don't want to run the elastin fibers on the inner lining of the blood vessels of your brain. These are the membranes across which oxygen has to travel. And here's the problem. These are the brain arteries of two men who died at the same age. The man in the upper panel did not have Alzheimer's dementia. The man in the lower panel did have Alzheimer's. And if you stain for AGEs, you find the inner lining of their blood vessels are thick with these advanced glycation end products. Alzheimer's dementia does not fall out of a tree on you at age 60. This is 60, 70 years of running meat and dairy and oils and sugars and oxidizing substance through the arteries. There's a vascular component to Alzheimer's. It's not all there is, but it's one of the factors. We can't play victim to these dementia syndromes. Now, the salt and the sugar and saturated fats that cause so many problems, you can do this from vegan junk food. And just because you're vegan doesn't mean you're eating healthy. That's why we talk about whole food, plant-based. But once you add meat to the diet, and most Americans eat a piece of animal muscle 3 times a day, it's the bacon at breakfast, it's the beef burger for lunch, it's the chicken or fish for dinner, it's the dairy for dessert. It's an animal-based diet every few hours. And this is what such a meat-based diet style sends through the bloodstream, meal after meal. First of all, nobody eats raw meat. The very act of cooking the meat, of grilling the burger, broiling the steak, frying the chicken, oxidizes the cholesterol in the animal muscle. And it's the oxidized cholesterol that works its way into the walls of the artery that sets off atherogenic plaques. So I'll show you this in a minute. When you put the steak under the broiler or the burger on the grill, you're oxidizing the glycogen in the muscles, the nucleic acids in the DNA. That generates these reactive aldehydes that damage your genes. They're mutagenic. These are the genes that call forth the enzymes in your cells so you can do your cellular metabolism. Why damage your genes just because you're having lunch? Steaming broccoli does not create mutagenic aldehydes. Cooking oatmeal, boiling rice does not create mutagenic aldehydes. It's cooking meat at high temperatures that creates these more than anything else. Nu-5GC is a sialic acid that only animals make, and our paleo friends and keto friends are giving themselves a shot, of Nu-5GC 3 times a day, and it puts them in an inflammatory state. Endotoxin, nasty stuff from the bacteria in the animal's gut that spill onto the surface of the cutting tables in the slaughterhouse, and you have a film of these bacteria on every steak and chop and chicken breast that leaves the slaughterhouse. Well, the bacteria die and break up and release the stuff called endotoxin. Nasty stuff, endotoxin, makes your gut leaky, makes your blood clots, suppresses your heart function, and it's heat stable. Grilling the burger doesn't get rid of the endotoxin. So this nasty stuff that makes your gut leaky is in every burger. TMAO, trimethylamine oxide, drives cholesterol into the artery walls, and the meat eaters call forth bacteria in their gut that create TMAO. They're walking around with high levels of this. Broiling the steak, grilling the burger inevitably creates cancer-causing substances that smear on the stomach wall and give gastric cancers, colon wall gives colon cancers. Heme iron makes red meat red and increases the risk of strokes and cancers. Don't have time to go into the mechanism. The AGEs are, as I mentioned, when you cook carbohydrates at high temperature, you generate them. But actually, cooking meat creates far more AGEs than cooking the carbohydrates. The cows in the dairy are all pregnant, so the dairy products have estrogens that drive breast lumps in women and fibroids and make prostate glands unstable in men. The more dairy a boy eats, the higher his risk of prostate cancer as a man. And the animals in the feedlots are fed bushels of grain sprayed with pesticides and herbicides. They're given hormones that raise their growth rates and concentrate in the animal's flesh. So every burger you bite into has the concentrated pesticides and herbicides and hormones and antibiotics that animal is fed. This is what floods through the cells with every flesh-based meal. And these are all in the bloodstream at the same time. When you eat the burgers and the fries and the Coke, you create a malignant synergy. Here's a classic meal, the burgers and fries, etc. The fries are full of the fryer oil, teeming with free radicals. The meat generates uric acid, the high fructose corn syrup in the dessert, the phosphoric acid in the cola drinks. All these damage the inner lining of the artery walls, making it more permeable to the oxidized cholesterol, which you create by grilling the burger. You oxidize cholesterol. So that act makes the atherogenic particles that then interact with the damaged gut or artery lining from the rest of the constituent. So you get this malignant synergy that makes the atherogenic particles more problematic. Here, the yellow dots are the oxidized cholesterol that now can penetrate the now damaged endothelial lining that then go to the plaque formation that creates atherosclerosis. Here's another malignant synergy, the endotoxin that I mentioned. You don't want that in your bloodstream. But guess what allows for better absorption is saturated fat. Well, where's the endotoxin? It's in the middle of the burger that's so juicy because of the saturated fat. So the saturated fat increases the absorption of the endotoxin, so you get this malignant synergy. It's a nasty diet that's at the root of so many of our problems, because if you eat 3 meals a day over the course of a year, it's over 1,000 times a year you send the red tide through your tissues. And so I tell the clinicians, when they open the door in their exam room of their clinic, and there's the man with the chest pain from his angina, the lady with the asthma inhaling her albuterol, the man with the type 2 diabetes and injecting insulin, the woman with the acne grieving over her skin. This is not etiology unknown. Of course, we haven't learned everything about these diseases we can and have yet to be discovered. But to say that we do not know the cause of these diseases when there's overwhelming evidence that it's the food effects of the red tide over time that create these health effects. And that's why I get concerned about the paleo folks who get initial improvements often because they stop eating the dairy and the oil and the flour products that the cavemen never ate. And so I agree with that. So they lose weight and their lipids improve a bit. But in my book, to be packing your intestines full of meat 3 times a day is a recipe for colon cancer from all the carcinogens they're going to smear on the gut wall. All the TMAO that they're ingesting is going to give them heart attacks and strokes. All the endotoxin from the meat is going to give them leaky gut that will give them lupus and autoimmune diseases. All the fat is going to clog up their insulin receptors, rampant type 2 diabetes. The bacteria the meat will spawn will inflame the gut wall. You're going to get colitis and Crohn's disease. And I showed you what happens to the brain arteries with all the AGEs from the meat. This is a diet of death. I don't care how good that steak tastes in their mouth or what fantasies they want to tell themselves about what the cavemen ate. But the truth is our Paleolithic ancestors dug up roots and tubers, and the starches provided most of the calories, not mammoth meat for sure. Most hunts were unsuccessful. So there comes that day when the person gets out of the shower and gets a look at themselves in the mirror and says, well, I don't like what I see. I don't like my pot belly. I don't like my sore joints. I don't like all the pills in my medicine cabinet. Tell me, doc, what do I need to do to get my health back? And the doctor who has been trained in lifestyle medicine say there's a lot of things you can do, but the most important thing is start on a diet of whole plant foods. Stop the meat and the dairy and the oils and the sugars and the processed foods. Get a whole plant food stream going through your tissues. And the good changes will begin to occur fairly rapidly. The question is why, the question is how. So let me give you folks some answers here to make you feel more confident. First of all, here we are back, the person's still eating the standard American diet. And here is the red tide marauders that flood through the tissues with every meal. When the person finally says, I'm done, I can't do this anymore, I'm going to jump on the plant-based train, boots in, and they do that. The first and most important change that they experience is that the red tide stops. There is respite. Every tissue in your body, every cell in your body has built-in repair mechanisms to repair damaged cell membranes, to repair DNA, to fix themselves. But do you know you have DNA editing enzymes? These are proteins that go up and down your DNA strands, on your chromosomes all day, all night. They're going up and down your DNA strands, looking for damage, looking for mismatched nucleotides. And when they find them, they fix them. They don't ask your permission. They know how to repair your DNA, and they do so. But these miraculous enzymes, which when I read about it in the textbook, I put the book down and applauded. This is such a brilliant mechanism. These repair mechanisms can't do what they need to do if every 4 hours a flood of red tide of oils and oxidized cholesterol and AGEs and vegetable oils and sugars and salts and processing chemicals flood through the tissues. You can't get on with your cell repair. Well, now you can. And within this time of respite and of repair, these molecular marauders are now replaced by an entirely different set of molecules that flood through the tissues, flood through the cells with every salad, every soup, every helping of steamed green and yellow vegetables. Let's take a look at what changes. First of all, it's a high water content diet. All the soups and the salads and the steamed veggies and the fruits are full of water. So that adds more water to the bloodstream, and the water and the blood becomes more watery. It becomes less viscous, it's less thick. So more free-flowing blood floods through the capillary beds, bringing more oxygen and nutrients to all the tissues of the body. And that works with a beautiful positive symmetry because the dark green leafy vegetables are going to increase the production of nitric oxide in the walls of the arteries. And that's going to produce a very subtle dilation of the arteries. Well, that's not only going to lower the blood pressure as the arteries dilate a little bit, but there's a law in physics called Poiseuille's law that says just a little dilation of the arteries means a big increase in blood flow. The blood flow goes up by the fourth power of the increase of the radius. Don't worry about the formula. But a little dilation means a big increase in blood flow. And so the surge of this oxygen and nutrient-rich blood that's now less viscous surges through the tissues in the brain, the heart, the kidneys. The circulatory system gets a real boost. When you pull out the animal fat, you pull out the arachidonic acid, which is the main driver of inflammatory substances, prostaglandins throughout the tissues. And now all the fats are coming from plant oils, many of which are in the omega-3 family, which are anti-inflammatory in nature. So you've changed the entire inflammatory balance in tissues throughout the body from a pro-inflammatory to an anti-inflammatory milieu. All these colorful fruits and vegetables are filled with antioxidant molecules that quench free radicals. That's what ROS stands for. And they're missing an electron. These colorful molecules, phytonutrients, give up their electrons happily. And so the oxidative stress goes down. So all the tissues are now healthier. Change the food going through the gut, you're going to change the microbes that live in that gut. If you're eating meat and dairy, you're fostering the growth of Bacteroides bacteria that are not friendly guys. They cause inflammation in the gut wall, foster cancer growth. Pull the meat and dairy out, and now all the food material coming down is plant fiber, and that fosters the growth of the good guy microbes, the Prevotella, that not only are anti-inflammatory in their byproducts, but they also put out neurotransmitters like norepinephrine and dopamine and serotonin that make people feel better. Often their mood improves, a gift from the microbiome. When you stop eating other animals' cholesterol, your own lipids improve, your LDL usually goes down, you're going to absorb less endotoxin, of course. Your skin oils smell because of the animal fats that work their way out to the skin oils and oxidize. Many guys notice, hey, my wife says my body odor doesn't smell anymore. Right, because all the fats are coming from plant oils that don't turn into odoriferous molecules. When you stop eating dairy from pregnant cows, levels of estrogen and growth factors normalize. Man boobs often improve there. Breast lumps can get smaller. High protein diets are not friendly to the kidneys. They force the kidney filters to go into a state of hyperfiltration that will damage them when maintained month after month. Well, kidney filter function often improves on a plant-based diet. The asthmatic folks notice their lung secretions are less viscous, they wheeze less. The white blood cell counts go down because the immune system isn't getting stimulated by endotoxin. These are just some of the profound changes in tissues throughout the entire body, arteries, nerves, brain, etc. If someone were to ask me, Dr. Clapper, when one changes from an animal-based diet to a plant-based diet, what changes? In a word, what changes? Going from animal-based to plant-based in the food stream? What changes? Everything changes. It's an entirely different physiology on the cellular level and the blood flow level, nerve function level, microbiome level, hormone level. It changes everything for the better. And so the simple analogy, if you're eating a standard burgers and fries diet, it's like a polluted river flowing through your tissues. But when you go plant-based, you pull out the red tide, and now all these wonderful nutrients are flooding through the tissue. It's like a cleansing river that flows through your tissues with every meal. Yeah, grant it's a hokey analogy, I guess, but the water in this cleansing river is the water in the fruits and vegetables. And so that's what you want to be eating. Yeah. Like Dr. Furman says, the salad is the main dish. You want a salad every day for sure. And I could spend 3 lectures going through every one of these organ systems, how they all benefit from the change to a plant-based diet. And as I mentioned, when I speak to the medical students and the doctors, I now show them slide after slide of journal references about how all of these killer chronic diseases are improved by a plant-based diet. And I urge you to do your own searches on that. And so when I'm speaking to the medical students, I ask them a provocative question. Knowing how reversible the majority of these killer diseases that you're going to spend, no matter what specialty you go into, you're going to spend the majority of your professional careers treating these 9 diseases, knowing how reversible they are with a healthy plant-based diet and healthy lifestyle practices. You want to heal these patients and get to the core of their chronic disease. You just want to manage their chronic disease. If you want to manage their chronic disease, you're going to leave medicine. It's a dismal way to practice medicine. All your patients are going to get fatter and sicker on the standard diet. You want to aim for disease reversal. There is help available through the Plantrition Project and the American College of Lifestyle Medicine, but reversing disease should be the goal of both the doctor and the patient. But given the context of this V-COP, I have to also tell the young docs there's bigger issues and the patients involved here than your cholesterol levels, blood sugars, and waistlines. I'm very concerned about my biggest, most important patient. I grew up in the forests of Wisconsin. I am a passionate environmentalist, and I grieve over what is happening to our beloved planet Earth. If she were a medical patient, she is in trouble. She's running a fever. Her temperature is obviously going up. Her digestive powers, her soils that transform nutrients are being poisoned and are going down. Her circulatory systems, her rivers are all clogged up with soils and manure. And her carbon dioxide levels are going up. This patient's in respiratory failure. This patient needs to be in the intensive care unit. Boy, does she need intensive care. And I tell the doctors and the patients, it doesn't matter what your cholesterol level is if we don't have a habitable planet to live on. So let's get things in perspective here. Why is this happening? Dr. Oort yesterday made it very clear. There used to be 6 trillion trees on planet Earth. And in the last 500 years, we, mostly European folks, have cut down half of them. We've cut down 3 trillion trees. Us Caucasian folks and our descendants. Why did we cut down half of them? Of course, to grow animals for their flesh. The majority of land that used to be forest is now just open grazing grasslands for animals to graze on. Or we are growing grains to shovel down the gullets of 80 billion cows, chickens, pig, goat, sheep, and other land creatures. Every one of these 80 billion creatures on Earth are breathing out carbon dioxide, emitting methane. They're eating fertilizers, eating grains grown with fertilizers that emit nitrous oxide, all potent greenhouse gases. And we perpetuate the problem by burning these forests to keep the forest from coming back, which they want to do naturally. And I tell my naive friends who I have the patriotic stars and stripes in their eyes, listen, when you drive through Iowa and you see cornfield after cornfield with the Star Spangled Banner playing in your background, I want you to realize that that corn is not going into tortillas and corn chips. That's animal fodder for making cheap cheeseburgers. That's animal flesh. And you drive through Illinois, my home state, or Minnesota, and you see mile after mile of soybeans. Those soybeans aren't going into tofu and tempeh, folks, and soy milk. That's animal fodder. We have traded our forest for animal flesh, and it's been a bad bargain to keep the forest from coming back, which they want to do. The oak trees at the edge of the forest drop their acorns. The forest will come back. But the grazing folks would lose their grasslands, so they keep burning those forests. This is a NASA photograph of forests burning on planet Earth on any given day. And what have we harvested for trading our forests and flesh? Our soils are eroding off corn and soybean fields with every rainstorm. Our rivers are running brown with topsoil and manure and fertilizer. That fertilizer runs out into the ocean, creating dead zones as the algae bloom and suck oxygen out of the water. The water tables are dropping because we're sucking water out to grow alfalfa in the desert, to feed cattle, to make cheap cheeseburgers. Carbon dioxide levels are rising as the trees are cut and burned. Now, it's animal agriculture driving the majority of these environmental catastrophes. The earth is indeed on fire. What are we doing about it? What intelligent response? This is pretty much sums up what we're doing about it. So what are the answers? Wherein lies hope? Hope, as Francis Moreland Page says, doesn't come from calculating whether good news is winning out over the bad, simply a choice to take action. So what should we do? Educate ourselves, which is what you're doing here today and over this V-COP celebration, transforming ourselves and organizing ourselves. Educate yourself. Please go to the website of Dr. Richard Oppenlander and read his book, Comfortably Unaware, which is right where the meat and dairy industries want us. He's got videos there. Understand that he's saying you can put solar panels on everybody's house. You can give everybody an electric car. Unless we change our diet and go plant-based, none of that's going to make any difference. I urge you to have another read of John Robbins' wonderful book, Dive Through America. It changed my life. But if you don't have time to read a thick book, get Glenn Mercer's Food is Climate. It's 60 pages. You could read it in an afternoon. And he makes it very clear we have used meat eating up. And definitely check out Climate Healers. I'll show you that a few more times, but you're here, but you know very well about this organization. One of the best books for starters, for the people who say, well, what do I do? How do I start? Get Rachel Brown's For Fork's Sake. Boy, she will take you by the hand as far as what you need in your kitchen and how to actually make this transition. Jim Hicks, you want to know what to do? Please subscribe to Jim Hicks' 4-Leaf program. And you will get a newsletter that will get you off your backside and into effective action. And please join Climate Healers, support them to get this word out. It's the most important message we will ever transmit to our fellow human beings. The one thing everybody can do, doesn't cost anything to order the bean chili instead of the beef chili, but will make all the difference in the world. And for those of you who are just coming into it, here's the obligatory slide to show why it all works. To feed one person, a standard American diet with meat and dairy and oils and all the stuff that the standard meat and dairy-based diet demands, it takes 2 football fields of land to grow the grain, to grow the alfalfa, to feed the cows, to feed the chickens, etc. To feed one person, 2 football fields of land per year. But if those same 2 football fields were planted in potatoes and corn and fruits and vegetables, you could feed 14 people. It's so much more efficient to grow plants and feed the plants to humans directly than feed them into an animal who will turn most of it into manure or heat or inedible body parts like bones and blood. It's so much more efficient to become plant eaters. And if everyone in the world ate a plant-based diet, it would free up a land area the size of Africa. And the beauty is that what would happen to that land, we would only need 20% to grow all the grains and legumes and fruits and vegetables to feed everybody on Earth. What would happen to the rest of that 80% of that land area around the world? The trees would come back, the forests would rewild the area, and as the trees grow, they take carbon dioxide out of the air and turn it into solid wood. They reverse global warming. And as Dr. Rao has made it clear, this is his slide, that if only half the open land was allowed to rewild and turn into trees, they would take 265 gigatons of carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere. That's greater than the 240 gigatons that have been released since the Industrial Revolution. I have to shake my head when I see these billions of dollars being spent on carbon capture technology, these big machines to suck carbon out of the air. Mother Nature came up with the best carbon capture device ever. They're called trees. And they turn carbon dioxide into solid wood. Let the trees come back. And as they do, we will find ourselves on planet B. As we go plant-based, we'll need so much less land. The forests will come back. The soils will stabilize and replenish. The rivers will be free of the eroding topsoils and manure. The oceans will begin to heal. The global warming will reverse as the CO2 is taken out of the air. There'll be more than enough grains and legumes to feed everyone. We can stop killing each other over water. Everything heals. And of course, these are the same changes that happen inside our bodies. This is the connection that Dr. Rao asked me to talk about. The very same diet that will free up these human circulation will free up the planet circulation. The very same diet that will make the digestive system in these humans work better will make the soils and the digestive system of the earth work better. It's all the same. It's so beautiful, so apparent. What will it take for these scientists to have the courage to finally advocate this? The message is that the time to stop eating animals has come. We have used animal eating up. I don't care what the paleo folks say about the mighty hunter, it doesn't matter. That era is over. The message is flashing in bright red lights. Human beings, you want to keep living on this planet? As individuals, you want to adopt a plant-based diet to keep those arteries open. And as a species, you want to adopt a plant-based diet to let the earth heal. And well, we can just eat fish. No, we can't. Well, we have used fishing up. We have strip mined the ocean. And we've clear cut it with these massive 10-mile wide nets. And for every piece of wild caught fish on your plate, which is reeking of mercury and pesticides and microplastics and dioxins, you know that there's also dozens of whales and sharks and dolphins and turtles that have been drowned in those big nets. We catch and kill 1 to 3 trillion sea animals each year. What right do we have to be doing that? It's time to let the fish off the hook. And I urge you to see this wonderful film called Seaspiracy, as well as Eating for Tomorrow. They will both make it very clear the reality of that piece of salmon on your plate. As Dr. Rao tells us, we need to change from a predator species, Homo sapiens, to a caretaker species. This powerful picture of what will happen to the earth if you just keep the cattle off the hillsides there. So it's about connection locally. Put on potlucks. Just be an example. Don't have to get into fights. Don't have to say anything. Just do it yourself. Start with there. But regionally, find out where your food comes from. Where's your water come from? Can you get involved in protecting them? And nationally, write your legislators. As Robert Grillo told us yesterday, the Farm Bill is coming up. It's such an important place to write your congressmen, especially if they're on the Ag subcommittee, and say, I strongly urge you to oppose subsidies to animal agriculture industry that damage the environment and to support plant-based industries that heal the environment, and name the bill by number there. And if you can check in with Robert Grill at freefromharm.org. Well, what about the farmers and the ranchers? Are you going to throw them off the land? They're the enemies. No, they're not. They're our brothers and sisters that are growing our food. They're not the enemies. There are people that are feeding us. Help them. Don't grind them up in the economics. Lift them up. And all it takes is money here. Let's build one less aircraft carrier and take that $40 billion and set up an agency to help these folks transition to grow crops that don't damage the land, the plant-based crops. Send them to the local community college, buy their crops for them, buy their seeds for them, give them their crop insurance for 10 years, send their kids to college, pay the mortgage in their house for 10 years, put internet in their house, help them. Just money, or just buy them out. My granddaddy been running cattle on this land for 100. Fine, that year is over. Buy them out for $1 million, and you let that land heal itself. There's a wonderful organization called the Agricultural Fairness Alliance that's working in Washington to help create these very changes. But help these people. They're not the enemy. But socially, meat eating needs to become as uncool as wearing fur and smoking cigarettes. I asked the med students, if someone pulled out a pack of Marlboros and lit up, what would you say to them? Are you still doing that, man? Don't you know what that does to your body? Well, when someone orders a beef burger, it should get the similar response. Are you still eating that stuff? We need some magic. We've seen magic before. When I grew up in the 60s, the Berlin Wall was the biggest, scariest symbol of Soviet power and all the tanks and machine guns. That'll be there forever, we thought. Well, 25 years of Western trade and blue jeans and Beatle music, and one weekend in 1989, that wall came down. That's what can happen when suddenly humans realize that there's more uniting us than separating us. We talk about magic. We saw Nelson Mandela walk out of Robin prison and become the president of his country. Young people in the internet, man, there's magic right there. Here's Lila Copeland, a vegan, and the LA Unified School District noticed there was nothing vegan on the cafeteria line. So she asked me and a bunch of other doctors and Pamela Anderson to testify at the LA School Board. And we got vegan meals in the LA schools. After a few years, they started backtracking. So Muriel Williamson held their feet to the fire, and she's got vegan food happening again. The LA USD, Unified School District. Ask and you shall receive, man. We got to make it happen. It's not too late. It's not too difficult. changing our food choices is the one thing we can do now. It doesn't cost anything to order the bean chili instead of the beef chili. I mean, think of all the things we used to think were going to be here forever, and now, poof, they disappeared because better ideas came along. This is a typewriter for people who don't know what they're looking at there. Things that don't serve us need to exit stage left. Think of the practice. We used to harpoon whales in the head. We used to buy and sell black people. Things that make us say, my God, I can't believe we ever even thought of that. Well, slaughtering 150,000 living animals every minute to eat their flesh should be one of those ideas that make us say, I can't believe that we did that. There's got to be something better to put in this man's sandwich than the flesh of these poor animals that are causing their astronomical suffering and killing the planet. You can make a difference when you're pushing that cart down the supermarket aisle or ordering that food in the restaurant with the menu in front of you. That's where you have the power. If we stop buying the stuff, they will stop making the stuff. The money talks. Every time you're in the restaurant and you say, I'll have the beef, I'll have the chicken, I'll have the veal, every time you say those words, your children's and grandchildren's world gets a little hotter, a little drier, a little deader. It makes such a difference. And we need to get this red flesh out of our lives. And there is resistance. Do not underestimate it. I'm going to play for you a quote. I hope you can hear the sound. And the very first words out of this man's mouth are Kamala Harris, the presumptive Democratic candidate for president, because he mumbles it at the very beginning. But listen to what this man is saying about what he says Kamala Harris is advocating. Whoops, sorry. No, am I not going to be able to play it here? Do I have a play here? Nope. Too bad. This is a quote of Mr. Trump saying, and Kamala Harris wants to pass a law to ban red meat for climate change. Going to take your red meat away. And you hear the crowd rumble and boo, and this primordial chord of resistance slithers in the cave there, and know that he's playing that card that Kamala Harris wants to take your red meat away for climate change.
Wants to pass laws to stop climate change, and she's, that means no more cows. This is serious. This means no more cows. I guess eventually she's going to mean no more people, right? No more people.
Okay, so here you heard him say it again. Not true, but know that there's that kind of resistance on that level to keep red meat in the market. That's the one thing we do have to get rid of. It's not up to Kamala Harris to outlaw it. It's up to us to stop buying it and stop eating it and making it as uncool as wearing fur or smoking cigarettes. And so when you hear the folks trying to perpetuate red meat eating, the paleo folks, everybody should be eating paleo. Really? Are you talking about a flesh-based meal for 8 billion people 3 times a day? What are you talking about? It's going to destroy this planet, it's going to destroy these children's futures, and they deserve a better future than that. And when people talk to me about their cholesterol levels, I give them all the attention they need, but it's not just about us. It's about these kids and the world we are leaving them. So hope is a matter of simply taking the choice to take action. In chemistry, they talk about the energy of activation. In order to get the stored energy out of this dynamite stick, you got to put in some energy. You have to light the fuse. It's called the energy of activation. You get the campfire going, you got to put in the energy of activation from the lighter there. This is what's required, and each one of us and this conference can put in the energy of activation to get that flame of knowledge and change burning brightly. So What can you do? Do what you can, where you are, with what you have. And that's what I'm doing through moving medicine forward. I'm going to the medical students, the first, second, third year med students, before pharmacosclerosis sets into their brains and they think that medicine and surgery are the only treatment for these diseases, because my noble profession has been a major bottleneck to keep this plant-based transition that must happen from happening. Doctors don't know anything about nutrition. They don't mention it to their patients. They don't understand that it's the key to healing. And so the doctors are like the blind men and the elephant. All the specialists think they're treating these individual diseases, but the truth is they're all treating the same disease. It's largely what their patients are eating. The tragedy is that if they got them on a plant-based diet, most of these diseases would go away. So at Moving Medicine Forward, I've been playing the role of the frontline scout who's been in the trenches for 50 years, reporting back to the young doc reinforcements coming in. It's the food. It's been the food all along. These are reversible diseases, and a plant-predominant diet is the key. And if you're interested, go to movingmedforward.org. And that's the real reason why I'm in front of these students by Zoom or in person, to get them to use plant-based nutrition as the key to their medical therapy programs. Yes, definitely to make our patients better and to improve the satisfaction of the doctors to seeing their patients get healthy. But I'm really in front of the audience to get the doctors advocating plant-based nutrition because of the children and because of I'm working for the animals and the planet and the children. That's really why I'm up in front of those medical students. And we're trying to get that plant-based message into them before they get seduced into drugs and surgery, which have their role, but plant-based nutrition needs to be the key. And I've put a model in their head that we need to welcome the dietitian onto the primary care team, and she or he needs to follow the patient along and make sure they maintain a whole food plant-based diet. And I've recently joined a clinic in Victoria, British Columbia, where that's exactly what they do. Everyone who is seen in the clinic is referred in by their GP. They see the Aroga physician. Aroga is the name of the clinic, means spotless health in Sanskrit. And after they meet with the doctor, the next stop is at the plant-based dietitian, where they're given a plant-based diet and follow-up instructions and cooking lessons to help them maintain it. And I'm going to bring that experience back to the States and embarrass the American College of Cardiology and the American Medical Association and say, this is what happens when you get a plant-based dietitian on your primary treatment team. People get healthier. So we're at the end here, and that old issue, what's in your wallet? What's on your plate? Okay. Just all of our futures is on your plate, and everyone's plate. And be an example, get that word out, learn the reality, write your congressman. Let's get this plant-based revolution happening around the world. All our lives depend upon it. So do what you can, where you are, with what you have. Go plant-based. And again, stay connected with movingmedforward.org and climatehealers.org. Thank you for your attention. I know it's a lot of stuff, but might even have a few minutes for questions. So with that, I will turn it back to Dr. Rao and field some questions if you have it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Clapper. There are a couple of questions on the chat. One question is, can you address the argument about soy? Is it bad for the hormones?
Answer: no, it's not bad for the hormones. And again, this is this is propaganda from the meat industry. We watched it happen in the late 90s after Diet for New America came out and meat consumption came down. The meat industry unleashed this anti-soy tsunami. It's like putting your baby on birth controls if you use soy formula. It's like giving your kids birth control pills if they're boys and girls. Nonsense. Not only is the soy not increase the risk of breast cancer, etc., but a woman with a breast cancer who consumes soy products will have a slower growth of breast cancer. And the people who use soy on a regular basis have a lower risk of breast cancer because it turns out that the meat industry didn't bother checking. There's two receptors on the breast cancer cells. One will stimulate breast cancer growth, which is what real animal estrogens do from dairy products, etc. But with the receptor that the soy products plug into actually retards breast cancer growth. It's actually an anti-cancer substance. So enjoy, not only enjoy your soy products, but I urge my women who want to prevent breast cancer or have it, absolutely include tempeh, tofu, edamame into your diet on a pretty daily basis. Soy, big thumbs up.
Wonderful. Another question is, what percentage do you estimate of medical schools are still not training their future doctors in nutrition? Especially,
oh my, it's still a dismal. I'd say 75%, 25% of schools have any, they even mentioned the N word as far as nutrition. We just blow right past it. The patients die. That's cultural. Don't talk about it. Doesn't matter. Yes, doctor, that's why they're sitting in front of you, overweight, diabetic, hypertensive, clogged up, and inflamed. You bet it matters. So that's why we're doing this. We're going right to the students, and it's going to be a bottom-up revolution. We want to plant as many seeds like Johnny Appleseed into the heads and hearts of these young docs. So when they get out to practice, oh, right, I know how to get these people leaner and healthier. Let's get them on a plant-based diet and find someone to give these cooking lessons. It's doable. But yes, we're trying to reach the students directly through moving medicine forward.
Yeah. There are a couple more questions in the chat, but I'm going to ask Hariharan if he wants to ask his question directly. And Hariharan, make it succinct because we are running out of time.
Okay. Do you ever think the carbon tax regime will come to pass, and is it a sensible legislation to pass?
Oh, carbon tax.
Carbon tax
regime.
Oh, of course we need that. It's not all that's required. What we need to do is stop the agricultural subsidies, as was mentioned yesterday. Stop giving billions of dollars to the meat and dairy folks and give that to the broccoli farmers and the fruit growers. And the bean counters have to change the way the beans are flowing there. So yes, a carbon would help, but that focuses on the fossil fuels, which is only that much of the problem. So much of the fossil fuels were being burned to grow meat and dairy products, and that's never factored in. We got to change our diet on a societal levels. The carbon would take care of itself at that point, I would think.
Right.
Yeah.
There's an anonymous question in the chat. How do I deal with periods of excessive hair loss? I read it's called telogen effluvium or something like that.
Yes, telogen effluvium. There's a number of reasons. It's a complex medical issue that you really should talk to your doctor about. If you ran a fever, had an infection several months before, that shocks the hair follicles, and the hair loss happens a couple months down the line. So it might be a leftover from some event that happened, even an emotional shock a few months ago might result in it. But iron deficiency, thyroid deficiency, there's a number of medical issues that could drive that. So talk to your doctor about it, have the blood test done for iron and thyroid and all that stuff. But that may also, as I said, be leftover from some hormonal shock that you had a couple months ago. Talk to your doctor about that.
Okay.
Julian,
Julian, go ahead.
Thanks so much, Doctor. Yeah, I think you might have gotten some of your statistics from the animal agriculture industry itself, Mr. Klepper, because was when I have a much more powerful way when I present to kids or schools, is explaining that it takes like you're saying 2 football fields or at least an acre and a half to just grow the crop for the animal. But if you just use a small 20 square feet or something, I don't know the exact number, but if you just grow crops to feed the people, then they could have over 74,000 meals a year. And sometimes it takes more, or they let the animal live a couple of years, and that's using and then it's maybe 148,000 meals or more. If you're growing most potatoes and crops that are green leafy vegetables that have 5 or 6 crops a year. Did you, I just
Ah,
wonder.
lovely. Great. Thank you. That's a good one.
Paige?
Yeah. Unmute yourself.
I'm trying. I think I did it.
Yes.
Okay.
We hear
Here's
you.
my question. So all of this was very informative. And yet, where do I send somebody who is a baby? This is brand new information. Where would you recommend, Dr. Clapper, for them to find, the ABCs of information so that they can, really get the education go? I'm passionate about sharing, but some people want facts and they want the info, but they don't necessarily want the density. So what are your thoughts? Thank you.
Get Glenn Mercer's little book called Food is Climate, and get Rachel Brown's For Fork's Sake. And they'll get great advice on how to do it and why to do it. That's all they
Thank
need
you
to do.
so much. All
You bet.
right. Appreciate it.
Shankar?
Yes. Hello, Dr. Clapper.
Hi.
The question is again about the processed food. This is, I hear from my other friends and social circle, like they're saying, the moment I say vegan food, I meant what do you call boiled corns or something, grains, but they're always equated to a processed food. So still the stress is on the whole food, plant-based diet. But how do we say like stay away from the processed food, or how to distinguish for a person who is not hearing for first time?
The processed food, less is more. It's welcome to the 21st century. It's hard to avoid this stuff. Go as vegan as you can. The occasional Impossible Burger is not going to hurt anybody. And if it helps Joe meat and potatoes guy transition to plant-based foods, everybody says, oh, well, I could eat that. Well, I think it's done a major benefit for that man. So these processed foods, they're transition foods, and you want to eat them occasionally for a few months while you're making the transition. That's fine. They have a rule. But again, if you're a single bachelor at home and that's all you're eating is Amy's frozen dinners and veggie burgers, that's not going to be real healthy for you. So less is more, none is best, but do the best you can.
Right.
And any vegan processed food is better than any animal food, without question.
There you go. Thank you. Willow is asking a question in the chat. Is the EPA or someone else really considering adding some substance to the water given to cows to reduce methane in the atmosphere?
Oh, they're trying to do everything they can do to except deal with the cow in the room. The cows have to disappear. There's too freaking many of them, and we got to stop eating them. They'll do anything they can do to. It's a bad joke. It's like Larry David is writing the script for what these people are trying to do to reduce the methane. Get rid of the freaking cows. They've outlived their usefulness. Stop breeding them.
Then what's your opinion on regenerative organic farming?
It's great. Anything that helps rebuild the soils is wonderful. But if it becomes an excuse to run cattle on the land, so they're saying that their manure is good for it, then it's more destructive than it's just a rationale to keep the same old thing going there. If it's veganic, if it's truly the plant material plowed back into the soils, I'm all for that. But keep the animals out. They do more harm than good. They breathe the carbon dioxide out. All the things that plants don't do. So not a big fan of animals if they're in the regenerative world there.
Right. Well, wonderful. Thank you so much. And thank you for staying over and answering all the questions.
Absolutely. Thank you for doing this great service. What an honor. And keep getting the word out. Go vegan.
Yes. Thank you. Tams, are you here? Annie.
Are you looking for Tammy Hay?
No, Tams Nicholson, I think, is going to close us out, no?
I don't know.
Yeah, that was who was supposed to do that. Yeah. Maybe she didn't get the link.
Is Beth Love still here?
Yes, I am.
Ah.
Beth, would you close this out?
Sure. Wow. Wow. So amazing. Thank you, Dr. Clapper. Thank you, Dr. Rao. Thank you, Climate Healers team. I wasn't able to make it to much this weekend, but it's always a delight to tune into the community and feel the love and to feel the sense of possibility and hope that we can do this thing together and that indeed we are doing it. So I'm just going to invite everybody to just close your eyes for a moment and bring into your mind's eye one moment from this convergence, one word or presentation or one piece of new learning that really spoke to you. And to take that little bit and to just put it in your heart and to just feel it growing in strength and power. And I invite you to bring into your mind's eye one person that you connected with in this convergence. And just feel that sense of energy, that presence. And be present for this connection, for this beautiful, powerful, transformational moment. And now let's just take a deep breath together. And we just tune into the vibration of gratitude. So grateful, grateful for each person who has contributed their energy, their wisdom, their love to this time together. And knowing that we are supported, that we are guided, that we are protected and directed, that this vegan world that we envision is possible and it is happening right now. Thank you, beloved. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so I'm just going to invite everybody, and whether you're someone who can unmute or not, I'm just going to invite you to tune into one word that represents how you are feeling or what you are resonating with as you prepare to leave this time together. And you will come together again in 3 months. And what is that one word that you're going to take away and that you're going to carry with you? I just invite you to let that word bubble up inside of you. And then, even though we're in virtual space where we can't all speak up at once, we're just going to take a breath together and we're all going to call out that quality, that takeaway, and let the universe carry it and turn it into whatever it needs to be. So let's just take a deep breath together. Feel into that word and let's just speak it. Transformation. And this works better when everybody's unmuted. We are making sure that we are secure here today in this, and for this I'm grateful. And so we just give great thanks and we let this word go. We let it be. We know it's in the care of the universe, which is always benevolent, and that it has already said yes, and that this or something better now manifests. Thank you, thank you, thank you, beloved. And so it is. Amen.
Amen. We have turned off the security so you can unmute yourself and show your video.
Okay.
And give us any feedback you have.
It's wonderful. Thank you all so much. So moving, so empowering.
It's a great
Come on.
weekend. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Amazing, amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Rao. You make it look so effortless. That's
Thank
a
you.
lot of
So,
work.
Oh,
so diverse, so diverse.
yeah.
Yeah.
And thank you, Climate Healers team. You worked really hard to put this on. Thank you.
Yes.
Yes, thank you, everybody behind the scenes.
Thank you for giving the hope, the light, the blessing, where everybody has the same beautiful vibration, beautiful blessing. That light is already shining. We don't have to start fresh like we do with everybody else. Sorry, I couldn't be with you guys for yesterday and the day before. I had been organizing protests for 4 million animals, that dogs and cats that are going to be killed in Turkey, and kangaroos and etc. So we don't have to teach anybody here. We come to learn here, and it's such a beautiful blessing. We are touched by your beautiful lights. I am very blessed to be touched by your lights. No matter how much of a time, I feel really blessed. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Annie.
Thank you.
Yes. Hi, my name is Margaret Carter, and I would just like to thank Rebecca Allen down in my community here in Lockhart, Texas, and Dr. Rao for inviting me in to receive the education that my nonprofit, which is Where We Thrive, incorporated here in Lockhart, Texas. It was birthed in 2019, and we are teaching plant-based education in my community now with Rebecca and immune boosters. So I am so honored to be here. Thank you guys so much. There is hope.
Thank you, Margaret. You're an inspiration for me too.
If you want to turn on your camera, I'll take a picture.
Good. We've got, we'll get 3 rooms with Ray turn on. Ambit. Everybody. Ambit, Lisa.
Okay.
Julian had his hand up.
Yeah, Julian, go for it. You can just
yeah.
popcorn. You don't have to bother. Just popcorn. Talk.
I make this a vegan popcorn, not to digress, because it's a very serious thing I wanted to suggest. But it's so easy and beautiful. A popcorn that I make in Nepal or other places. I go to somebody's house, they say, want to make some popcorn. You can either put brewer's yeast, but if you put a sweet coconut cream and you boil that down a little bit with a lot of raw sugar cane or something, then you get this amazing, and you can do it with, turbinado sugar and just a little bit. You don't need a lot. Just lightly caramelize it, put that in the pot and mix it around with a spoon of oil, and you got some amazing popcorn, vegan caramel popcorn. You got a lot of it. So many thousands of pieces of that out. Tens of thousands. I can't count. But anyway, so I'm just trying to pray for the, I hate to say the word, but I'll use it, balls and ovaries, that we can all come together to stand up for the animals and the planet like we've never done before. At every second of our life, we can act like it's going to be the last, because it may have another couple of years, but let's not act like it. Let's act like
Right.
there's no tomorrow. And if we spread that message strongly, then we will convey to every person with complete audacity, shamelessness, or whatever you want to call it. They're the demons, the ones that are. They shouldn't call them burgers. They should call them Satan burgers. Not. They shouldn't mix it up. We should call it what it is. Satan is gluten. Not to mix it up, because there's nothing more evil that looks, tastes, or smells like a piece of meat, no matter if it's living, breathing, or dying, or raped, or even human trafficked. It's all meat. It's evil. It's Satan. So if we can be brave, and I'm going to try to get the biggest banner that I ever had, and I make templates that we can spray paint on all the cars and buildings. Climatehealers.org. Check it out. Vote for world compassion, world peace, and world sustainability, but have the balls, please, everybody. Don't be afraid. I've carried banners. Teddy Roosevelt said it: speak softly and carry a big stick. But why not make it 25 feet tall? I got a 25-foot tall banner down here I'm trying to put together. I'll show you if you want to see it, but it has the same ones. I'm recycling the banners, Dr. Ralph, from when we had down in Los Angeles. So I was at the Super Bowl, and that banner went 26 feet tall. It was, I think, a 5 or 6 sided banner, and it was, stop. We got to keep going on like there's no tomorrow. And if we look tough, then they'll back down. That's all I can say. So please think about that and paint it everywhere. And it's not. It costs $10 to.
Hey, Julian, we're having a conversation. Speaking of toughness, we're having a conversation about how using the term animal agriculture dignifies that business. And so rather than dignifying animal agriculture, we're discussing using a different term. And that term could be the animal sacrifice industry. It could be the animal.
Water industry.
Sorry about the noise in the background. It could be the animal exploitation industry.
Animal agri-torture.
Animal torture industry. It could be.
Yeah, I like that one.
Agri-torture.
Agri-torture.
Agri-torture industry. There you go. Yeah.
That's it.
And stop dignifying it by calling it agriculture. We're giving it too much credit.
It's not culture, it's agri-torture.
Well, I think we also want to be careful that we don't create too much of an in crowd, that people that would appreciate that, but people that we need to reach are not they don't really understand that yet. And we have to also know that as long as people believe they need to eat animals, and most people believe they need to still. So that's a big barrier. They're not going to change. So that barrier is so important to address, as well as all the other things. But I want to be careful about, and I hate not sounding too fanatical or like I'm not out of touch. We have to make sure that we're still, I'm not creating barriers, but building bridges. And I don't hesitate to share the horrors that I know I've learned of. And, more recently, I learned that they actually feed cows chicken feces. So gross. So I do try to watch my language and not make sure that am I saying something that is going to create just an in-group of vegans who already get all this stuff, or am I, reaching somebody who really doesn't know or doesn't know who to believe, So, but the biggest barrier I see is a lot of people don't want to go against the status quo for different reasons. It's very hard to deal with that, to step outside of their tribe, so to speak. And they truly believe, they really still believe they need to. So that need has to break that with, for one thing, great vegan food and a plant-based food. I still use plant-based or entirely plant-based And things like, I know that the plant-based meats might be gross to us, but those things, people are eating them, a lot of people, instead of eating animals. So, and there's all different versions of plant-based meats and things like that. But, you know, we're not going to create a world of perfect eaters right away. We first got to get the animals off the plates and out of their bodies and break that very distorted relationship of thinking that they're here for us for any reason. Thank you.
So Nancy, what could we call it other than animal agriculture? Because agriculture.
I don't know. I think when in my opinion, because I've been doing this for so many years, so it's kind of like caught me by surprise. I'd have to think about it some more.
So if you notice in my presentation, I never use the word agriculture. I call it animal farming, because the word agriculture, agra, comes from the root as acre or land.
Acre, okay.
So how many cows are grazing on actual land? They're all in CAFOs. So I don't consider it agriculture at all. Just call it animal farming.
Right. That sounds like more relatable to me. Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
If I could, I'm sorry, but I just wanted to say, the young lady that just spoke, as being a newbie, I'm gonna say, to this movement, I agree with her, because when she said something about the torture, I kind of fringed up, because then it becomes more of a division thing instead of a hope thing. And I always tell Rebecca, with our nonprofit, education is key. And when we know better, we would do better, but it would definitely have to be a gradual process. You know, Rebecca's sharing different vegan foods with me and giving me that knowledge, and then we're sharing it at our produce site. You know, we do a fresh fruits and vegetable delivery every other week in our community. So I totally with her, you know, especially when you're dealing with new people who are not as seasoned as you guys are. You have to be very sensitive and educated is the point, you know, because that rouses my curiosity, you know, because we want to do better. We've been programmed to think that, hey, this is the basic way you should eat, and you know, and it's just rooted in us. But when we know better, we will make a conscious decision to do better. So I just want to say that.
Margaret.
Thank you,
Margaret. Thank you.
Yeah, because we don't want to come across like we're insulting them. And when you start insulting something that people has been so normalized, as wrong as it is, something Melanie Joy pointed out, she said, when we present the horrors to people, and maybe it's the way that we do it, she said, in their perception, we're the perpetrators. As frustrating and as odd as that may seem to us, and I get that, I understand that, you know.
Absolutely.
So I've really been working a lot on my delivery, you know, and it's not easy, because I want to go around slapping people silly. I want to scream sometimes, you know, but you can't do that. I said on my tombstone, I wanted to say, you know, to everyone who still eats animals, excuse me, fuck off. When I was live, I had to be nice to you, but now I don't. I'm joking, actually.
I love it.
Maybe
I
not.
love it.
Maybe not.
Go ahead, Shankar.
Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Shankar, go ahead.
Sure. Ariharan is here. Last week we were driving, I think Monday. So he was playing me some sort of a comedy, or he said, there's one person having the food plate and saying, I'm afraid I don't want any dead fruit flies in my plate. Is it like there is a dead chicken, there is a dead lamb, and all those things doesn't bother you?
Right? Yeah. Right. That's so true. They get bothered with a piece of hair, or they see a dog, or that's dirty. Wait a minute, what's in your plate? Did you look? But that's the numbness that we have. I mean, I feel in looking at it from a psychological aspect, that when we go through a trauma or abuse, or somehow we have to surrender to something, there is suppression that happens. And in order to undo the suppression, condemning does not help, because we always protect. When we go through a traumatic situation and we're still with the situation that is causing us the trauma or abuse, we suppress and we do not talk about it. We protect it. So the reason I'm saying this, to go back, I've worked with kids, and feeding kids, when we feed them fruit and vegetables, when they start eating solid after milk, they love the fruit and vegetables, okay? And they just cannot get enough of it. And as soon as we start the meat, the animal products that we are told we're supposed to give them, the chicken with potato, etc., the mashed part, aspects of it, kids start gagging and throwing up. They don't want it. Even at that young age, they are disgusted by it. And as they keep growing up, they don't want it. I remember myself, I didn't want it. My mom was so offended when I said, I don't want to eat animal. I don't want to eat meat. She got offended that I was offending her food. And she used to make the most amazing food. She catered. She was really incredible cook. But I just couldn't. I could smell the blood. I could feel it. And as a child, I had that state where I couldn't even describe it, in an elaborate way. So oftentimes when we are suppressing eating animals, we are dealing in the same state of existence, suppressing, not talking about it, and protecting the thing that we did not want to participate in, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that's why we don't want to condemn anyone, but rather educate and definitely.
Yeah.
The way I say it, I say a vegan food or cruelty-free food or cruelty food when I talk about animals. And that is the truth, right? That there's no denying there's cruelty. Somebody had to be murdered. That part no one can deny. But yeah, other than that, I try to, be mindful as much as I can, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Helpful.
Thank you.
What did y'all think about the food bill, the farm bill? I've been thinking about getting Margaret and a couple of people to go down to one of our local representatives and just asking him, not even about the farm bill maybe, but just asking him what his stand. Maybe I would ask him, what is your stand on the food bill, so we could just get to know him, and then say, oh, well, we're not eating animals, and we're wondering, have you ever thought of subsidizing them to transition? I don't know. That's what's on my mind. I wonder if y'all were inspired by that talk.
That needs to happen, BJ. It needs to happen.
It needs to happen. There's a big monopoly, though. The food industry, the animal abuse, animal whatever we want to call it, animal agriculture industry, they have monopolized our taxes already. Somehow they managed to take so much taxes from our pockets that no one really, really knows about it. 50 billion is a starting point every single year where no one knows. We could use 50 billion. That's a minimal, by the way. That's a starting point, and that's only for land animals. And that money could go to millions of other things. We could, just the money that flows in murdering animals industry is also perpetrating fossil fuel, the packaging, the delivery of the live animals and back and forth, their dead bodies, their chopped bodies, and et cetera, et cetera. There's so much, and the plastic and the container. I mean, it's just mind-blowing the amount of monopoly that they have. But its subsidies are very powerful, in my opinion, and that's why they want to hold on and fight as much as they can, because where else can they get this much easy money? That's what they're looking at. And that is a very faulty system. As Dr. Rao says, we need to have systems change, but also awareness for people to realize, to awaken people. Whenever I ask anyone, they have no idea that first of all we're giving tax, and if I tell them we're paying tax, they act, oh yeah, and I go, do you know how much? Oh, 20,000, 100,000? No, $50 million every year and plus. And then they show losses. Oh, they're drowned or they were sick, and they do murdering these animals like no tomorrow. They're disposable. They're like garbage. They basically, if there is a possibility of virus like the H5N1 virus, they've been murdering chickens, birds like no tomorrow, in thousands and millions again and again. And they cook them alive. They shut down the ventilation and they torture them to death. Like, and these animals have to suffer. Imagine being in the heat and you cannot escape it in cages. So there's so much horror that goes on that people are not aware. But it's all a dirty business and bloody business. That's what it is. And we do not want to pay for it when we know. But this is all hidden from us. And that's why when anyone wants to, we want to go and investigate and show what's going on, they literally attack, and they make cases to prosecute. There's ag-gag laws to avoid people from seeing or knowing or hearing the horrors that go behind their bloody walls. So this is why awareness is the key. And anytime there is murder, that's a dirty business, in my opinion, and it's the cigarette industry that took over the animal agriculture business. So they started with yeah, years ago, when they knew how to maneuver themselves from the cigarette industry and not stop selling the cigarette despite the fact that there were thousands of cases, and they put their emphasis on around the world, and they still sell it here with tiny little chicken scratch writing that it could cause you cancer. And now they learned and took lessons, and they use it, and they're sharpened their skill, and they use it for the animal bloody business that they do. So we're dealing with an experienced industry mobs that are, and that's why we need to awaken as many people as we can, because I don't believe anyone wants to participate in that kind or support that kind of business.
I think Robert Gillo, isn't it?
Yes, yeah.
Had a good strategy of protesting specifically the bird flu, because diseases now, we already know that all the animals are going to have more and more and more diseases. So the question about bailing out the industry for diseases, which they are causing by the way they handle the animals, I think that's a separate item, and that's not so foundational to the long-term support. But fresh things for diseases and bailing out and guaranteeing the profit of the company when they have a disease, I think that's a separate thing, and that probably is vulnerable for protest, I would think. Seems like a good thing. BJ, you might protest that specific thing if you went down there to talk about it to your representative.
Okay.
The bird flu, because more diseases are going to come.
Yes, it's so interesting. I posted about that to my church. Which is kind of odd. I will step out there sometimes and post things that are not extremely related. And some of the comments were like, well, it was just one bird, or it was just a few, and not getting the big picture. So I think you're right. If we go and talk about the potential that's there.
20 million. It was 20 million birds that they've killed so far.
Oh, good gosh.
20 million birds they've killed so far.
Yeah.
And it's been repeating, by the way.
The
right?
commitment the companies are asking for is that their profits be covered, that they not lose any money.
Yep.
I mean, that's obvious.
There's
That's
also
obviously,
swine flu.
that's
You know about the swine flu and the mad cow disease too, right? This is not the very first time. It happens periodically. We just don't hear of it.
Right.
Because they don't allow people to expose it.
Well, that's extortion. I mean, that's got to be, it's unethical. It can't be illegal, I suppose, but it certainly is unethical. It's extortion against the government.
They
And the
do
bird
it.
flu,
They
the
still
bird
do
flu
it.
subsidies have been going on for a while now. This isn't the first year. They
No.
killed many birds last year. I forgot how many.
Yep. I'm sure Ray knows about it. Ray, right? You know about this. You're an activist yourself. I'm sure you can give some facts too.
Well, we learned about why the population's going down in Canada because they prefer bacon. We learned that. We learned that this weekend. That was a joke.
I think we're going to save so much money. That's the idea. Is if I can get those numbers, listen to Robert Grillo's chat again. I mean, his talk. Get
Yeah.
some numbers down and say, this is how much money we can save and we can avoid bird flu. So I want you to be against the farm bill unless there's subsidies for fruits and vegetables.
Mm-hmm.
How's that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We surely don't want to pay our taxes, right? Our taxes are going towards it too. So I always make a point on that. I go, my tax, I don't want it to pay for this bloody murder. Why you're using my tax? Give me the animals that you're killing with my tax. 400 animals a year? Give them to me. Each one of us could make even that point. But yeah, putting down the numbers would be very helpful, BJ, definitely.
Yeah, and of course, what you're really protesting is not protecting the profits of the meat company, which is what they're out to do. That's what they're doing. Not to protect taxpayers' money should not protect the profits of the meat companies. So you do one message. That's your one message. You don't mention fruits and vegetables in the same message. You gotta pick your focus, you know. But pretty unethical to guarantee the profits of a company that's causing its own losses. I mean, that is really unethical. So
good point.
Not so much, see, you're not so much partisan at that point, vegan versus meat. You're pointing to an unethical practice, and that's a little hard to defend. It's pretty unethical.
Sounds like socialism to me.
Mm-hmm. No, not in the United States. You think so?
We'll deny it and act like it's not happening. How about that?
Right.
That's what we like to do.
There you go.
Yeah.
Socialism for workers, but not for corporate companies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sad. It's pretty sad, you know, when I learned
Okay,
the
folks.
Sure.
Hey, everybody. I got to take us off live.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of y'all might have thought y'all weren't live. So we're live, and I'm going to take you off live.
Okay.
Oh,
maybe Dr. Rao will. Are you still here, Dr. Rao? Well, maybe I'll